Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. The hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Hi. 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 I forgot my... I forgot my password for Trove. That's interesting. Isn't it? But God. Okay. Apparently it works now. Everything works, guys, I guess at this point. It will work. Everything works. I guess. Will work. Why is keep pausing this? Hi, Major. Hi, Sanya. Yeah, I am not as sick anymore. I'm still coughing, but I feel better. Hello. don't have a thing, a rocket. I don't have a rocket. Thank you for the hose. That's sad. I don't have a rocket. That's sad. It's really sad. I hope you guys can hear me. Yeah. Why does this keep pausing? Every time I switch, every time I switch, the things are stopping. Oh, thank you for the boost. Thank you. I'm glad that you guys did it. I'm really good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hi. So we are in day 5. Let me see the games. Okay, that's gotta be interesting actually. Hello, thank you for the follow. I do hope, guys, you are alright. That you had a great week. I didn't. As per usual, it's today the top 2 battle. No. So we will have tomorrow a broadcast and Saturday as well. Sadly, it doesn't end on my birthday. That is Sunday. Next Sunday is my birthday. So, yeah. Basically, Saturday we're gonna find out which teams got qualified to go to Sao Paulo, right, Bunam, to actually, you know, play for the win, to win, you know. So yeah. But how are you guys? Hi, ako. Bunna. Thank you for the follow. So yeah, it's been a very interesting week. Actually, let me put more light to my face. I feel like we are sleeping. Guys, if you have stay safe from fire, would be more than appreciated, obviously. Would be very nice to have been. Oh, thank you for the 80. Stay safe. Thank you. Thank you for the 14. Stay safe. I really appreciate it.
Welcome.
Do you want?
Dreams come true.
They're like some waffle things.
Where everything you want
I like this song.
If and only if you're willing
Hi.
to work for 'em. You're willing to hurt for 'em.
By the way, guys, look at my ring.
Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive?
It's very good. I got it from Pandora. They had this Valentine Day. Like, it has like, obviously the camera is so cheap, you will not forget. It's like a heart shape and it's black one, so I really do like it.
I never stress. I know it's
But because I never knew like which is my size for a ring, I bought it like I tried to measure it, you know, for for one of the swingers, because I'm not getting married yet, right? So it's a little bit loose. I want it to be a little bit more like on my, but it's fine. It's fine. Okay, it's about time to drink my syrup. Actually, I'm gonna wait a little bit later. If I'm coughing a lot, I'm gonna do it. If not, no. I'm gonna drink it later. I've been getting syrups because high pubs. I've been drinking syrup because for like past 2 weeks, like I'm coughing like I'm dying. Hello.
Yeah, I'm the best.
I'm the best.
I know what's next.
Also, I got my books. I got my ring, obviously. I got the little purse, you know. But I also got... Oh, my uncle died. That was very unexpected.
And I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How that turn pain into energy.
Yeah, but I try to measure like that, but like I ordered it for like the website. My phone just dropped because I got the message. Wait, what? Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's alright. Like my uncle died, like, you know, this week. And another uncle of mine died 2 weeks ago, right? Yeah. Jokes aside, I told my mom that we should move, sell the house, and change our names because I feel like I'm next for some reason. But yeah, it's been a very interesting period, I guess. Hello. Thank you. Yeah, I am. I'm still alive, isn't it? It's not funny to joke about it, but it was just so unexpected. Like in my village, there's never ever nothing happens. Like in the past 2 months, died 7 people. Imagine, like imagine, okay. And like 4 houses were broken. So yeah. People are ready. Sorry, people and God realize that people are alive here, you know. Hi Deku, thank you for stay safe. Yeah, but you know, when you see a person that passed away at 46, you kind of think about like the life, and you are like, 46, you know, like 46. So it's, you know, it is something to think about it. Like I understand if they are all like, you know, as painful as it was. My grandma was like 78 when she passed away. She lived a beautiful life, a long life. But when you see, like, for example, my uncle was like 46 and passed away. So, you know, it's quite sad. But anyways, shall we talk about EU Day 5? Because that's why we are here, to watch Masters once again. I'm gonna be here today, tomorrow. Hopefully I'm gonna start streaming more in the week. But because of what happened, I couldn't actually do that much. Right, and Saturday is gonna be the last day, so I hope nothing bad will happen, to actually be here to see which EU team is gonna go to Sao Paulo. And right now, at this point, we have plenty of like teams that are like actually very strong, and you know, in my opinion, it's gonna be a hard battle between the top 4. Now, obviously. Oh, thank you for the fuel. Where is the where is the eliminator? We did a match today.
Takes place today. Our 2 undefeated teams will finally face off against each other to see who will stay at the top of the leaderboard heading into our challenge finals. With their potential seeding on the line, it's going to be a very important matchup. So it's time to see what they're made of. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, she's so cute. I like her makeup. But yeah, now I have a new toy to play. It's by Ring, right? Oh, thank you for the smile. I would smile, but because I've been sick, you know, I would like sleep with my mouth open, right? And like my lips are like very dry because of it. I can't even smile properly because you're gonna start bleeding. As my nose been bleeding in the past couple of days, like it's like 2 times in 1 week. It's very unexpected. But yeah, as per usual, we are here to watch it.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where today is week 3 in EU for Call of Duty Mobile. 2 days of action coming your way, and it's going to be an exciting 2 days to say the least. My name is Glitter Explosion. I'm still hanging out with you guys for the entire season, and we've got the gang back ready to do the same. We've got Bobby, Infinity, and Ton ready to dive into today's action. Are you excited?
I'm absolutely pumped for today. Obviously, we got the rematch that we have seen multiple times over the past few months. Kings versus Exclusive, the one that everybody's been waiting for. A chance at redemption for Kings after Stage 5, and ultimately just the culmination of the EU season right now.
Yeah, I think this is just the week we've been waiting for. I think for the longest time right now, only do we have that matchup. We've got Mont versus Omniscient.
Let me see who is gonna play today. It's gonna be pretty interesting, actually.
Matchups on the line today. I think it's just going to be
okay. It's gonna be a long evening.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one. Look,
or maybe not.
4 best teams all going up against each other. What's not to love about this one? It's the game we talked up since week number 1. So yeah, excited.
Xantium versus Nexus. That's gonna be interesting, but I feel like Nexus is gonna win. Big versus Rising. I think Big's gonna win at this point.
And Facebook for all updates related to the Snapdragon Pro Series, or you can join our Discord, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series to join the community, hang out with us.
Or you can follow me on Instagram.
All of those updates. All right, now, before we get into all of the action, we've got to get all of the basics out of the way. First of all, how this whole thing works. If you're just joining us for the first time, welcome. We'll explain everything to you. All right, we've got a format graphic here to break it down, and we've got Bobby back on the graphic.
Obviously, we had our open qualifiers, playing with friends. Everybody has fun, but the most important thing is making it through those.
I didn't play it. I just had fun. What do you mean?
Teams down to the top 8, which we've been watching for the past couple of weeks. We will continue to dwindle those down until we've got our top 4 locked in, and those top 4 teams are going to have a shot at the only one spot for EU to have a chance to represent their region in Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Yeah, and the farther we get into this, obviously right now we're looking towards those challenge finals and who's going to come out on top, but we're also looking towards Brazil here, Brody. Money on the line in this stage, money on the line.
I want to go to Brazil too, guys.
There's a lot for these
I think it would be such a pretty weather for Brazil. But it's very interesting that it's Brazil where... Oh, I forgot to do my ring light.
Here in the Snapdragon Pro Series, $2,250 going to first. You can see it trickling all the way down to 8th place.
That was the problem, was too in front the table.
Even if you crash out in last place, you get something.
All right, a little bit of something for everyone who's made it through the grueling open stage to even get to this challenge season.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Happened here so far, and I'm talking about our leaderboard. Okay, this is important, Ton, because we still have 2 undefeated teams at the top.
Yes, we do. And well, somebody is going to have to go today. We know that, of course, but we've got a very definitive line between 4th and 5th, and then everybody else, of course, there as well. But Omniscient against Mont also.
Okay, yes,
well.
thank you.
I mean, it's crazy.
So
this is going to look very, very different by the end of the day.
Yeah. So it's going to be an important one for a lot of these squads, even just for us to get a better idea of, like I mentioned, where that seeding is going to be heading into challenge finals. That's often a very important thing for our squads as well. We'll take a look at the schedule, though, so everyone at home, you know what matches to expect today. Like I've said, it's 2 days here in EU. This is the first day, and this is what we have.
First game needs to be on point, I'm telling you guys.
We're starting off hot here, Bobby.
Yeah, obviously, we're starting off with the match that we've all been waiting for in Kings versus Exclusive. But all the way through, all the teams that are going up against each other have the exact same record as the team they're playing against. So Xantium and Nexus looking for their first wins. Mont and Omniscient trying to make sure they can lock in one of those top 3 spots. And then down in that final matchup, we do have Ricey going up against Big, one of them with an opportunity to maybe defend. Obviously, it's a long shot, but it's not necessarily 100% out of the realm of possibility.
I missed you guys.
Those 2 teams could make it into the top 4.
I
we were
missed
trying
you.
to figure that out in the green room, just which situation had to unfold, who needs to win where, what Big has to do, what Xantium has to do. It's not that it's impossible, but it's just, it's going to be difficult. It's not going to be easy, right?
It's just difficult, but if you look, the route through for them was basically down to Mont, wasn't it? Because, I mean, you looked at Mont's schedule, how it's looking for the rest of it, still got some very good teams to play against. So their record is not going to look quite as pretty as it does now in a few weeks, you would like to think, at least, or anyway, or at least in 2 weeks. So I think that's the big question mark for everybody, is how are Mont going to do? And then can these other teams then reach on through? But Mont's still very much in the driving seat for that 4th spot, as well as a mission, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you saw our schedule. Now you guys know what to expect. We have to talk about that main matchup. The one we're going to be talking about between our two undefeated
I want to see who is doing the interview. Hi, Dad.
Not the first time they will have faced off. So we're going to give you guys a little bit of background, a little bit of history of these two teams. What happened last time they were able to face off, because they did play against each other in the World Championship, Brody. First, let's talk about what happened when they went through the veto process.
Yeah, absolutely. So
Hi,
going all the way
Funky
back
Glow.
towards the Season 3 finals, I believe it was the coach of Kings that came on for the post-match interview. He said the reason they won that matchup was down to the veto process. And when it came down to champs, things looked very, very different. Notably, the Summit, I think, was a massive hard point, I think, to pull through to kick off the series for exclusive. I think it was probably the worst of the lot for Kings back in Season 3. So to get that is huge. And then, of course, we know how that went down afterwards. Then the firing range and the search and destroy and the raid and the control. If it went to raid, I think it would have been pretty interesting. But spoiler alert, it did not.
It did. We'll take a look at it, what exactly did happen in these highlights from this World Championship, Bobby. I think
That's so
nice.
Oh, that's so
coming
cool.
back from, proving that they're better than what we saw here in this
That's
tournament.
amazing.
Yeah, no question about it. I think
I actually
for
like that
Kings
they bring the
specifically,
front
they definitely
championship.
had a disappointing Stage 5 and World Championship in general. Obviously, part of that was missing Inferno, their main IGL, and having him out of the mix is something that's going to hurt you. But 100%, big swing and a miss as far as map picks and bans go to even allow Summit through for an exclusive squad that has been very dominant there. Obviously, heading into the firing range, it just kind of felt like they were mentally chalked at that point. Both of these teams have played a good bit of firing range, but the Summit definitely felt like their downfall, especially given how much control they had over the map selection.
All right. As we finish continuing looking at these two, one of the other things that we had mentioned, and this was something that if you guys are just joining us, we talked about very, very early on when it comes to this season. There were roster changes at the beginning that had played into at least our discussion around how well these squads were going to do. Now we've seen 2 weeks of competition after these changes, and it's boded well for them here, Ton.
Yeah, of course, just to explain the graphic as well, Champy going out from exclusive, Spy going to exclusive, so going up against these former Team Kings, and then Drari coming into that Kings roster. Yeah, look, I think especially for me, I really enjoy what Spy's been doing in that roster. I think he's looked really, really solid. Drari has looked great as well, honestly. I think there's been no complaints, but I think that's easy to say when they're 4-0, right? I think we'll really get a good test today of where those rosters are really aligning and whether they have been upgrades across the board.
Yeah, well, we also not only get to see how they're going to play, we have an opportunity right now to talk to one of their players. I'm hoping, I think we do have Marvel ready, standing by to chat with us.
Okay, let us
Before we get
watch
into the first match of the day, Marvel, hello, can you hear me?
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you sound great. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for the invitation.
Let's talk about this. You've got the match that everyone's been waiting for coming up around the corner. You guys are one of our two undefeated teams, obviously exclusive being the other. So how are you feeling about heading into today's match?
Feeling great, excited as always. It's always good to play a majors match, and always good to play like the top dog in Europe. So
Top dog.
feeling great, just excited.
All right, I'm interested to hear you call exclusive the top dog in Europe, because I feel like for a lot of people, you guys are the. No, do you want to amend that? I don't know if that was.
What'd you say?
No, I was just saying it was interesting to hear you say that exclusive are the top dogs in Europe, as I feel like a lot of people would consider you to be the best team. Obviously, we'll have a better idea of that after today. But looking back at you guys' matchup in the World Championships, do you feel like your matchup head-to-head would have looked different had you had Inferno in the starting lineup?
I mean, yeah, obviously you lose like my second main AR, your IGL, second marksman. Obviously, it's like a big impact on the team. If the outcome will be different, I'm not sure, because once again, none of us were on the Samsung before, and that was like a real struggle for us to get adapt on it. And
I think it's the first time I hear Marvel talking.
I don't know,
Like
I think,
this, you know, to
team
know
could
that
have
it's
went
him.
either ways. But yeah, obviously, like, it was a big impact to lose Inferno.
All right.
Well, one match early on this season you did have Inferno was against Omniscient. That was one of the very first matches we got to see you play this season, and it went all the way to Game 5. It was a super close series across the board. It's not just exclusive anymore, right, that you guys have to be worried about. You've also got Omniscient. Kind of, how do you feel now sitting amongst those top 3 teams, with yourself included?
I'm gonna lie, playing Omniscient was like a test for us in like our rosters, like in our decision and the direction we're gonna take roster wise, and that's why we made the change on bringing by raids in the roster, and I think they like no longer is gonna be a struggle against any other than top 2 in Europe for us.
Love that.
Cool.
Nice.
Gonna ask a really basic question for you here, Marvel, now. Prediction for the scoreline today. I want to know where you guys are thinking. I presume you think you're gonna win, but I want to know what you think you're gonna win by.
My predictions, I said, me, I love intense game. I love close game. That's why I like that's why I love. So I would say 3-2, and we take the SND at the end. OT. Last round. Let's go.
That's what we want. That's
Okay, I love that. I love that. All right, Marvel. Well, we don't want to keep you too long, as you do have to get ready for the first match of the day. But before I let you go, do you have any shout-outs that you want to do?
Shout out to my team. I hope you guys ready. Shout out to my mom who's watching. Shout out to Coco and Simpsy. And yeah, love everyone for the support, and love you guys also back there. Thank you for all the cast and everything. You guys are awesome.
Oh, well, thank you as well. I'll
That
let
was
you go
so
now so you
nice.
can go get prepared for your first match of the day. But good luck, and hopefully we'll be talking to you again soon.
That was so nice, actually.
I'm assuming he heard that. I almost congratulated him early too.
Very presumptuous.
Right? We'll have to see how it goes. Okay, we keep alluding to it. Let's just start talking about it. Obviously, match 1 on the day between Kings and Exclusive. What do you expect out of this one? We got the great question. You said it was basic. That was a great question to get Marvel's thoughts on how he thought it was going to play out. He said it's going to go the full 5, Bobby.
Yeah, I would not be surprised to see that. I think with how well matched up these two teams are, it definitely has the potential to go the distance. I think a lot of it is going to come down to the picks and bans. This is once again something that Kings were very much missing out on whenever it came to the
I'm curious to see. I don't know.
in their World Championship
I don't
matchup
know.
up against Exclusive and in some of the other matchups as well. So they're definitely a really, really strong hardpoint team. It's just going to be a question of whether or not they can get through the maps they want to play.
Well, speaking of the maps, I believe I think some of them are ready. We've got those picks bands coming through here in just a moment.
Hacienda! I don't like it, so I don't like it.
For Kings right off the start, this is one of their strongest maps coming out from last season, so I think this will be all right for them for sure. Also pretty good this season as well. They were 3-0 last season, 3-0 this season, so that is very much a very strong pick for them. And I do just want to very briefly talk about the Arsenal ban, because I'm going to go ahead and assume that that one came directly from Exclusive, because they are not good at that.
Why is Summit not in there if it hasn't been banned?
Yeah, I was curious about that as well.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and assume the Apocalypse pick came from Exclusive because they saw what happened between Omniscient and Kings earlier on this season. I actually rate that pick if that was the pick from Exclusive.
I get what you're saying. To be fair, I think, you know, your most recent matchup, you smoked them on Summit. It's open. The door it's wide open, and Exclusive have looked good on it, so I just don't understand why it's not come through. I don't know. Look, I mean, we might have our theories, but
yeah,
it's a strange one.
I guess just very briefly here, it could also be because of the fact that Exclusive will know that they'll have watched that VOD back, and that might well help Kings. So maybe another thing to consider there.
All right, looking at the rest of it, obviously Search and Destroy. I'm assuming the Tunisia ban is probably from Exclusive. That's one that Kings have looked super strong on. Getting firing range through, definitely something that Kings are going to be happy about as well. They're 3-0 on the map. And then Meltdown, you would assume, is probably for exclusive, although I don't think either of the teams have played that so far this season. So it'll be interesting to see. And then coming down to the standoff, I think that would probably maybe slightly give an edge to exclusive, but both teams have some experience there.
Yeah, I will say firing range is super interesting because both of the teams are very, very good at firing range, and of course it is the replay from the last series these guys faced, right? So that was a 7-2 to exclusive. So yeah, I think that's a really good pick to come through. And then of course the standoff control. I actually think this was the control I didn't expect. I expected to see Raid because both of these guys favor Raid. So I'm kind of surprised that that's what they got.
It depends which team wants to revel in that chaos, I suppose. That is standoff control. You know, who thinks they can win that slaying battle, because that's really what determines the map for the most part.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, well, I hope everybody at home is ready. I hope you're all settled in and prepared to watch this. It's going to be an epic battle. For now, we'll send Brody and Ton off to the other side of the studio. And Bobby, I will get your final thoughts on this. Do you agree with Marvel? It's going to go the full 3-2. They take it in the S&D.
Yeah, they finally see them.
I am not going to make any predictions.
Okay. No prediction.
I had a friend request that I not jinx one of the teams that is playing today. So I'm not going to jinx or double reverse jinx.
Hi, Loomis.
I will not enact the Bobby curse here. I'm going to let this play out as it plays out, and we'll see who the better team is.
Respect. All right, well, then that means as far as we're concerned, it's time to get into match number 1. Birdie and Ton, let's kick this thing off.
Yes.
Hear that, mate? Is that sitting on
They're
the
gonna
fence
start
from
now.
Bobby? That's a you move, that is. I can't believe he's done that. This is going to be a great match. I can't wait for this one. This is the one we have been waiting for all damn season long. Exclusive versus Kings rematch for the 3rd time in almost as many months. It's going to be an epic battle.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is, as you mentioned, the one that everybody's been looking towards since the season started. It is the one that we would always consensus say is the battle between who's going to be the #1 team. But I still think, you know, there's that question of Omniscient, which we will maybe get more of an answer of when we head towards playoffs, when they all do go up against each other again. Look, this is a game that is a very, very difficult call.
Thank you so much.
What Lauren said in terms of we want that prediction to come through from Marvel in terms of that 3-2 scoreline. That would be fantastic. But look, I'm just looking forward to 2 teams at the highest level of their game going up against each other here. Both sitting at 4-0, you want that #1 spot because then you get to play that 4th spot, and we feel as if in terms of how that'll work in the bracket play, well, whoever is in that 4th place spot is... I want to say there is a decent gap between 3rd and 4th if we are believing that Omniscient are going to stay there.
We'll see today, won't we?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there is.
Mont, see what they can do. I believe that series is going to be closer I think, than many people imagine. I feel pretty positive for Mont there. Not necessarily that they can take it, but that they can be competitive. So we'll see. Regarding this match, though, I think this should be an interesting first map of the day because Hardpoint has been really strong
Hacienda just...
Now, obviously, stat line here, they haven't lost a single map across the board yet, but that's because their running comparatively to Kings has been, well, significantly easier. And that does change things quite a bit. It kind of boosts the stats up significantly. It is worth saying that they currently have the #1 hardpoint differential here in Europe across the board. That number is 121.75 points above anybody else. So on average, they are beating teams by 120 points. But again, that is because they haven't played Omniscient or Kings yet.
Yes, you do have to take it with a pinch of salt, really, don't you? To sort of say, okay, well, yeah, they're playing very, very well, but are they going to be able to translate that into a game against Kings as well? You would think so. I think for me, I look at some of the players on these rosters and who I think is going to pop off today. I mean, I'm kind of... I'm struggling to think of anyone particular I think that needs to do. I think as a whole,
I want them to
need to perform well. Is it going to come down to the SMGs? Is it going to come down to the honestly, I'm not 100% sure.
Kings.
I feel like
Kings. I like exclusive, but I feel like Kings is gonna win.
He constantly plays out of his mind. I think he's the highest KD on that roster at the moment, which I know doesn't mean everything.
How about yours?
Just in terms of raw slaying power, it is notable that Neil is the player I think that we should be looking out for. And on the other side of things, I think we're looking at players like Marvel and Inferno, who ironically enough are going to be the players that when we get into the search and destroy are going to be carrying the sniper rifles for the roster, and that is where
yay, we won.
Had a lot
Thank
of success in the
you.
past. Maybe not so much against Omniscient, but certainly against the rest of the field. That is going to be really interesting to see. But yeah, those are the players for me. I also think looking over towards Kings, the very first
I really just wanted to see Omni going to Sao Paulo.
Yeah,
Like, I really want to see that. I don't know if it's possible or not,
Looking at what's
but
already happened here for Kings,
it would be such an... I'm not sure I'm upset, but it would be very interesting.
has that benefited
It's really
this
Kings
matchup,
versus...
I wonder, because then they could go up against some good opposition. We heard Marvel say that was a
Oh,
really,
it's
really
an
big
EU
test for
team.
us. Now, are they coming to this?
I
in a
think
stronger position
it's
because they decided to change the roster up just a
best.
little bit. The composition looks
Yeah.
maybe a little bit more refined than it would have done had they not played up against somebody so
Okay.
good.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll see, right? I mean, I definitely think it was a reality check for them at the start of season one that they might well have needed, but this is a map that we said is comfortable for Kings for sure. Hacienda Hardpoint, one of their favorites. They'll be feeling happy coming into the
I don't know, Hacienda Hardpoint.
Both of these two
You
teams
has
are
one,
currently
so
flawless in Hardpoint. That will end
yeah,
at the end of this
that's
matchup.
true.
Both flawless, of course, just in their general.
Just let me know
record
if the
as well. We're
sound
just
is
so
good.
excited to see who comes out on top. I think a really good start for one of these two teams is crucial. Both of them will be feeling the nerves. They'll be feeling sitting there.
So guys, give me
This is a big
predictions.
game. It's the biggest game of the
No
season
problem.
so far.
Yeah,
no question.
but
Sharp
you
with a
never
good
know,
start on
you
the
know.
right-hand side. Just trading kills
Could
at this moment
happen.
in time. A Rogue Spawn does come through for Marvel, though. Kings will be working to try and get those P2 rotations, which will be coming
Just
up
a
in
bad
30
day and
Yeah,
could
if I'm Marvel in
happen.
this situation, I don't push aggressively. I just
Oh,
wait.
look
Oh
at
my goodness me, I
Neil,
think
the
he gets caught out
feed.
from the middle of the courtyard there. Nice couple of kills coming through from exclusive.
Okay,
and
exclusive.
any potential for an early flip from Kings goes immediately down the drain.
Lower
And while
your
all this
sound
going
is way
down,
louder
Exclusive
than
have
the
been able to
stream.
kind of steal away 30 seconds
Like
of the
my
start of
voice?
P1, something that I think you and I would generally speaking consider to be a large amount of time to get on P1. Exclusive will match that now by 20
Okay.
seconds or so, but I think Exclusive now
It's
very
not like I'm
happy here to
talking
just
that
rotate
much
over
either.
towards Newt. They're ready for it.
Oh, Spy didn't actually see the player that pushed on through, so that's a couple of kills going to come through the middle of the map. Grizz has found a second here as well. Potential break on the cards. Shark can't find the gunfight, and all of a sudden, just like
Yeah,
that,
they are.
Exclusive have P2 locked for pretty much the immediate from the beginning. Kings come through, and there's the break.
Yeah, but look at this pinch now coming through. You've got a couple of players up the driveway here for Exclusive.
Nice
Couple of players on
system.
the other side. I don't think Kings will necessarily be ready for this one. And yeah, they're absolutely not. Only one player remaining inside the hard point. Raid somehow finds the double here. Somehow plays his life a little bit longer than you might expect if you're Exclusive in that scenario. But immediately there, those players go down. And Exclusive now going to be back in for the 40 seconds. So Kings thought they had a chance here at swiping this hill away. That does fall apart.
It's a shame for Kings. But for Exclusive, they get, well, what they have necessarily paid
Is
for
it
that
better
early
now?
rotation coming through. But with that P1 time, I mean, that's going to be very, very crucial when we look at it in the grand scheme of things. Picking up so much and then having
Kings
this
are
rotation
good overall,
over
I
towards
guess.
P2, but can you continue to hold it? Shark finds 2, Neil. Then following up as well. Really good job from Exclusive. Majority of the time does indeed go their way. 10 seconds to go. We're heading
Which
over
team
towards
is your
P3.
pick to go
Kings
to
already
Sao
set up.
Paulo, Illumis?
See Grizz trying to put the pressure on over towards the old hill as well. You don't hate those kills coming on through.
Like
That's a
Exclusive
early
doing
Predator
too
missile,
good.
though, I want to say. Are the team even in any position to follow with it? Not really.
Yeah, that's a bit of a weird one, I think, because you do at least want somebody like within 5 seconds of touching the hill while you're bringing that Predator missile down. So it's not going to be that effective. What will be effective, though, is a Rogue Spawn coming in from Caesar around the backline, who's now
Okay,
finding
but,
his position in known. Exclusive, though, being honest with it, along the fences. Shark manages
If you
to find
would
a double.
pick
How on
a
earth does this
team
happen? They
without any,
nonchalantly
like, you know,
just
without
walk straight in towards
taking
the hardpoint.
consideration your
Exclusive now starting to
friendship
do damage. They've forced the Sparrow out of
based on,
Grizz, who
like,
now will be shut
how they
down.
play.
Exclusive on both sides of the hardpoint here. Turn, they've got a chance to break.
Shark on the other side, he's going to be the crucial one as the rest of the members of Team Exclusive start to stack. They make the push, but here comes Shark as well from behind. The 3 kills then start to follow through, and that's so unfortunate for Cesar. You will invest it. A lot invested here from Exclusive, actually. 20 seconds to play for. And they've pretty much put everything but the kitchen sink into this one. Grizz and Co now off the spawn are going to get started to be farmed by Neil and Co. So this is a huge investment from Exclusive. Actually, I want to say
That's
at
true.
least 4
Damn, look at
operators coming
Exclusive.
through. Yeah, it's getting them a lot. But consider that when we go over towards the next hill, that time difference, the score difference, looking so good.
Bro,
in the
Neil
favor
is
of
on something
Exclusive.
today.
But bear in mind, nearly everything invested there.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good investment, though, from Exclusive. They've really put the screws into Kings here. That was a massive hill, and now you're starting to look at a differential between these two teams that is very similar to what we saw back over at Champs, where, of course, Exclusive took it about 250 to 150 against their opposition. Kings need to start getting moving right now, and while they might have got the opening gunfights over towards New already, Exclusive have had an ample response. They're already over here, starting to do some damage. Attempt from the outline here from Veer. Try the jump up. Is it going to work? No, that's the War Machine being invested for Sace.
Manages to find a couple of kills
How are you, Leon?
coming on through with it. They're able to answer back for the most part. with what was a
Yo.
decent amount of time. I think it is really going to look like, as we head into the second rotation in 20 seconds, that it was that P1 and P2 damage that Exclusive have done that is maybe the difference. Both two teams investing where they feel as if it is necessary. 10 seconds to go here, over towards P4. Neil starting to line them up.
Yeah, same.
The kill's starting to fall on through, and it's a late break for Exclusive.
I'm enjoying
And
this
that's good time
game.
from Kings, though, it has to be
Look
said.
at Neil.
30
Damn,
seconds to
he's
go into this one. They will pick up a decent amount of time.
so
But that
pretty.
scoreline towards the second rotation as we head into it just now is not going to be pretty viewing if you're a Kings viewer. It is a solid 50 to 60 point difference.
So
to the
we
side
have
of
3
Exclusive.
ARs, 1 LMG and 1
Exclusive now want to have
SMG,
just as
right?
good as a go of things on this hard point as they did the first time around. Remember, they got 30 points off this hill. That is a lot for P1, and Shark is doing a lot of damage up top as well. He is holding Kings at bay. Finally, the claw is now going to go away. So back over towards the Fennec, he has to go.
Maybe because of
now
the
starting
gun.
to earn some of the time. They've got players in the middle of the
Thank
map.
you.
Kings now from all angles going to encroach though. That's 4 separate gunfights going their way. Kings now have spawned Exclusive out as well. This is a good position for Kings here. Not only do they have the kills and not only do they get the time. I was going to say they managed to spawn them out, but then the spawns flip right back in favor of
Still
Exclusive.
25 seconds to try and find them though here, Brody. The shots in to Via would have been good from Marvel, but not quite good enough. Spawns are there now for Exclusive.
I think
Time is now there
Exclusive
for Exclusive.
started very, very good.
Last time around though, we've seen Kings find this very, very easily. This break came on through very quickly. Grizz is going to get taken down. Maybe an overzealous challenge there coming in with a shotgun, but looking towards these kills over towards P1, starting to go
Okay.
Kings' way, but that will spawn Exclusive.
Inferno kind of
Back
starts a
towards the
little bit to
backside of
do
P2.
better.
Spawn there for Marvel towards the back though. That's going to start helping things out. He manages to pop the Annihilator as well. Now this is dangerous for Exclusive. Can they hold on?
Yeah, they've got no operators themselves. Actually, Neil's got one in the back pocket. Regardless,
Ooh.
is it going to be utilized? No, Raid brings the equalizers
Thank you
out.
for
So
the
heavy
heart.
investment from
Hi,
Kings. They know how
Georgie.
important this hard point is, and they break almost immediately. It's worth saying, of course, the equalizers have a
It's for
very
this
long life.
file.
So
Thank
they're still
you.
going to be in the hands of Raid. He's still going to be doing a lot of damage, keeping these guys away from the hill. Exclusive
Bro,
cannot
the
touch no matter what they do. But they're starting to
DRH
cover around the
so
back line.
good.
Caesar gonna bring
Hola.
that Sparrow out. Neil with the Annihilator as well. They know how important this time is as Caesar finds the double. Grizz the only one in to say something about it. Neil now starting to push out on the other side as well. Exclusive want this last 25 seconds done.
Really good job coming in from Exclusive. They find the break in Kings. Get forced away. A lot of investment from both two teams though. Kings invested to get inside the hill. Exclusive invested to get it back. And it feels like the efficiency for both two teams, in far as we're talking as operators being the main thing, it really has been more so on the Exclusive side that they're being used just that little bit better. Kings with another opportunity here though as we head over towards defenses to maybe try and close that gap, which has been ever present from the word go. Shock and Via finding a couple of kills. They're going to go for a push through towards the plat side. All these kills going towards the way of Exclusive, and they're going at the wrong time for Kings. It's another clean break for Exclusive.
You cannot let that happen once again. And oh my goodness me, Shark's still going as well. We've seen what this
How are
guy's
you?
capable of for months now. Back at Champs, he was one of the highest performing players for Exclusive. And he's doing it again here when he needs to.
No
do.
way,
He comes
such a
out
big
with three
gap,
with the War
though.
Machine. And that is a huge utilization. He continues as well. Stays with more. And Kings here are on a roll. This is incredible for them. They needed to get back towards this hill, and they are absolutely doing it.
That may well be the catalyst that turns this game on its head. Fantastic play from Grizz and Stays. Just open things up, but have you done all that good work for
Hello.
absolutely nothing? Spy with a couple of good shots in, but this is spawned towards the back. Raid is doing so well to survive. Kings now will move over towards the next hill, while Exclusive will be the first ones there, and Exclusive will still be in towards the side of things, over towards fences. It's a three-piece for Shark for the scrap. Rotation is also there for Exclusive. It feels like any time I'm talking
Damn,
about Kings
100
in this game,
points
I'm
gap out
grasping
less
at
than
straws
100,
in
but-
ways of where things are maybe working as a positive for them. But that might be something that gets things going. Says can't find anything with the Predator
Trust me,
missile,
this
but the kills
thing
may well follow through.
tastes
4 seconds
that-
gone here
it's like
over
that
towards
with
P4.
mint.
He feels that Kings maybe need every single one of these last 50 seconds.
Desperate times, desperate measures. The Predator missile comes down right out of the rip pit to make sure that they get control of this hill, but they're already starting to face the pressure. Look at the players now jumping up, and there's no way you let Spy get 4 in a row. How has that happened? It is a total meltdown for Kings, and now they're really starting to boot down on them. With
Need
the
to
Shark
hold
coming
this
out
one.
with the claw. Exclusive now just 25 seconds away from victory, but Marvel comes out with 2 for the Annihilator. They've got a chance to get back in. Can Caesar stop it? He finds a double himself, but Kings still with presence. Not anymore perhaps, as Veer now looking for these kills. Hasn't quite managed to take Raid down fully just yet, but Spy will. And Exclusive now 20 seconds away.
If you're Kings, you've got to invest absolutely everything, and well, absolutely everything is nothing right now. You have got nothing on the board in terms of operators in Exclusive. By the time we head over towards P1 once more, we'll
Yeah,
be a
there's
mere
no
12
way
or so
we see a
seconds away.
comeback here.
Make it 11. Kings, can you find a break here? Now it needs to be pretty much perfect hard point from this way out. Grizz and Say starting to combine though. They will find a couple of kills. The problem for Kings here though, this P1 hill is very hard to keep people off, but it's also hard to score on if you have some presence over towards the top side. Kings are
maybe because it's the first game or something. Something is with like
we're going to try and do, but Grizz is starting to piece here. Can he find it there? That would have been crucial. 40 seconds still to go. P1 Shark is just gunned Inferno out of his socks. Makes the push in towards P1. It still may well be done here, but exclusive. They're in the spot to get this rotation over towards P2, which is something I think they should concentrate on, but they could still steal it here. They only need 10.
Damn, Says, that was nasty.
Recognize it. That's the question. Spine from behind. Yeah, he's going to catch Says off guard. How much more can he get here? Utility going out towards that left side. A potential opportunity here for Exclusive to find their way onto the point, but Grizz and Raid.
Dry's not playing, right? Yeah.
Now the spawn out towards you. This is the big push from them. Kings have already got a couple of players over here, but Grizz are going to peek out and gets the first. That's a massive kill.
That's just a fine 2. Grizz locking it down. Good stuff from him, but Kings have still got so much to do. Well, there's the pinch that was potentially on the cards. It's now out of the window. Neil is able to find one under Grizz, and here comes the push, but the rest of Kings are here to help out. Veer inside, and here comes Raid. It's the equalizer. Popped up, but doesn't find anything. It's Veer to answer back. Shark is there to find 2. If you're Grizz, you've got to go massive.
Nah, it's over.
One more opportunity for Kings here. 3 seconds to go, but if Exclusive just
yeah.
got the entire map. Yes,
no.
they have 250 to
Wait.
168. Is a brilliant map number 1 coming out from Exclusive. We said their hardpoint had been strong.
That equalizer was wasted there.
Just incredible. What a great start coming out from Exclusive. I think those first 4 hills were basically a masterclass to get 30 seconds off P1 the way that they do. Again, more than you would normally expect a team to do on P1, following up with a great break towards P2 and then subsequent hold. And I really think the damage was done, to be honest with you, Tan.
Yeah, that's true. That
P3.
first,
Not once,
like the first P1 was flawless, and P2 as well.
Really
for
tough for Kings,
Exclusive.
I think, to swallow because they were there. They rotated early. They gave up all the time to Exclusive on P2.
Yes,
and then
it's
to
best
just spawn trap like this to get the break like they did. I mean, look, it was already so damaging. It was already a 50 to 60 point advantage from that
I'm
point
not even sure which is the second mob.
Invested everything over towards P3. At that time, it felt like it was, I want to say maybe a little bit unnecessary. It felt like they had really good positioning around that. After the fact they got into the point is kind of what I mean. And then they invested so much, and I was kind of like, oh, well, okay, Kings have got something to work on here over towards P4. Maybe they can reinvest and find themselves 40 or 50. But it never felt like any of that investment from Kings, well, apart from this bit,
day 4,
really
day 5.
eventually noted with something towards the point side of things. It felt like every single time that those operators would come through for Kings, it was finding them maybe a couple of seconds. It was finding them a couple of kills and a small amount of respite.
Yeah.
I have no idea. Never mind. Never mind. I have no idea which one is
P2,
the next
they were
one.
making it count every single time.
Yeah, and I will say as well, I think it was more of a desperation play. Every time we saw Kings utilising their operators, I think it was exactly the same when it came down the fences, right? I mean, you just saw it there from Saves when he used the War Machine. It was in reaction to something that happened, the break that came out from Exclusive. So Exclusive playing their socks off in the first game of the day. And the names
but look at that nice OBJ from Spy.
That really do turn up to play. Neil with 42 kills, 42 and 31 at the end of the game.
They did good. Both teams did good.
Well. And Shark sitting there joining him at 37 and 34 with a minute plus in Hill 2. Big performances coming out from those guys.
And I think I want to just pick up on something that you said there. It definitely felt like more proactive play coming out from Exclusive, and Kings were the ones reacting, but not reacting nearly well enough is the problem there in map number 1. A really, really good start coming in from Exclusive, and that's the kind of start, you know, that we've seen in terms of hardpoint. Exclusive have just been so strong. We questioned that differential because, of course, they went up against. But that differential can be questioned no longer. A very, very dominant win over Kings there. What was it, about 90 in the end or so? It could have been maybe a little bit more. You think of P1 towards that inside of things. But we are now into Search and Destroy on Meltdown. Can Kings start to bring this one back? It will be on the defensive side to kick things off, or Exclusive.
I just don't like Meltdown at all.
Nail into the coffin.
Well, we'll see. Exclusive for the start of this one, getting aggressive towards B. The call was made from Kings on the defense here to flood towards Reactor for A. That hasn't happened, but now reaction's starting to go down. Kings have already found a couple of kills on the retake, and there is one that is very far removed from the play. Neil might be able to pick somebody off if they attempt to flank. It would be Marvel, if anybody, for it. And yet still on towards the site. Spy needs to get a kill before he can actually get the bomb down. He's found the first, but his teammate has just died, and that big gunfight that was going down on the flank, Marvel is going to take down Neil. Big retake coming out from Kings, especially as they didn't make the right decision right off the rip.
I'm
Yeah, that's
finally
the tough one. I
having
think,
1
when
week
you move
off.
over towards that B site, yes,
In
you wanna
5.
kind of extend, you want to expand out
Oh,
as much
because
as you possibly can.
in
just
4
to
is
make
my
sure you are
birthday,
gonna
so
get
in
pushing,
5
because
I took a week
these
off
players, when they
from
start to get
work,
an angle from mid or an angle
to
from their spawn
relax.
side up on the jump up,
It's been
it is very,
crazy.
very difficult to deal with those gunfights if you're the attacking team.
But it's
Really good
alright.
work
How
coming
about
out
you,
from Kings
Hard?
for the retake there. Can they do it again here though? Is Exclusive going to put all their pressure over towards the A side? Spy through the front door, can find the first. Marvel will get taken down by Shark.
Oh.
And Via, well, we'll follow him. Kills being traded across the board though, left, right and centre. And all of a sudden it's a 2 versus 2, just like that.
Next Sunday.
And all the players pretty much split up here. Inferno and Grizz on the hunt for these players. They think they've pushed themselves back all the way towards the back spawn. That hasn't actually happened. Exclusive have full control over Reactor here. So they will get the bomb down. I'm not actually sure
Okay.
what utility there is to even check this in this scenario.
I'm not moving my camera now because it's for a couple seconds.
Grizz, not the best weapon for this one, but Inferno will have the sniper rifle, and that's actually pretty good. Retreat coming out from Neil too. So Shark is actually going to be one inside the site that
Oh,
has
good
all
luck.
of it to do, has to win the gunfight, and really, Grizz just has to get up close and personal here. Exclusive not giving up.
I wonder if Shark's going to start making a move. Well, Grizz, he's
Grizz?
the one who makes it first.
I
Shark
don't
now
think so.
left in a 1 versus 2, and it's just so easy with a
The
shotgun
first
at
assist.
that range
Damn,
for
that was
Grizz.
nice.
Diffuse comes through. Kings find themselves with a 2-0 lead. A little bit of a cushion to fall back on here, but these retakes have been very, very strong.
No,
so
because
far.
ESL
And
it's
honestly, I think what
done
impressed me
in
mostly
4th,
was kind of
in
just the
3rd.
trading
That's
that happened.
Saturday
Started
next
over
week.
towards the beginning
So
of the
I'm
game.
not
It was
sure
literally a kill
if I'm
feed,
gonna stream on my
multicolored all the
birthday
way
or not.
down. Blue, yellow, blue, yellow, blue, yellow. Trades very
Yeah.
much on point from both these two teams, but ultimately it is Kings who come out with the advantage. Maybe a little bit of faster round here from Exclusive this time around. Getting themselves very prepared over towards the B side. What can Inferno do, if anything, here to stop this
Ooh,
happening?
very
Nothing,
good
because he's
one.
been grenaded and he's dead. B side now completely taken over. Kings, what is the route back in here? Should be a plant coming in from Exclusive.
Oh, wow. These nades. These nades! What is going on? That's 3 here in this round. 3 kills.
Someone needs an
all by way of nade.
umbrella.
Finally,
Raining
Shark will
with
stop the nade
nades.
fest. But at this point, Exclusive now have a problem because they still need to get the bomb down. Kings know it as well by way of that set nade. And Shark now going to be face down with Grizz,
Thanks
who
for
just
cookies.
peeks in, gets the kill with the R9, gets the hell out of dodge. And now Exclusive, do you really have that problem? Because do you try and go for the plant here? You feel a bit nervous, right? Because is Grizz now just going to run at you as soon as you do?
Well, nades on point for both two teams, but more so for Kings. It's criminal, isn't it, really? You would have thought maybe a trophy over towards that side, but maybe not available. Here we are, though. The R9
Maybe
has
2
been
trophies?
an absolutely deadly weapon in the hands of Grizz so far, and Cesar may well be the next to fall
mate.
to.
Oh, mate.
What was it, Exclusive? I'm sure do actually have an execution count going on. Well, I think Kings, well, may well have added to theirs, but this time around they will just find the 3-0. No messing around here from the Kings side.
Hiker.
Another kill through from Grizz. Kind of feels unfair when he's using the R9, doesn't it?
It
Yeah.
does. It is really powerful in close range situations.
Maybe a bit powerful.
Yeah, it reminds me of the Remington from Black Ops 2 in a way. Sometimes when you're looking at it, it's just absolutely insane. But already at the start of this one, you're seeing that high-paced action. Both teams know how important it is to get
Should
control
guys
of
European
A.
then.
And oh goodness me, Neil,
Well,
Caesar, and
also
Shark
Grizz
run
is
right
very
on the
good with
grinder.
it.
That is Marvel and Says and Grizz as well. Everyone joining a party that is absolutely Kings coming out on top. How about that
Or
for
they
a
are
fast one?
getting
Fantastic work from
LG.
Kings. They have absolutely reveled in the chaos. That is defense on Meltdown. They've been winning the trades where they need to. They've been retaking perfectly every single time. And Exclusive have not really got much to write home about here, to be honest with you. A couple of occasions they've gotten B-site control and they've just been grenaded out of it. And this time around, Inferno's actually going to find something. Via gets shut down. And that's again just another potential.
That was a
Inferno
beautiful one.
with a second. Looking for number 3, 4, and 5, no doubt, but Kings very much got Exclusive locked into this B site.
And again, it's the same problem for Exclusive, right? You want to try and get the bomb down to even the odds a little bit. You simply can't. You've got no map pressure whatsoever. And I think part of it is as well, Exclusive have one man down pretty constantly here in this scenario because Neil is so far back, very wary of the fact there could be a potential flank. It's really difficult. Now Neil will join the fun though,
I don't
and
know.
Shark actually starts
But the
having some
rounds is so
himself.
fast.
Goes down
The
for the
rounds
count
are
now,
so
but it's pressure.
fast. I
Now
don't
back
know.
on, and hang on for a second here, folks. Caesar finds another kill. This is still realistic, especially as that kill now potentially coming on the flank as well. Marvel, he's trying it again.
Maybe a little bit overzealous from Kings there in their challenges.
Oh, what a read.
Oh,
And
Neil
look,
has read it.
look,
Fantastic
look.
stuff from him. Holds it down, but Raiders there
Breadstick.
to answer back. Now a 2 versus 2. Complete lockdown from
He
this side.
heard
They
you,
know there's no
Illumis.
long angles over
He
towards the
heard
B
you.
site potentially. But you can see the movement being made from Says here. Gets a little bit aggressive. 40 seconds to go.
I
This
think
bomb
this looks strong
may
on the
well
side
find
of
itself going
exclusive.
down as Neil finds a shot onto Raid as well.
Never
But Says is going to be so patient.
mind.
Now goes down to the 1 versus 1. It's going to be Caesar going up against
Caesar.
it. It stays at this time. Can the gunfight go which way it needs to? Exclusive absolutely need this round. It's a ring around the rosy right now.
He
But
still
Ace
has
to go.
time. 32
Caesar,
seconds.
has he outplayed him? No, Says gets the shots in, and the 1 versus 1 is his. Yeah, might as well punch the dead body while you're at it as well. You got 20 seconds. That's more than enough time to do that. Have some showboating and, of course, get the defuse in. That is a pivotal round for exclusive that they end up losing that time. They almost had it in the bag. They almost made the reversal happen. But once again, Kings pull the rabbit out the hat.
I mean, they've had everything here so far. First bloods, trades. They've retaken sites. They've found clutches. And that is ultimately why you see them at 5-0. Could it be the perfect defensive side for Kings here? It's another hit over towards B. It
I
feels like they
think
maybe
this
had
is the
more luck getting
downfall,
control of this site, but getting
you know,
anything done with it has
of
been
how
another thing here
good
for
exclusive started, the hard point. I feel like the control will be on the side of
Kings are once again playing
Kings again. I don't know. It feels like,
to where you're going and
because the
when you're
way
doing it,
they
timing
started
has to
this
be perfect.
S&D.
Spy now going to get the bomb down, so he gets away with the plant. And now Kings, the retake has to look a little bit different because every time they've done it previously, they've had the numbers. This time they don't. Immediate trades going down. 4v4.
Who's this going to be on? Who's going to be the one to break the straw on the camel's back? It's not going to be Kings this time as VF finds a couple unless Grizz & Co. can do something magical about this, but I don't think Raid has it in his locker. Eventually, exclusive will find themselves with a round here.
Finally!
It's because they can get that bomb down and then they force Kings in, right? That's been the biggest problem so far. Site control, yeah, been fantastic from exclusive. They've been able to find it nearly every single time. But getting that bomb down was an issue, but the second they did, Kings struggled.
Finally something different now. We're going to switch sides here as exclusive do have 1 round on the board from their defense.
Heavy investment, yeah.
Or from the offense, excuse me. Now defense here coming out from exclusive. Yeah, they are heavily going straight towards B. Kings have played this a little bit more passively. They've stayed back somewhat to survey the land before making some kind of decision. And in doing so, they will have a free A-bomb site, provided, of course, that there isn't much utility left on site for exclusive that they could just throw straight in towards the site.
Spy will be the first one here if he wants to be. But it's a scary place to be now.
Oh, nobody was in
you are
A.
starting to gain information because of the lack of. Nobody over towards the B side, so, well, ultimately, where have they got to be? Well, it's inside of A. I'd imagine that bomb going down is something they probably want to do quite soon. I presume they were maybe waiting on some utility coming through to potentially stop it. Well, here's the opportunity now if you're exclusive. No grenades in, bomb down, 5v5.
It's so difficult.
That's interesting.
No shotgun on side as well for exclusive, so going to have to get this done with the Phoenix and the snipers. Neil's down for the count though, so that's that sniper down as well. Exclusive, going to trade things back by way of Caesar. Rage just dropped straight down, and that's an easy kill for Shark, who was waiting there patiently. How much more can he find as well, though? Gets doubled up, though. Says that's unfortunate, and now it is just down to Caesar here, 1 versus 3. Way too many different directions to look here, and Kings will overwhelm. And that's just a classic case of at the start of the round, you have that 50-50 decision on the defense. You choose to full 5-stack on towards B, and it's a decision that doesn't go your way.
It's a strange one, I think, on this map as well, because I think if you lose control, especially over towards the A side, it's not necessarily, I want to say, the easiest retake in a 5v5 situation.
This could,
it's a risky
we are
play from
doing map
that
points.
this time
We are
round
at
does
map.
not pay off. This time, though, they are going to read it
This could
correctly,
be
and
the
they're just
last-
not playing it how Kings played it whatsoever. They play it aggressively. It's a 2-for-2 trade on the
That's true.
site. 3 versus 3, but crucially, Kings have had to back on down.
Yeah, I do believe they lost the player over towards A. So technically speaking, Kings could play this hyper-aggressive and rotate straight over towards A and be pretty successful with it. The only problem would be Spy, who's currently sitting up top in the boiler room. He'd see it, and that would be the reaction from exclusive. Also worth saying, though, Kings are prepared for that reaction. Inferno is watching the middle of the map like a hawk, so even if exclusive do rotate, Inferno will be there to deal, and that is the game plan here for Kings. Get the bomb down over towards A and deal with the retake.
Yeah, information would be there
Alessandro.
from Inferno. He's like, yeah, I am inside the reactor, and I am alone. Makes them move over. This bomb will go down. Now, what's the plan here from exclusive? You look at the positioning of Spy. Is he maybe going to go for a flank, but immediately Marvel playing a fantastic spot here against Neil. That's going to be the gunfight that he looks to win, looks the wrong way. So Neil will find the kill in the middle of the map here. And if you are Says, you have to be careful. Get back inside.
Maybe.
3v2 retake now from exclusive with 23 seconds to go.
The timing has to be good. You cannot hit this 1 by 1. You have to make sure you catch Inferno off guard. And Inferno Has he found all the sneaky beaky timing? He was climbing on the ladder, so the player jumping right over him didn't see him in the situation. Says now to pull it off. Inferno for the 1v2, and all he has to do now is just waste time, get away, try and play your life. Yep, successful for Inferno. There is time for defuse from Neil here, but Inferno goes for the final kill. Beautifully played there as they find the 7th round required here to close out the search and destroy in their favor. What a blitzing start from Kings there.
I mean, when you go that far ahead on a defensive side, it's very, very difficult to come back. Look, ultimately, when you find that lead, the confidence is just flowing. They played every single facet of that search and destroy significantly better than Exclusive did. And it felt like Exclusive were just getting picked apart on so many different occasions. It felt like, you know, you can't necessarily put it down to Kings being necessarily better at any particular thing there because they were just better at everything. Well, it felt like every single round was something different to a certain degree. Like it was the nades on one round on the defensive side. It was a slow retake on one moment. It was a fast push in one of the rounds.
Yeah, true.
It just felt like every single way you could play S&D was shown by Kings there, and they excelled at it over Exclusive in every single way.
Yeah, I mean, the set nades for one are very, very good from Kings. The timings, you can tell they have practiced those down to a T. To the point where I think the one round that Exclusive did win there in the search and destroy was the one round where they planted the bomb a little bit later, waiting for the nades to come through first, and then went for the bomb, just because they knew what would happen otherwise. So yeah, big plays coming out from Kings. You can tell they definitely watched the VOL on that map, knew how to play it perfectly, and what a performance coming out from Grizz, by the way. That R9, there's very few players that I see using an R9, and I know they are going to destroy people. Raf is one of them. Grizz is another. every time, man.
I feel like we just don't see it that often, which is kind of crazy, to be honest with you, considering what we're seeing from Grizz here. I mean, he's been absolutely piecing with it. There's been a couple of occasions like there's been relatively ranged kills for a shotgun.
I'm not sure. I think it's raid. I hope it's not raid.
Well, it is, yeah.
If anyone doesn't know what we're on about, by the way, there's well, I mean, most people do, because most fans of COD Mobile have like some knowledge of like the multiplayer CODs, the console CODs, as it were. It was like a shotgun back in like Black Ops 2 that was ridiculous, and the R9 is just that shotgun. The R9 is insane. It is situational, I'll say that much. You know, you don't want to be stuck in a long-range gunfight with the R9, because more likely than not, you're not going to be able to out-movement your opponent, not here at the highest level at least. But for the most part, when you do see it, you see performances like that, especially on Meltdown, with just how many kind of close-range gunfights you find yourself in, how many close-range gunfights Grizz found himself in that map. Pretty well played. That was an important search and destroy coming out from Kings on the whole, because Exclusive in the past have been one of our best search and destroy teams here in Europe. They were #1, not just in terms of record, but in terms of differential, and they have been taken down. I think part of it, honestly, was the map pick. That was a really good pick coming out, bringing Meltdown in the mixer when I don't think either of these two teams have
I'm happy to see you too, Jonas.
In this season.
It's always nice to catch up with you guys.
I don't think so.
I don't think we've seen it. Someone will correct me if I'm wrong. I will say, I mean, Exclusive up until this point, up until maybe last week, had played such a varied map set that it's impossible to tell what they've played and what they haven't, because they've played basically everything.
Yeah, look, I think that always helps, but like we seen the game plan was there for Kings. It felt like Exclusive didn't have one, and I feel like you could tell it when we went onto the defensive side for Exclusive. And it's a 5-man stack in B. It's just kind of, you know, throw something in the wall and see what sticks at that stage for Exclusive, because things really were not going their way. Control though, like I mean, let's talk about it, because realistically speaking, with the way that Exclusive played that map #1, okay, we'll not say it's exactly the same mode by any stretch of the imagination, because it's not, but it's more so about that slaying game. Exclusive looked fantastic over on map #1. Can they carry that into that map #3, do you believe? Or do you think that search and destroy is maybe just going to settle them a little bit?
I think it's difficult because, again, the thing is for Exclusive, what we've seen from Exclusive this season so far is relative to who they've played. And again, the run-ins for these teams are very, very different. We know what Kings are like against top teams, because we saw them go game 5 with an Omniscient. We saw them get 3-0'd in the control. That was on standoff, of course. So we have that knowledge. But when it comes down to Exclusive, I mean, they are so good at control. They've got the best differential in the league because, again, they have not played the same competition. That differential will reduce, supposedly at least. What we think is going to happen is the differential will reduce dramatically when they get rid of this matchup and when they play Omniscient as well. So it's very difficult to tell until they play one another how this one is going to go down. Again, though, that pick is standoff, right? We're seeing here.
Yes.
Very weird. I was not expecting standoff whatsoever, and it feels like a kind of a gimme to a certain extent, because this is a very good map pick on the whole for Exclusive. They're 2-0 in it.
And I think as well, if you look for Exclusive in this sense, you're going into this standoff. Raid is more so I want to say a pure control map, in the sense of you really do have to play that objective. You have to kind of play the map very correctly. You have to make sure you're making the right pushes at the right times. Whereas standoff is one of those moments where, well, if you get in the spawn trap, you're probably going to win the game. So I think it always have that Hail Mary to a certain degree, and it's more so about the slaying side of things rather than Raid being more so about the game of control.
I don't think we are going to see a spawn trap here, to be honest.
But it can happen to anybody, though. You lose a couple of gunfights, and all of a sudden you can get forced in there. And
who do you think is going to win?
Necessarily about this 5v5 spawn trap. You've got them put in there. You're locking them in. I think one thing I've seen a lot of teams doing is making sure they control that back alley so there's no spawns coming on through. Yep. And even if they lost a bit of ground through the middle of the map, so say for instance a couple of players have broke through and they're making some slow progress over towards that B side, quite often you will see one or two of the most slay heavy players on one of the teams just start a farm, a couple of kills, just slow them down, stop those reinforcements coming through. So maybe that's something that Exclusive or Kings are both looking towards. But I think I'd agree with you in the sense that Exclusive probably the favorites heading into this control, you would say. But realistically speaking, I still think Raid would have maybe been a bit of a closer competition in who plays control correctly, not necessarily about this somewhat chaotic map that is standoff.
Yeah, it's a weird one, right? Because standoff control. Did we ever play standoff control competitively?
No, control wasn't a thing back then with CTF.
Oh my god.
Come on, mate.
Oh my god, that's so bad. Oh yeah, of course. Okay, of course we didn't play it back then. But it is weird because obviously, like, we're so used to seeing it in Search and Destroy. We're so used to seeing it in a hardpoint. But Control is very peculiar. I think just solely because of the existence of that spawn trap and how teams have been playing around it and how one-sided some of these games have been this season because of it. It really is just a case of the team on the defense. If they are significantly more powerful than the team on the offense, they will just get that spawn trap going. Again, though, I don't think that's going to happen here. I think we're in for a pretty competitive game of standoff. The one thing I will say is standoff, I think on the whole, as a map, offers a lot of different routes for players to kind of sneak behind enemy lines and cause carnage. And I've seen that from a lot of different teams. I think Disciples were very good at it over in the North American region. They were very good at like slipping players in behind and you know, just basically breaking spawn traps. So if one of the players on Kings or Exclusive can do that here, I think that would be really helpful when you are on the offense to get a player to do that.
Yeah, of course.
He's gonna shotgun.
Players for Exclusive will do that. You know, Sharky's gonna do it. You know, he's gonna bring that. You know, Grizz is gonna be in there for Kings. They're gonna be those up close and personal players who want to get into grandmas. They want to just run up and down the stairs. They want to just cause issue with you constantly. And these are the kind of moments that are very, very annoying for an attacking team. So you really do want to slow it down. We'll be getting the game very, very shortly. I'm going to go flatline predictions here.
No, don't do predictions.
No.
You'll regret it, mate.
It is, mate, because it's either that or just talk about something completely.
Well, there are things to talk about, to be fair. One of the notable things we haven't had a chance to talk about is Spy. He's playing in this matchup. We had that conversation, right?
Okay,
we're going to bring Spy in because I think the last match, I don't think they did. My memory is terrible. But
what do you mean? Spy was playing always.
We had that conversation like, is Spy going to be playing here for Exclusive? And he is. And that's a really interesting talking point because Spy has been on the Kings roster for a very, very long time prior to the roster change. He's going to bring across a lot of knowledge about Kings. And to be fair, Exclusive probably know a fair amount of Kings anyway, but I think that knowledge is going to be really important, I think, for Exclusive moving forward to know, all right, this is what King's strats look like on XYZ map, and we get that information from Spy. So I think that's a really important player, I think, to bring on board.
Yeah, and I think for him especially, you know, coming into this one, it's very much about the revenge tour. But we are having a very, very small issue, so we're going to go through a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We do have the resumption of the game between Exclusive and Kings just after this.
Okay, if there is a break. 5 minutes break. Let me show you guys the book that I got. Let me show you the books that I got because there's a 5 minutes break. So basically, I'm reading now, but it's in the bed. It's called The Fury. It's from Alex Mikhail this whatever. He's one of my favorite not actors, authors. And I got this one. I didn't even open it. Like doing some. Let me open this. Got the best such good price. I paid for 4 books like less than 20 euros. With the shipping. The shipping was not even €1. So it was actually really good. I really love tracking books. I never heard of this author of this book. Apparently it's a bestseller. I don't think it's I don't know. Most of them are bestsellers. Let me do the smile test. Oh yeah. There's such a satisfying thing when you open a book and you smell it. Has the smelly, the smell of a new book. Like, it looks interesting. It says don't talk with unknown people. Okay, then the second one. The fact I need to open it. Okay. This is like, it's called Hi Babe. What's up? This is called Just Us. Just two of us. Just the two of us. Okay, let me do the smell test. It smells so good. I don't know what is this, but these three came like in a package, like all three, because it was like they were on sales. So obviously I will not say no to an offer like that, right? Even if they are not like probably my taste, but again, there were 4 books and they were like not even $20 with shipping. Like, with shipping, can you believe that? And this one is called, let me see, let me open it first. Happy New Year. Okay, this book smells more intensely than this one's. I wish they would do like the pages black. You know, I did see many books like that. And the writing white. It would be so cool, to be honest. If I would ever publish my book, it would be like that. How many pages do these have? Okay, 350, 450. This one, this is really light. It seems really light. 300. You see the last page, what it says. Oh, this is the thanks. Okay, it's gonna be interesting. I still have the Fury High Road. I have the Fury somewhere there, but I'm telling you, it was a good deal. I have the Fury there. I was trying to read. I read like 60 pages of it. It's the beginning, so it's a little bit I don't know. It's a little bit slow, and I don't like it. Something that I appreciate about his book is that like they're always like very, it's what's covered, I guess, into like, you know, this one it's a lot of like description and stuff, and I don't know. What's up, Ilulumis?
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
All right, everybody, welcome back here to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We've had a little short break. We're sorting out some technical issues, and now we're going to be back into exclusive versus Kings for a standoff control that is going to be for the ages. Again, we already recognized that it was going to be a bit of a weird pick, I think, coming into the series. We expected a raid control. We're getting standoff instead, so a bit of spiciness.
We get a track to what is the bloodbath that is standoff. So many occasions.
You are convinced this is going to be a bloodbath.
Well, it always is, isn't it? It's one of those maps where you just go into it and it's like, okay, well, you know, these first gunfights are going to be ever so crucial, especially for the attacking team, which is going to be Kings to kick things off. Yet managed to get them through themselves, through the middle of the map, so that's always a start. I haven't seen Grizz put the R9 away yet, and for good reason, because he's absolutely frying with it. But this is a really good start from Kings, actually. Is all 4 members, as if I say that, as if the 5th was about to go. Via is there to slow it down, but 4 members of Exclusive dying almost immediately. So Kings now have that point. They're halfway up the map. They start to get some objective time underneath their belts.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, we always talk about the spawn trap on the defense. What can happen to offensive teams? Well, here on the offense, Kings have a really good opportunity to put Exclusive in the spawn trap on the other side. Grizz getting aggressive now through the P2 hardpoint, cannot get it done. Can only find 1 kill. And a little bit of pressure will now alleviate for Exclusive, find themselves at least out of their spawn. But even still, Exclusive are just continually sending players that way. I mean, look at number 2 right now. Raid is just chilling over here by P2 side. Has to back up a little bit, but the map control has been entirely Kings.
And now I love what that actually means that Exclusive have to do. They have to check their corners. They can't just run straight through. They know players are going to be there. So I love the aggression, then the regression from Kings. That sets them up so beautifully to take a hold of A right now. 10 lives, 9 lives now remaining. Kings are just slaying them out on the spawn. They were saying, yeah, you know what, screw the objective, let's just go for it. It's a transition over towards B, which is now just forcing them further and further back.
I said something like this gonna happen.
This is from Kings. It would take something very, very
that maybe the first game was like that for...
Grizz is not the way to do it. Good shots coming through from Marvel and Caesar, from Caesar.
For
but the damage has
Kings,
been
and they're gonna recover.
Don't think Exclusive have got this in their locker, Brody.
What do you mean, mate? 2 versus 15? Totally possible. 20 gun B, all that's required. Grizz and Marvel going to close
This
things
is
out.
nasty with that shotgun.
How about that for a start? You were worried there about the defense. Spawn trap in the offense. No, how about that the other way around? Kings come right out from the start. Grizz with the R9 shredding. And now we're looking towards this round. Grizz and Raid both have Hunter Killer drones. You've got a Predator missile for Raid as well. There is quite a lot in the back pockets in terms of utility. 3 operators. Kings off the start of this round. They've got some stuff to work with.
Yeah, Grizz probably should have known that timing maybe a little bit better. Expecting players to push over towards this side is going to be something you do, but Inferno, second time of asking, will deal with Spy. Now this time around, 1 has slipped the net here, and that's going to be some information at least as the shots start to come on through. Now it's a big kill for Viet to find. He should get traded and does so. And now this is where things can get very, very dangerous. But that's going to be Neil finding kill onto Raid. And I believe that was actually the operator popped in there. And Grizz will now find 2 as well, so they can start to force this pressure just a little bit. They lose a body a bit further up the map. Those who are Exclusive have a little bit of room to breathe. But Kings very much keeping that pressure on so far.
Yeah, that was a big investment coming out from Kings. You utilised both of the Hunter Killer drones, the Predator missile, and 3 of your operators to try and spawn trap, and that hasn't exactly happened. So Exclusive here.
No sponsor, but
for the moment,
Kings is doing good. I feel like it's gonna be a 3-0.
They can now start to get some progress as the clock will stop at 37 seconds. Raid on our screens. On the hunt for a player that was sitting inside the gas station. Neil going to win that gunfight, and all of a sudden here,
Inferno.
Exclusive, yeah, you are 5 lives down, but you're relatively happy with the way this one is progressing at the moment.
Oh? Nobody's dying.
Back alley control, which they are now going to get a hold of. So now they can start pushing through, get a hold of that P2 green control. I mean, you say that, but you have let Raid slip the net, and he has found 2.
Oh,
spawn that gets dealt
Hi,
with.
Nervan.
The problem is you can't let Raid get those 2 kills. That just turns it so quickly on its head. And now Grizz can force through, and here comes the R9, and here comes the spawn trap. 15 versus 5. This round has taken a turn very, very quickly from relatively close to absolutely not. Good shots coming on through. Neil will find 2. It would take a small miracle for Exclusive to find their way out of this one. Kings, quite literally brilliant in the middle of the map there. And honestly, I think the 2 kills that basically win them that round is Raid.
Yep.
He finds them in towards Grandma's when there's pressure being exerted. And then all of a sudden, Kings can then get on the front foot from that. Exclusive was sitting in an okay spot, maybe an awkward spot where they aren't necessarily getting a lot, but they've got some decent control like that. Gone.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, I don't think Spy and Shark have even learned their operators yet. They've got 4 kills apiece. They've had such a slow game so far that they are not even options on the board at the moment. Exclusive though, at the start of this round, they do want to set up the spawn trap early on. They haven't been able to do so, despite getting the first wave of gunfights. It's raiding Grizz
That's 8. I thought it's 0. I was like, who has 0 kills?
I was wondering whether or not that would be the play call coming out for Exclusive to invest something to have a dominant defensive round.
Okay, finally.
At the moment, that's coming by way of Neil, who is finding a fair amount of value here inside Grandma's. He's doing a lot of damage at the moment to Kings, but there is a couple of players that did manage to filter through. One of those has just been dealt with. The other one is going to be playing number 1, who finally does get traded on and out. And you're happy with this, I think, if you're Exclusive. Yes, you haven't got the spawn trap 100% just yet, but you have an 8 life advantage off 1 investment.
You look at that map, though, you think about a 50-yard line on this map. Very much Kings, not past that whatsoever. Exclusive do have to win a couple of these gunfights though to keep
Oh,
that
grenades.
being the case. Spy with a couple of important ones over towards the tank side. He will keep them just that little bit further back. Marvel finds two though. Maybe Neil offered himself just a little bit too easily over towards the B side. All of a sudden, there is going to be a walkthrough coming on through, and it is going to be Grizz find himself over towards that B side. Ray just causing absolute chaos in the middle of the map. The Switchblade has just been so stunningly used in his hands all game long. Grizz now just trying to put his head on a little bit. I'm not too sure about this investment. He is all on his own, but he's just trying to keep this pressure away. Because he's a B, they have to turn around and deal with him, or do they? They just leave him, and they've left him to do a lot of damage. 2 ticks about to come in over towards the B side. Do Exclusive turn around and deal with him, or do you just keep Kings in?
This is damaging. I was going to say that Exclusive are really happy with this round because they have a
no
massive
way,
drive
Kings.
advantage, and of course they haven't given any ticks away. But now that's entirely
There's a
changed.
chance Kings
Grizz
is winning this.
given 2 ticks of progression over by B. Kings now have presence on A as well. And it's just down to a 3 versus A. It's still a pretty tough situation. The B in Saze is trying to make the best of a bad situation, but he's going to get shut down. Raid has something to say on the other side. He needs to pull off a 1 versus 7. Now 1v6 off the back of that first kill. He can't get it done. And yeah, I briefly mentioned it there, to be honest, Ton.
I had high hopes.
They invest 1 operator. And it looks pretty good, right? It looks like a very efficient usage of the operators. They've still got 4 remaining, but that was a very good round for them. And then it wasn't. And I think Grizz getting away with the 2 ticks that he did, I think there might have been 1 on A as well. That is, I think, the best possible situation for Kings there.
Kings got forced away, and it's just that solo player that can sometimes make the difference. Oh, that's a big kill coming on through, though. And ultimately, it's just going to be operator on operator. VR manages to deal with Spy. So the equalizer working out one way, not the other. And now Exclusive all of a sudden can maybe start to get something going here. Shock, trying to lock it down over towards the B side. Via just causing chaos. Finds a couple, but no more that was needed. He really could have done with finding that kill to then back his team up over towards the B side. And all of a sudden, what was a wonderful start from Exclusive in the round turns into, well, maybe this is a little bit dangerous. Say's starting to do work down the back alley. And Cesar will find 2 and just relent that pressure that Kings are starting to put on. Neil has found a way out here. There may be something on the cards for Exclusive.
How come? Did Spy always use Holger?
Going to be shut down as one of them. Nice trade coming out from Shark. So realistic shot at getting B control for Exclusive here. Of course, they do need to win this round. Kings, are they just going to give this one up, or at the very least just leave it to Saze in hopes of just setting up that spawn trap? I think that might just be the play here, because these players are going to have to regress from the point as soon as they get the capture. That capture will now come through, and it's about what happens past that point. Double back. Was player number 2 there from Kings. That was
Hello, hi.
Those players have to double back from Exclusive, and they're being picked up. Shark needs to play his life as much as humanly possible. He is the only one outside of that spawn trap.
Back alley control is going to be here though for Exclusive. Oh, they could have done with winning that gunfight. Shark falls, and welcome to the spawn trap if you're Exclusive now. There's players over towards the back alley, and here comes the Predator missile as well, just to put the herd down.
Yeah, this is over. Damn.
Kings. You've really been forced back if you're Exclusive, but the small amount of breathing room that you may well get is from Shark. It's managed to find a way out. It's not a definite spawn trap just yet. But Exclusive really not on a good spot now. 8 versus 4. You need to find every single gunfight this time round.
One spawn out coming out from Shark here.
Ooh, that is a good one.
Annihilator to try and save the round. Spy as well finds 1. So now 4 versus 6. This is still possible. And that Annihilator could still find value. Neil's going to find another one too. One more.
Bro, how is the 4v4?
Saze is going to win the fight. Now a 4 versus 3 though. Neil has brought it back into the possibility. Exclusive. 1 man down. Caesars for the first kill.
Why you don't slow down?
And it now turns into a very different game. Oh, 3 versus 2 though, as Shark gets taken down over towards the back alley side. And really for Exclusive, that was the man you needed further pushed up.
So we have Grizz, Marvel, and Raid.
Have his operator available. And
but
really,
Spy is with the Holger.
Grizz also
he did good
does
with
have
the Holger.
The next kill is so crucial. Do you bring us back to a 2 versus 2, or does it go to a 3 versus 1? Time starting to tick. 25 seconds, and if you're Exclusive, you've got to find a route through this defense. You've got to get a touch. They get it. Cesar, investment. Starting to come through here with the operator. As you can hear it ringing out, he's going to find a 1-for-1 trade. It's now a 1 versus 2 for Spy.
At least the Sparrow of Grizz is gone. So Spy can realistically do this, but he's got to deal with 2 different players from different directions. That's the first kill, but Raid with the slide. The slide is going to out-tell him in the situation.
I was a bit scared there.
And Kings come out on top. How about that one right from the start? The aggression, the venom from them in that very first round. I think that was really the difference maker, because those back 3 rounds were relatively competitive. That first one, though, I think was just the statement that Kings needed to start the control the way that they wanted.
I think we will not see another SMD. I think King's gonna take the hard point. I don't know.
Insane plays coming out from Kings.
A couple of crucial kills in that final round specifically, though, weren't there? When you at that stage where you're exclusive, you're allowed to push yourself out of the spawn, you get over towards the B side. And I talked about it at the beginning of the game. You've seen a lot of these teams allowing those players to do, right, okay, that's cool. There's 2 of you out. No problem. We will just trap the rest of your team in there. Then, of course, you don't have those reinforcements. What Exclusive do, though, is manage to get a hold of that on their own and find a couple of kills whilst they're doing so, which really did help. But ultimately, it was always about those rounds from Exclusive where they weren't able to get out this one, or they weren't at least able to get past that 50-yard line, especially on these attacking rounds. It can really make the difference. It just feels like that. I want to say that the punching power from Kings there was a lot better on both attack and defense in terms of finding those big 1v1s in the mid-map to then get yourself out, and then you can kind of control the round from there. If you lose those gunfights, which it felt like Exclusive were losing quite often, around mid-tank, around over towards Grandma's side, you put yourself on the back foot. It felt like Exclusive are literally walking backwards trying to punch, and it doesn't work that way.
Yeah, what an insane game. From Kings, really. Just great clutch up all around, and that, I think, was an important one in the series, because we look further on out through the series, and things do still look pretty positive, I think, on the whole, for Exclusive, especially as we get into the next map, because this is Apocalypse Hardpoint. And this was the question that we had, you know, why isn't it Summit? Why isn't Summit the choice from them? And I am speculating that the reason they didn't want Summit was because of the fact that Kings, more likely than not, will have gone back, they will have watched that VOD, and they will have done the prep. Exclusive, well, they've got a fair bit of prep here against Kings on this map. This, of course, was the map that they made the iconic comeback against Omniscient at the very start of the season here in the European Snapdragon Pro Series. Exclusive now want to do it again to Kings.
But the thing that happened with Kings is their fundamentals on Apocalypse didn't look solid, did they? Yes, okay, you can say the comeback was there, but have Exclusive looked at it? Have they said to themselves, right, okay, rather not play them on Summit, let's just do what pretty much Omniscient did to them, but let's make sure we finish it. It's going to be 2 different sides of the story on this one, but looking over towards the spawns, it is going to be Exclusive in control of P2, which we know can be really, really important. Not a great deal to talk about over towards P1 with 30 seconds left to go. Kills starting to come through for Exclusive, maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, I think they will not go to the SND. I feel like King's gonna win.
Just back on down, you keep those spawns, and you will very much take whatever differential you now get out of P1.
Yeah, this P1 is neither here nor there, to be honest with you. I mean, if you get the time, that's all well and good. Caesar and Spy are going to combine for 4. Yeah, exactly. If you get time off it, great. I think P2 is the bigger problem here for Kings. And to be fair, Exclusive are holding them in the middle of the map for the moment. But Shark and Caesar go down now.
Hi, Deepish, how are you?
Raid actually going to follow up with another one here. This is investment coming out from Exclusive right off the rip. They know how important this is. This Predator missile doesn't even get
they need a P2.
Well. And now Kings are knocking at the door here. They're trying to come around the back line. Raider's going to find one. Caesar and Marble also there. And all of a sudden, it's isolated just down to Caesar in the back of the map. There's a bit of a rogue spawn coming through from Spy as well. Players in the middle of the map from Exclusive. They've still got a chance at this hill, but now maybe not so much anymore as Neil's the last one left alive. How on earth has that happened?
Oh, you just can't let it happen. That's the thing. Exclusive do absolutely everything right over towards P1 to keep those P2 spawns alive.
Telling you.
And then you lose all the gunfights. The Predator missile was invested earlier, and they did find something with that, but the Hunter Killer drone found absolutely nothing, and King's now starting to find absolutely everything. Gunfight from Spy does eventually fall his way, but Raid is there to maybe answer his critics. Caesar, no, is able to find 2. Vera is there as well. So for all that they do lose the spawns Exclusive, have they lost as many points as they maybe thought?
Oh, by the way, I wanted to send you the Discord link, but I forgot. Join my Discord, Rob, if you are not in my Discord yet.
If we could have won those few gunfights. Now,
you should be there.
P3, it's not necessarily
and
where you'll
boosting my server, you know?
But 30 seconds is the difference between these 2 teams. Now Exclusive would like to get themselves back into a better position, back kill feed. Every single time I'm talking about them maybe coming back into it, just looks like it's Kings all the way through.
Yeah, you let Marvel get a fair bit of utility on side as well. The Hunter Killer drone is going to contribute here to this initial break. Now the Predator missile coming down as well from the sky. And again, that kill feed is all Kings as they are picking up every single gunfight. Now, like I say it though, Caesar and Neil going to combine for 3. Shark's going to make that 4, and Exclusive are back in. But they're going to have to deal with split spawns coming out from Kings. 2 towards the new hard point, 2 towards old. Now are they going to read it? Marvel not read through the middle of the map. He's able to find a couple of kills here. Kings, they still ideally want to take this time away while also holding on towards those spawns for a new.
Oh, Zentio versus
Says and Marvel going to lose both of them Exclusive. They're doing a fair amount of job here and actually getting the time off old. They're doing a really good job of it. They are happy with that kill. But now, of course, it's about the transition towards new where Kings are spawning.
Nice and tight in the setup there for Exclusive. Set out their stall,
Shark,
find the Kings
he
into
died.
it, slate them.
They
every
made
single
it
which way
close. That's
possible.
interesting.
Find themselves in the lead, but this is going to be a difficult break now, especially with no kills falling the way of Exclusive whatsoever. It's been all Kings until Shark can answer back, but that is maybe something that is on the cards to invest here to get yourself back into it. Grizz completely wasted his Sparrow, but he does have an R9 alongside of him as well. But now the spawns for Exclusive start to become a little bit more linear. They can push from one side. They're going to have to start finding some kills. Marvel will invest the Annihilator. Spy will find a kill into Raid, and this is the opportunity now, but can say start to clean up. That second kill is huge.
War Machine.
Decent offense from Exclusive is completely shut down.
And nicely done from Kings. They've invested quite a lot into this one, and I think every single operator has come out to play here so the Kings can get control of this hill. And to be fair, I love the strength coming out from Exclusive because they have used nothing. So well played Exclusive for the moment. Can you break in without using anything is the question, because Inferno says everybody is contributing to spawn trapping you at this point.
Big investment in this.
A couple kills up. If you give away the last 10 seconds or so, not the end of the world. They might not even have to though. Inferno just chilling for the remainder of this time is finally going to get cut down from that post box side. So that is that back 10 seconds for Exclusive. And as I said, Ton, Exclusive actually didn't invest anything into that. So you're okay with that? You're 20 points down, but you've still got your specialist.
I suppose so, but
yeah, but they have like the operators on their side.
It was a good moment for Exclusive to maybe invest something. It's a hard gunfight on occasion, but at least I'm kind of thinking War Machine or something like that. Just try and clear one of the rooms out to then push forward. I don't know. It's one of those. Do you stick or you twist? And they chose to stick and now find themselves behind, but it's not too bad. As we did mention, some really important gunfights were going on over towards the kickoff of P1. Over towards the back ruins, Kings made sure they locked that down. Spy and Kodo starting to find a couple of kills. Exclusive will get past that halfway line. 35 seconds remaining here at P1. They've got them in a decent spot. That would have been a huge kill because Sage would have fallen, and they may well have been able to put the pressure on for P2.
I feel like now is when you need to keep one, to be honest, because if you keep them in the back pocket for this amount of time, you're giving time away to Kings. You've gotten P2 away to Kings, and you're going to get to the point where they've got their operators again. This is just not good whatsoever. The kills now starting to come through for Exclusive. Now you get the splits for Kings. You have not got the numbers, and oh goodness me, what is that? Oh, the COD gods are blessing Exclusive. Fear that has to do something with it, and he brings out the equalizers to no effect. The most powerful operator goes completely to waste, and now Exclusive have invested something
that powerful.
Nothing. Kings in control of that next rotation. They're knocking at the door, 6 points behind. You need to see this operators come out now.
Oh, if you're Veer there, you maybe just get a little bit too excited thinking, I'm behind them. I've got everything I possibly could want here. They invest it and get nothing. Spy will manage to find something with the War Machine before falling. And yeah, okay, we talked about it. These investments from Exclusive haven't really came. And have you maybe missed the bear market and the bull run's already started at this stage?
So which is the best one?
Anyway, King's now starting to find a few kills
in your opinion
over towards this side the majority of the time. 30 seconds gone here over towards P2. And still Exclusive are holding on to them. Feels like they're waiting for the opportune moment. It may not arise.
I mean, to be honest, I can't believe it's this close. To be honest, if you Kings are only just in the lead, and I talked about it,
that makes sense.
If you wait too long to get your operators out, Kings are going to have theirs, and now indeed they do.
Bonjour, comes back.
Now you're starting to see some investment on the other side. Sharks going to come through with a double. It is not enough, as that is the rest of the time to Kings. This is not good. Exclusive, now 60 points down or so, going into the next rotation. Last time around, this is where they managed to make things level. And they do still have 3 operators in the back pocket, but you'd ideally want to do without them for the moment. Spy now going to be the last one left alive on the new point as everybody but he dies. And Spy has played his life pretty well. Might now just be the player, if anybody, that tries to cut players up through the middle of the map while the rest of the team spawns close. And yeah, nicely done from Veer and Spy. They get a couple of kills. They're going to give this the first one.
Makes sense.
Kings trying to force
I appreciate that.
45 seconds left to play with here over towards the P3 side. As Exclusive trying to find a way back in. It's a decent lead here for Kings. They've started to find just a little bit of something, and Neil finds nothing with the Annihilator. 2 whiffed shots. You can't let that happen against the best in the business. Shark and Co are just going to have to try and scramble now. You're going to have to try and find something. He lost the spawns again for P4. Kings, they really did well over towards this hill last time around, and they are going to do it again if you allow them to get control. Kings get control of P3.
Yeah, that's true, that's
They've
true.
got the spawns of P4. If you're Exclusive, things are starting to get a little bit scary.
This is the worst possible position
I'm
you
still
can be in.
copying
Yeah,
it,
right, you're only 50
but
points
they have a syrup.
But you
it's
do
like
not have control of the kill in which Kings dominated you last time around, and you're still
a plant-based one, like a natural thing.
You need to use them now. Predator missile coming down from Inferno. That's going to clear a little bit of space. Things looking pretty if you're Kings here in this scenario. Marvel's actually going to bring the Annihilators down, and he's going to get shut down pretty much straight away. But Grizz with the R9 might well be an operator here.
Tastes like that with mint.
And now we're finally seeing these operators come out to play. Exclusive, no, this is the time to get it done. They want to get into the hard point, and
that was a good one.
And for Veer, this is a much better usage of the equalizers.
Got to win the second gunfight of your Shark as well. There's a little bit of company inside the point. The shots are very well held from Raid. Manages to find the second as well, and can he continue to cut off? Finds a second, but Veer is going to lock it down. But where are the comms? They're all over the point. Kings have waltzed on through and just stolen this hill away from Exclusive. Feels like that was just far too easy, like a knife through butter.
I wish we would have listeners.
Quick enough. Kings came from so many different directions, and there's 10 seconds off here. The 200-point mark may well be broken as we head over to another rotation of hills. It's a chunky lead for Kings here. These next couple of gunfights over towards these P2 spawns are going to be very, very influential of who wins this game. But it's very much looking
My cousin came home
towards Kings at the moment in time. And Grizz is
so I spent some time with her because I missed her.
The pressure starting to come in over towards P2. Oh, we'll have an arrow to your forehead. Will kill himself as well.
Hey, what a Grizz.
Again, every single time you have these advantageous positions, it is Kings that are currently sitting atop them. Exclusive continually unable to close this 50-point barrier, and things might well get even worse here. Say's coming in from behind to do some damage, looking for it, but now the spawn's going to flip out here. Exclusive in a really good position, and I think part of that was because the Kings did get hyper-aggressive, did start to push just a little bit too far forward, and all of a sudden, Exclusive, while they might be 60 points down, they've been offered a lifeline.
With 30 seconds to go towards P1, the chess game starts to happen. The spawn's still coming in there. Not enough pressure for Exclusive on the map.
Okay, we will not do an S&D. That's interesting.
Get something up, and giving up is that P1 time. That difference now down to about 30 or so. Good kills coming in here from Inferno. They're just trying to slow them down as best as he can, but has anybody sent it? Not quite. It's 3 kills from Inferno. Just like that, is he going to get the fourth? Not quite.
Nice one.
The slaying game in the middle of the map for the side of Kings there from Inferno was huge. Investment now from Marvel. The Annihilator is out. He's being tagged up though. He goes for the Charl.
Oh, that was such a waste.
Great deal from that. Now, where is the spawn? It is not in. It is very much out for the side of Marvel. Now comes the aggression. It needs to be there for Exclusive, but that kill feed looks like a Kings game. They're starting to fall.
DRH is kind of
away from closing the series.
Yeah, Neil and Spy already used their operators as well. They are down. They are done. But now players in the backline here for Exclusive. Maybe they don't need them. Shark comes in for the double, and the kill's going in their favor. Just one player left alive in the backline. It is Raid who finds the first kill. Just one more to deal with, and the door opens up. Raid is keeping his team alive here. Now to the equalizers to close the game. Raid is on a tear. 3 for him, and Kings now
that was so
just 10 seconds away. 2 players spawning in the backline. Raid is just cutting these guys down like they're so easy. Nobody from Exclusive can touch the hill. Not when Kings are doing this. There will not be a new
crazy
here. As Kings, 250 to 190. What a game for them.
That was crazy.
Raid just
that doesn't make sense. And it got buffed, or it will be buffed.
Coming out from Kings.
Wow.
And it felt like, you know,
don't even know.
Controlling the map for the most part, but it felt like there were opportunities for Exclusive in that game. And I wonder if they'll look back at that. And I'm going to go back to the first P4. Where we were debating, saying, do we like the lack of investment for, okay, well, they've kept it relatively close, but if they go for that investment at that stage, they then will probably have another role of all of these operators by the time they actually got around to actually using it. It was one of those moments where if they invest that, maybe they can find something.
Maybe they're gonna ban it then, you know?
But realistically...
But HVK, like is it HVK banned as the gun, or just like that attachment that makes it good? It's like the mag or something, right? I don't know, I don't use HVK, and I'm not really good with the gunsmith either, so...
I feel like at various points there were probably 3 or 4 moments where they probably could use the operators, and they just didn't, for better or for worse. I think that might have kind of done them in towards the end because they held on to them for so long.
The lush camera,
they did finally use them, which I think was the second P2 that we saw. Kings had started earning theirs again, and that weight might have been the thing that killed them.
I feel like there's still a big gap between, like a big gap. There's still, you know, a considerable difference between Kings and like Exclusive.
Before they could have a break of any significance.
Yo, Sankar, hi, long time no see.
Kings managed to come back in, but yeah, Kings seem like they've learned from the first apocalypse. That one looks a lot
I feel like King's gonna be the ones that's gonna qualify.
I agree with you guys. I think
to go.
the issue that we saw, not only with exclusive right there, but what we've seen with a lot of the teams, is they have a game plan for what they want to do with their operators, but they don't have the flexibility to read when they need to adjust that game plan and maybe throw something different at it. So it definitely came back to bite them. Raid absolutely popped off on that last hard point.
Yeah.
He basically single-handedly closed out the game with that equalizer, showing just how big of an impact that you can have. And that was some big
Yeah,
time
that
plays
was a
out of him.
good equalizer.
Well, we knew it was going to be an exciting matchup, and Marvel had thought it would go longer, but Kings looked really strong. They closed it out in 3-1 fashion. And Brody, you had said at the top of the day that it might be filled with 3-2s, and already we're at a 3-1.
Look, Lauren,
Thank you for
their homework, mate. That's all I'm saying. I think it's very abundantly clear that Kings have done their homework here in this situation. I think they know exactly what they wanted to do.
I think for me, really, that SMG battle was 100% one of
The next one's gonna be
every
Xan-
single facet of it.
Xantium versus next.
For Grizz, it was the shotgun battle. But I mean, you look at what Raid did. And now you look, he closed out.
Who
the
was
final
that?
game
Wait,
there in the
because I
final
didn't,
moments, absolutely. But the
see.
entire game, he was finding
Single
clutch kills. The
color.
control, he basically won them the last round. Game number 1 wasn't really at the races, and that did make a difference. But in the search,
I love
in the
you. Oh,
control,
okay,
in
thank
map
you,
number
thank
4,
you. That's very kind of you.
absolutely fantastic
Sure.
plays from Raid all
Yep.
around.
And he's the latest addition to the squad. Not technically, I mean, he's been there for a while, but like, you know, obviously they made the decision to bring Drari into the roster, and it was only, last week when they'd actually decided to bring Raid back into the team. So, what a decision, guys. Raid is going off.
Yeah, I think that was definitely the right one for them to make. I mean, especially when you have that chemistry that you've built for that amount of time, it just can't make a whole lot of sense for you to make a last-second change like that. I think it also helps that Grizz is playing on a different level from what we've seen out of him. I think really all the way through Stage 5 last year, he wasn't playing,
He's playing actually
at
very,
his
very good.
peak, but it seems like he's starting to reach that point as well.
Well, we can take a look back at the leaderboard just so you can see it visually reflected. We no longer have 2 undefeated teams. It is Kings who
Oh,
put themselves
Kings
at
is
the top of the
undefeated.
table,
Oh.
5-0, and we'll look to try and maintain that
Let me
now
see.
going through into our
Next week
last
they are
final
playing
week.
against Big.
Next week, but still, this is a
And then
pretty
against Ricey, yeah, they will not
top
lose.
4.
Damn.
Brody.
Because they already played against, like,
Kings exclusive
Omni.
Now, 5-0, 4-1 respectively. Omniscient and Mont, that is the match that we've got later on today, right? It still feels like these are our top 4 short of something absolutely insane happening, which, to be fair, it's Call of Duty. I wouldn't be surprised at this point. But yeah, I'm excited for that Mont versus Omniscient matchup. I think that's going to be a really good one later on today. I think now, though, with Kings beating Exclusive pretty convincingly, I do wonder, where does that leave Exclusive versus Omniscient tomorrow, right? I mean, that's going to be a big question,
tomorrow.
because, I mean, if Exclusive beat Omniscient now, I don't know what to think anymore.
It'll be exciting. We have this week alone will really set the stage for what we can expect out of Challenge Finals, as well as set our teams up for where they're going to be when it comes to the seeding side of things. But that's just the first match of the day. We still have
Let me
3 more
see what
matches.
it
The
is.
second match coming up around the corner is going to be between Nexus and Xantium, and this is a match where potentially crazy situation that Brody's talking about when it comes to could there be a 4th place
something.
bubble change up? This is
But
one piece of like
I
that
hope you win.
multifaceted
Hey,
puzzle
Most
that
Wanted,
will
how
have
are
to come
you?
into play in order for something crazy to happen. So all these matches today still matter, just in different and small ways, Ton.
Yeah, look, things could change for one of these 2 teams. I think it's safe to say that any of these 1 and 3 teams lose today, your chance of playoffs is out completely gone. I want to say mathematically maybe, but it's relatively gone. I mean, you know, this
Hello.
stage is going to be tough. So you absolutely have to win this game here for both these 2 teams, and of course for Big against Ricey later. It's the same
Yes,
story.
Team
So
Song.
yeah, it's a reach. It is a reach, but it is still possible. So if it is still possible, Brody is right. It is Call of Duty. These things happen.
Not only that, but it also determines the prize that they'll win at the end of it all, okay? It changes how much money they're taking home. So these teams are still fighting for those placement spots on our leaderboard. But before we get into that and continue talking about it, we'll send it to a short break, give everybody a little bit of a reset. And when we return, match number 2 between Nexus and Xantium. We'll be right back.
Interesting. 5 minutes, I think. They don't put a timer.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome.
Oh, they're just
the
3
place
minutes.
where-
Okay, that's interesting.
Dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all,
Yeah.
you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how it stops.
My week was interesting.
I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hit
I got my purse. So I thought it's gonna be a big one, but it's very small. It's cute, but I don't know what would have fit in it. Like even my like whatever is like bigger. Anyways, I'm gonna see. It's fancy though. My ring, I got one from Pandora. I actually like it. It was like so spontaneous. Like I went on TikTok, I saw Pandora has this collection for Valentine's Day. It's like a black, you know,
I never stress. I
ring.
know what's next.
I was like, I need to buy it, so I bought it. It's my first Pandora item that I got. I don't know. I usually don't wear rings.
Now let me flex.
Okay. But this is like, it's so pretty.
Do the struggle and
Then my books came. 4 books. I already started to read one. You know, my cousin came back home because my uncle died. I went to the funeral. So
I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand
it's very interesting week. Oh, and I had a shit ton of work. Oops. A lot of work because a lot of like colleagues were off. So it was terrible. Thank you. It's my second uncle that passed away this month. On this rate, guys, I don't want to joke about it. God help me, I'm not joking about it. It's not something that I like to joke about it. But
yeah, I'm the best. I never stress.
yeah, I'm the best.
I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now
I don't know if you can see.
Yeah, I'm a work. Through the struggle and hurt.
It's like a black one. And it has like a heart that is like with the, I don't know, I think it's a Swarovski crystal that's back. It's fine, thank you.
Remember my work, and that's why I gotta be first.
These kind of things are always painful, you know. It is. And my books, I just unboxed them earlier because they were like in, you know, in plastic.
Hello everyone, and
Smelled
welcome
so
back
good.
to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We are getting ready
This
and geared
one,
up for match
this
number
one.
2 on the day after we just saw an impressive 3-1
And one more,
out of
but
Kings,
that is something that I
being
read
the
that
only
is
remaining
my
undefeated team now at the top of our leaderboard. We're now turning our focus to the match between Nexus and
appreciate it.
Zantium. Pretty evenly matched matchup here, Todd.
Well, it is all day, isn't it? Right, every single game is pretty much everywhere where we would expect these games to be close in terms of where they are on the leaderboard. And yeah, it's an interesting one because, as we were talking about before the break, it is pretty much do or die for either one of these teams. If it wasn't already, it is very much at that stage now when you need to get these wins done, and if not, then you're going to be thinking about prize pool, where you're sort of finishing in the leaderboard, but you are ultimately at this point still fighting for playoffs.
Yeah, we'll give you guys a little bit of a refresh on their rosters. We'll take a look at Zantium first. And when we're talking about these two teams, Brody, Zantium is the one that, with our crazy scheme of things, if they win, we'll start a potential
look at
everything must be
Riri.
perfect domino
Ever
effect.
Yeah,
forget.
it's kind of weird, right? Because Zantium's schedule, it's difficult
I
to
like
actually
their
remember exactly what
outfits.
it is, but they've still got games effectively where
Okay,
they can
they are
affect what goes on
nice,
with months,
classy.
I believe,
Okay, I like it, I
especially
like it.
today with the potential
You know,
matchup,
the
matchup that they're gonna have
shoes
against
of
Nexus,
like
so
they choose this like
there's a
the
lot of
like
ifs and
black
buts
top.
regarding this team. I
That
think
was
Zantium have to
Zantium.
get over themselves first. I think that's the biggest
I
hurdle
like
for
the
them,
outfits,
because I think in
okay?
the past
Very, very
we've
good.
custom with Zantium. I think the biggest thing with Zantium has been they make simple mistakes, simple errors in the gameplay where it would end up costing them quite largely. And I think if they fix that, then maybe we'll have that conversation about Zantium potentially causing upsets.
All right, well then on the flip side of that, we've got Nexus, Bobby. What are your thoughts on them?
I think Nexus are a team that we haven't given enough credit just because of the strength of their schedule. I think they are a team that has a lot of potential and could make some noise at the bottom side of
HBC,
things.
why you
I
didn't
think
match
they are, for the
with
most part,
them?
out of the
Why?
playoff picture, but
Why you didn't
I
match with them?
definitely
Want to
feel like I
match
gotta
with
give them
me?
the edge heading into this one. Just looking at how many of those top teams they played against, Kings, Mont, and Exclusive are all three
Why did they
very,
stand like
very
this?
tough teams.
I don't know.
And even
I should
Big
take a pic
are
like this
team
too.
that they had to go up against after making that Rondo change as well. So even though their record might not reflect it, I think this is a solid Nexus team.
And that's something we had talked about as well, even just last week, was the fact that teams like Nexus that had to have the beginning portion of their season go up against all of the best squads could completely flip things on their head if they're able to then bounce back against one of those middle or bottom teams.
Yeah, I think the big problem is losing to Mont, though. I know Mont are a good team, but in terms of actually getting to that playoff side of things, I think that's where their difficulty lies. You know, they could still go on to win their games against Ricey and Co. and all these guys down low, but realistically, you've already lost to what was probably going to always be the biggest competition for that fourth spot. So that's where things are a little bit tough for them.
Well, we'll check in with our picks and bans because I believe those
I
are
knew
about
my
ready to come
ninja
through and
was-
see if these inform how things could play out. As we kick things off with the
Really?
Apocalypse Hardpoint, Brody.
Hi,
Yeah, I was actually kind
Virgo.
of surprised here because I was fully expecting these guys to pick Hacienda because
Yeah.
they played it a
Both
lot.
of them play a lot of
And
Hacienda.
they've lost it a lot as well. So I
First
thought they were going to be
season.
really stubborn and get it in there regardless. But no, not today. Apparently, it just hasn't been picked, hasn't even been banned, which is good. We're learning, guys. You love to see it. We do have an Apocalypse, though, which is always a fun one to cast because teams seem to have a weird aversion to it. We've seen it twice this season, including the match that we just saw. And we get a takeoff from map number 4. I think that's much more standard of a pick from these teams.
Yeah, obviously, Xantium typically the
Fighting
stronger
range,
hardpoint
nice.
team, at least as far as record goes.
Spurs,
Once again, very different strengths of schedule. But Nexus have been super solid in the search and destroy. So seeing firing range, first pick in there, not too terribly surprising. This is one that I think really could go either way when it comes down to the Express. But overall, edge in the series, I feel like you do lean toward Nexus a little bit, looking at the experience, looking at the difficulty of the teams they played. Nothing super surprising right there.
No, nothing in particular to speak of. It's nice to have Riot in there as well to see how these teams can manage to deal with that one. But yeah, I think it's nice to have something a bit different other than Hacienda to kick things off. That's always a positive in my mind, at least anyway. And I think every single time we've seen the Apocalypse between any of these teams, it's been an interesting one. Yeah, no, I like the map set from a pure viewing standpoint as well. I think it should be an interesting one. But yeah, I think Xantium will be looking at this and sort of saying to themselves they have the opportunity here. But I think we always knew this one's going to be a very close game.
Yeah, definitely. I will say, just going back to that takeoff very briefly here, that is a map I think that Xantium have won. They've won one map this season,
Okay.
just the one map,
There
and
we
it
go.
was the takeoff hardpoint against Ricey. Or at the very beginning of the season, it was the very first map
Okay,
they
this
played,
gotta be
and it's
interesting.
the only map they've won. So,
Well,
positives, guys.
We'll see how they do, see if they can repeat that type of performance. For now, I'll send you two off to the other side of the studio. Get yourselves set up and ready to dive into match number 2. And any final thoughts for the boys before we kick it off?
I think it is a hard one. It realistically comes down to who to play best on the day for this one. I think,
Yeah.
we kind of haven't spoken about that so much in terms of, we talk about stats, we talk about who we think the favorites are.
Hello,
but ultimately, Call of
Fortnite
Duty is a
Pro.
very on the day game, and there's so much that can go into both these matchups or every single game mode that it's hard to sometimes just put a pin on it. And I think this is one of those games where whoever turns up, whoever can bring out that fire, especially in map number 1,
Yeah.
is probably going to be the team that walks away with it.
We'll have to see who does show up on the first map. Match number 2 is ready to go. Brody, Bobby, let's dive into it.
All right. We didn't talk about the control, mainly because neither of these teams have won a control map so far this season. So it's kind of difficult to break down expectations for that one. Both teams have managed to take rounds of control, so it gives them a little bit of an edge, but
Not many.
yeah, not anything super decisive. So a lot of this is really up for grabs for both of these teams, and it's really up to them on whether or not they're going to capitalize.
You know, it's funny, because I actually do think this is going to come down to the control, this series, if only because I expect Xantium to take the hard points. I think that's where they've been best so far this season. I mentioned that as the only game mode in which they've managed to even take a win the entire of the season, and the other day we saw them play within 50 points against Exclusive. So Xantium are best in hardpoint. On the flip side, we've got a Nexus squad that very clearly have their strengths lying in search and destroy. They've won 2 maps. Both of them have been in search and destroy this season. One in Express Search and and Destroyer, which is going to turn up later in the series, and that was against Mont. So, you know, I do think this is going to come down to control. We'll talk about it when we get to it. For now, though, it's like I haven't even left, mate. We're going back towards Apocalypse in map number 1.
You would presume that this is going to be a Nexus map pick with them starting on the weak side. Zantium find the opening frags right there. And Kree struggling to find an angle. Not going to have any openings, and Denissio's going to pick up 2 as he pushes through that bottom side. Does get shut down, but players on the inside of the objective will be able to lock in some of this initial time. Shots not connecting for Zantium right there, but at least finding some contest. And for right now, the priority for Nexus, trying to flip out these spawns toward P2.
Yeah, again, it's just like we said in the last map, guys. If you weren't there for that one, well, you damn should have been. But regardless, the same kind of, I guess, Call of Duty is exactly the same as that, which is the case of Nexus don't really care too much about the time they get off P1. They just care about flipping towards P2 for those next spawns. And for the moment, Zantium very happy to just sit here and preempt. Smoke going down to provide some coverage here for perhaps a push through for Nexus. Zantium, big chillin' at the moment, just waiting for this push to finally happen. They have given up a fair amount of time against Nexus on P1 to let it happen, and now here we go. HBC going to start proceedings with the first couple of kills. 1, 2 towards the backline here. Zukers and Ryu that want to put a stop to Nexus, and well, they've done a good job of it so far.
Feints, turns, and burns right there. One more player left to be dealt with. That's Aspect on the bottom side. Obviously, players, for the most part, spawning out, but they do get some reinforcements in the top side for Nexus, and this is the opening that they were looking for. Aspect, big 2-piece right there, nearly able to find 3, but can't quite make it happen. Just like that, Zantium left spawning across the map, able to find 1 through the front side, but they've got to find more than that if they're going to look to funnel through that mid-angle. They will get shut down right there, and Nexus in prime position to stack time right here. One player pushing up, that's Forget, who's shut down. Aspect, what can he do? Not
Hello, how are you?
Feints very happy to pick that one up as well, and now we'll likely see Nexus give up that topside positioning, and any kills that they find here will leave Zantium spawning in a bad spot.
Yeah, that's a big start coming out from Nexus. We talked about how they spawned on the worst side of the map on the whole. Well, they get the better side pretty quickly as we move over towards P2 and get the vast majority of time away. So 60 points of advantage or so, moving in towards the next hill. Nexus gonna want to hit this quickly, and Feints is pulling off some solid snake moves at the moment.
Oh, thank you for the sword, Chris.
Really
thank
annoying.
you so much.
Forget's
How
not gonna
are you?
expect to be in that position, and yeah, Feints gonna catch that player off guard. Now looking for more behind. Hang on, the communication. How the hell has Feints got past behind enemy lines like that? And how much more damage can he now do? Hunter Killer Drone gonna go out. Actually not gonna even have the chance to throw it, but regardless, Feints there almost penetrates the hard point pretty quickly.
Was very, very close to a Pred missile. I think that's what he was working toward right there, but not going to be able to find it. You can see some of those operators have been saved by Nexus. The claw is called in by Legacy. Should have an angle, but definitely way overextended
thank you guys
past the
for the
heavy right
host.
there. Gets himself taken down. Fortunately for him, Feint still locking down the hard point as they continue to soak up the time right here. Rue trying to see what he can find on the inside. Nothing for him. And Zantium finally find an opening in the hard point to pick up a little bit of scrap right here. Denisio looks to cut off rotations, and for the time being, Nexus are going to have those close side spawns toward P4, so they have been putting themselves in position to succeed time and time again. Solid feed right here for Zantium. This could be the opening for them to start closing that gap.
Yeah, you need to get this time, to be honest with you, and I would have been a little bit more proactive in terms of actually getting on towards the hard point, because in being slow, you've given Nexus now a chance to get back towards the point. Korean Feints have already opened up proceedings as well, and now it's time for Skurs with the Annihilator to find arguably a little more value than that. He only finds 1 kill, and now we're seeing investment on the other side as well. Feints momentarily brings out the Sparrow. Is it convincing enough, though? A couple of players now coming in from the other side as the spawns will flip out. Bouchon's the only one on the other side doing any damage, and to be fair, he is doing more than enough. He finds 2 crucial kills. Now towards the back again to try and get these guys away from the hill. Time to see a bit of a rare operator coming out. The Gravity Vortex gun from Aspect to try and zone some players away. Zantium will be relatively happy with how this hardpoint has gone so far, as long as they get the remaining 15 to 20 seconds or so. One last effort coming through from Denisio.
Hi Kareem, thank you for the blushy. Just because I ordered something now. Who chaos, welcome.
From Zantium, I will say that much.
Very, very very messy, maybe struggling a little bit with the grasp of how to control the spawns as nobody anchored those spawns toward P4, and they really had to put themselves in a rough spot trying to hold it, but they're able to lock things down. 2 players spawn on the top side for Nexus right there. That's what they were looking for, and HBC is going to need to wrap back toward Temple. He goes ahead and gives away those spawns for free. So that's going to put Nexus at the disadvantage, and with some of these operators coming through for Xantium, they're all of a sudden in position to not only lock in this hard point time, but maintain those top side spawns, and if they play these next 2 hard points correctly, could very well be in the lead and potentially a big one.
Yeah, an opportunity here for Xantium for sure. They don't want to over-aggress towards the middle of the map, though. If they can get a couple of players in and maybe take some of the time away, that's pretty good, to be honest with you, or at the very least contest. But I got a feeling that, yeah, they will not be able to do so. Faints and Legacy going to very quickly dispatch with a couple of players from Xantium. It'll be Bouchon given one last look.
Sorry,
at the
I
kill
ordered
before
something.
falling. However, the problem with Xantium, one player has snuck
so
behind
random.
enemy lines. It's Kree, who's being all sneaky-like. Xantium spawning
You
out. They
guys
probably
want
know
me
that
to
something is
stream
up
on my
here. Something's
birthday?
gone awry. Now Kree finally going to reveal himself.
It's gonna be next
Smokescreen no
Sunday.
more.
Maybe I'm not gonna stream on my birthday, but I'm gonna stream on the Monday of my, like, after.
A couple of kills. Faint's somehow going to take himself out of the equation. I've got a feeling that might have been by way of Sparrow, but regardless here, Forget now trying to clear up house with the War Machine. What can he do? Faint's on the other side.
Hi Psycho, how are you?
Forget doesn't
Like,
that much value, and so still
I don't know.
Nexus continue to knock at the door.
I don't know how Zakura's had enough HP to win that fight, but he does it. They gotta get players in the hard point, though. A lot of time being given up. Fortunately for them, they're able to take down Annihilator.
Hello.
Zakura's with one in his hand, able to find 2 and keeps himself alive. So Xantium are slowly creeping.
What
their
are you
way
getting
back
before
into
my
this one, and
birthday, Psycho?
Nexus, with each push, are gonna have to decide whether or not it's worth the extra investment and the risk on the flip out right there. We do get players spawning in the back of the map, and temple spawns have been enabled for Nexus. So once again,
The
with
thing
every
is,
death, you're once again putting yourself in a very difficult
in my
spot.
opinion, this should not be this close.
Have done a stellar job at getting themselves back in towards this game. They're now just 10
Like,
points behind Nexus, who have had a lead for basically the entirety of it so far.
5 visits per
Xantium wanna be
minute.
careful,
Ooh.
though. They don't want to get overzealous here in this game. Nexus now looking to push through, and yeah, that's exactly what happens. Faints finds 3 kills towards the new hardpoint. Nicely done. And Xantium now spawning out in Narnia. Zakur's the only one left alive nearby the kill. And as he falls now, Nexus will get those back spawns that they'll design, not just for this hill, but for the next
Okay,
one
that sounds
too.
like a plan.
Xantium don't have a lot to work with in terms of this break. Aspect the only one with any kind of operator ready to go, but do they need them? Ryu and Zakur is going to combine for 2 here. Xantium now have one more player close by in close proximity. That's number 1 on the minimap, looking to make a flank happen. Forget is going to get shut down, and Nexus now starting to get aggressive here, Bobby. They're starting to feel themselves.
Seems like there's been a lot of scenarios where there's just a total lapse in communication for Xantium, where you see players who should go traded immediately instead giving up 2 or 3 pieces to the same
don't
guy over and
know.
over
I feel
again.
like this
And
is
that
too
has
close.
absolutely
That is
opened up the
supposed to be
opportunity for
like,
Nexus to maintain the lead
I don't
that
know.
they've
I
been
like
able to hold.
Xantium, but I
Obviously,
feel like
players on rotation early, and you do wanna have somebody
Nexus,
to anchor
like
these
I
spawns.
thought Nexus has like a,
Backside spawns still
how
in
say, they're doing a
control
little
for
bit
Nexus,
better, but
obviously, the question of whether or not they can be
I don't know.
maintained is completely different. Faints stepping up for the squad so far here has had some shaky performances over the past couple of weeks. But for him to have 23, make it 24, no, 29 kills already. My gosh, he's going in.
Yeah, Faint's now on 30. He's at the 3rd bomb here in this game. Zakur's on the other side on 35, though. So Xantium do have their own slaying power to fight back. The problem here, this has been a really valuable kill for Nexus, in which that lead that Xantium previously brought down to 0, well, now Nexus
No,
is
it's
right
not
back
about
there,
that,
now starting to
but
fight back in towards this hill. You see
the thing is, I'm gonna explain. You see Xantium, players that I don't think they really played Mobile Mayhem or other tournaments that I'm aware of, right? And then you see Nexus versus like Legacy, who was in good teams. There was like HBC, Faints, then you see they already have that experience of like being in T1, you know? I think Xantium, it's like, how to say, they have good players, but you don't really see them play as like in tournaments, or I didn't see them like in Mobile Mayhem and so on, to play just as like, you know, maybe subs or something. So that's what I'm saying. It's not about like thinking that I don't want them to win, but as like the experience in this case, I feel like Nexus has more, because like they have Kree, who is like, you know, was in Zitium right before and he was like doing good, right? There's Faints, Kings, Denisio, Legacy, HBC, they're all players that have experience, you know, they know. But then on the other side, you know, you see again Zantiu, that I'm not saying that they are not good, but I feel like they don't have the same experience as them, you know? That's what I'm saying, because I don't want to win. Yeah, what's up, Green?
All of a sudden, here, Zantium don't actually need to go rotate early. They've gone straight in towards it with a full 4-man hit. They know how important this rotation is. They invested the claw for it, and they got it, Bobby. So they'll be 70 points down by the end of this hill. They need to hold full here.
I think these teams got to realize if you want to anchor temple spawns, you need this hop-up controlled, but you also need somebody on the inside of temple, and that's something that neither of the teams have done so far. And obviously, it's resulted in a lot of flips that have been very costly in regards to hardpoint time. Feints making big plays once again. He's on a 40 bomb already in this one, and trying to set up his team for another break right here as Zantium desperately need to hold the line. Sparrow goes across, Feints connects for another, and that's going to earn him a pred missile. Ooh, but Aspect goes big. The Gravity Vortex is able to find 3. It's not going to be enough to flip out spawns, but
we won! Oh my god.
And Zantium desperately scrambling to get back to the hard point.
At this point, you just got to do a Halo reach. You've just got to survive, right? Nexus here, 23 seconds away from victory. Forget finds the double with the War Machine and continues to spam it towards the back line as well. You can effectively just spawn trap these guys in the back now, as long as you're good with it, as long as you're on the right head glitches to get it done. Nice kill taken out Denisio, who tries to flank through that jump up, but there's still 3 players around the back line here for Nexus. You want the valuable 10 seconds.
Dancing.
Will get it. And now Zantium, 60 points away from victory. Nexus will just be about 14, heading in towards the next hard point here, Bobby, and they're on the way.
Brew is already on rotation. Got to win these bottom side gunfights. 1 player above, 1 on the pinch, and he will get shut down. Nexus have broken through right here. Only in need of 10 more seconds. Denisio's going to pick up 3.
Damn, Denisio,
and that may be the final blow. Zantium really needed to take this hard point, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. And map number 1 goes the way of Nexus.
I've been talking about it. Zantium, small little errors in their gameplay that will cost them heavily, and it happens again here, where Zantium just cannot get it done versus Nexus when it matters. And there are moments there where they show promise, right? I think what was preceding the P4 on the second set was pretty promising. From them, they managed to bring it back pretty much steady, but then that P4 happens and it all goes awry. Nexus once again grow a lead. Same thing happens on the final rotation towards Temple, towards P1, where Zantium, yeah, they managed to take a bit of time away from Nexus, but it's still not all that convincing. Man, Nexus come out on top, but it feels like such a janky hardpoint to watch.
Yeah, that was very... They were basically trading mistakes the entire time. It was just a question of who's going to make more mistakes. And unfortunately for Nexus, or unfortunately for Zantium, it was them. Nexus obviously capitalized on those mistakes and now head into a mode that they feel a lot more comfortable in search and destroy. Obviously, that's going to pose that much more of a difficulty for Zantium to find their way back into this series. Not necessarily a must-win, I would say. Quite
Guys,
yet.
if you have mana, that would help me to make that big rocket to go to the moon together. I feel like that would be the best
50-50
thing.
in this series anyway, just given kind of what we know about these teams and where their strengths lie. But this does throw a spanner in the works for that, I think, for sure, considering we expected Zantium to come out on top here. At least we expected Zantium. If they're going to get a win anywhere in the series, it would probably be here for sure, and that did not happen. Despite the efforts of Zikers, who finishes with 42 kills to his name, Nexus will overwhelm. Feints, we were talking about him in the middle of the game on the second set.
Legacy did good on the OBG, Feints as
2
well.
minutes in the hill as well. His impact was very much felt there.
Yeah, it seemed like he was on some type of a spree anytime we got to see his POV, and obviously to make that happen when you're on the objective as well is that much more difficult. So he's a player that, like we said in past weeks, we need to see more out of him, especially with him elevating his game, has an opportunity to put this Nexus team in position to climb a couple of spots and maybe grab a little bit of extra money.
Yeah, definitely. Nexus here again. I think both of these teams, regardless of what happens now, can't qualify for finals. I don't think there's any way to get that in your favor, because the best you can do now is 3 and 4, and even then, with the run-ins that these guys have, it's going to be a big ask regardless, and they'd have to mess things up across the table, across the board. But regardless, In towards Fire Range Search and Destroy we go. We talked about Nexus's boon of strength in Search and Destroy. It is the retakes on the whole.
So many DRH.
Against some teams here in the Snapdragon Pro League, and Xantium already on the start of this game getting pretty aggressive towards B. What is that reaction coming out from Nexus? Or more specifically, Feints. Aggression through the middle of the map. They immediately know where Xantium are going, and the reaction from Feints is perfect.
Yeah, it looked like initially there was only going to be one player to defend over on B, but immediately makes that wrap through Cubby, and they handle business right
Prediction,
there. So
guys.
now a different approach. Still a little aggression over toward that B side, but the bomb's going to stay back in wood. Watching flank right here is Nexus, very happy to get aggressive, and once again puts this Xantium squad in a tough spot. They get information that Legacy snuck through, but he's going to be able to pick up another, make it a third, make it a fourth. They handle business once again.
Bro, what
And
are these
Nexus
games?
running through this map right now.
How?
I don't know.
How are you letting that happen? Guys, it's firing range. It's really not that difficult to cover all of your holes. Nexus climbing through every orifice at the moment. Looks like it's going to happen again. Look at HBC in the minimap running straight through the middle of the map, looking for the first kill. Zukers is apparently not ready for it, even though it's happened for the last 2 rounds. Consecutively, Forget is, though, towards the bathroom stalls. Is he going to be ready for the tower from behind? Even if he is, I think the R9 is definitely going to win that gunfight 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, not much of a counter once you let him get into that position. Legacy's going to be able to take down another. Bouchon has traded one the other direction, so they're able to make something out of it, and HBC stopped shooting a little too early, but Legacy able to make him pay, and once again, all down to one player for Xantium right here. Wrapped back to that B site, but bomb is all the way across the map over in wood. With that sniper overwatching, you've only got an SMG in hand. That information's given away. They should be able to pinch fairly easily right here.
I got the cup that is with Hello Kitty.
I don't necessarily know if they do.
It's actually very cute.
Legacy at the very least is going for a check through the middle of the map here. Might catch some timing on Ryu, or
Chris.
maybe Ryu would catch some timing on Legacy. If he peeks out at the right angle with the right timing, Legacy would be dead to rights, and it would be a 1 versus 1. But it's a big ask, especially with how long Ryu has taken to make this one happen. Repositioning is actually now coming out for Legacy, so he might actually get some good timing across the middle of the map potentially.
I am.
Did Legacy just see him?
No, Ryu did.
Oh!
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Nice.
Ryu's gonna follow up the kill.
That was a good
versus
Mario.
He's going to make his way over toward B. I'm pretty sure Denisio's already read that. He did indeed, and Nexus extend out the lead even
7-0?
further.
7-1
Valiant attempt
or
right there,
7-0.
but well played by Denisio to clean things up, and once again, Xantium find themselves in worse and worse position here on this series, on this map. In desperate need of a regain. We'll see if they make some adjustments right here. Obviously, a lot of aggression up the middle of the map. This time, more players in position to make them pay, and Aspect's going to be able to find first blood. Absolutely the start they're looking for. The question is, do they check their corners right here? Legacy, an opportunity to open things up, and just like that, 2 players have fallen.
Yeah, we might well see a little bit of use case of adapt, survive, overcome from Xantium, but you can't quite overcome short range R9 from Legacy. He will punish and now bring this down to a 3 versus 3.
It's that chocolatey.
But as Zukers goes down to Legacy, now they don't. It's a very similar situation to what happened last time around. Aspect's going to take down Kree. I imagine the reaction from HBC will be to pre-aim, and yeah, going to get that kill. But on the other side, Forget, I think, might have actually found 2. So now this is a 1 versus 1. HBC got the first 3 shots in. He is weak, though. Around the wall. Does he get the timing? Forget sees him and the snipe as well. Nicely done from Forget. And Xantium finally have something on the board.
Well played, reading the audio cues right there, getting position. Locking things in right here. Keeps the hope alive for Xantium on this map. Once again, good adjustments to lock down the middle of the map a little bit more.
Awesome.
You don't give up as much real estate and let the shotguns run wild the way that they have for Nexus. And now you get aggressive, throw all your utility in and see what you can find. You've been able to zone players off,
did I?
at least from the bomb itself.
I had to put my phone
Denisio's
off.
going to be able to shut down one as HBC drops.
I sent my cousin what I ordered.
And just like that, an opportunity here on the A site.
How are you, my favorite?
Going to slow things down significantly, and I think that's just the game plan at the moment for Kree. Slow things down for long enough that maybe Feints can do something on the flank.
Oh, you tell me.
Aspect has kind of the peripheral vision on it, and yeah, Aspect has actually now just straight up seen feints here in this scenario. So
Do you guys like
Feints is gonna have
ducks?
a tough time
Like
catching him off guard.
meat?
Bomb finally now going down. Trophy system will prevent that Semtex from actually connecting. A couple of players now being sent to deal with feints over in this direction.
Who is
On the
winning?
other side, Kree
But
hasn't actually been able to
Kings
pull
won
away with
against
much.
Exclusive,
Feint stops
and
shooting. He
now
thinks
we
he's
are
got the
watching
gunfight in his favor, but
Nexus
he doesn't.
versus
Forget gonna punish.
Zantium.
And now they
Like
know
ducks.
where Kree is because he got
Like
that
Mac
kill.
Mac.
Wow, what a read
Ooh,
by
okay,
Aspect to shut
okay,
him down off the
Zantium.
slide. And
Thank
now
you for the
back-to-back rounds
sword,
for
Chris.
Zantium.
Thank you.
It seemed like Nexus were going to run away with it on the defensive side right here, but great adjustments, great
Okay,
reads,
last round,
and
then we switch
we'll
sides.
see if they can finish it off with 3 straight rounds as they once again get aggressive over toward the A side, but it is going to get read by Nexus right here. So we'll see what they can do to defend, but players going to be able to push through initially. Denisio shuts down one, and you got to start making the adjustments early. Forget takes down one. But
Oh.
the shotgun is there, and you've got to deal with that earlier. Fortunately, he gets a little bit too aggressive, and once again, an opening for
How
Zantium.
was your
Play split up
dinner,
both for the moment
Nokia?
here. Feints. Dude,
Ducks.
what is going on with these players at the moment?
Ducks,
Just crawling
like
across the map.
Mac
Feints is gonna
Mac.
get shut down there. HPC
Mac
was looking
Mac.
for a trade. Sikurs
The,
has given
the
him
ducks.
very wide shoulders at the
Mac
moment.
Mac. Oh,
Yet
HPC.
still not enough for HPC to actually get the kill. Bomb now going to be planted here, so
Hi,
this will
King.
increase the urgency. Once again, if Kree is one of the players here in this 2 versus 3,
I refuse to type that
Zantium
if
will
you
know more or
don't
less that Kree
catch
will
it.
be
It's a
inside
duck
America.
duck.
This
Like
time,
Mac
though,
Mac.
he's got a bit of help from HBC,
Mac,
who has
Mac,
been tagged up. That will
Mac,
slow
Mac,
things
Mac.
down for Sikurs.
Yo,
Still
thank you
keeping
for
the
the
pace.
sword,
Well enough here to try and get the
Chris.
first kill versus Kree. Can't get it done, and HBC actually manages to cover up to Kree.
Are we winning? I
So
hope
now
we are
it was going to
winning.
be a 2 versus 2. Now a 2 versus 1 as Kree gets taken down. HBC again, they know
HBC,
exactly
HBC.
where he is. Has the kilo
Yes,
in
like the meat.
hand,
Big
switches
first, stay
towards
safe.
the second 4. That kill cannot get it done versus Bouchon. And Zantium, 3 rounds on the bounce there, Bobby.
I really thought he was about to put the moves on him, but that shut down right there. Legacy has 12 kills off the first half of this game,
Damn,
but
Legacy.
it hasn't really translated into what Nexus would have liked to have seen. So now they'll hop on over to the offensive side and see what they can find. Once again, a little bit more of a traditional firing range approach as far as COD Mobile teams go anyways. Sit back, hope that your snipers can find an opening pick. Zantium not going to over-aggress right here, so it will leave Nexus guessing how much has been invested toward those different sites. Angles right
no,
here, but
Denisio.
Denisio's not going to be able to connect. They
We
do
got
peek
him.
out once again, though, and as Bouchon falls, that should be the opening that they're looking for onto the A side.
Guys,
Forget, nice, nice, nice.
From the search and destroy between Nexus and Big that Nexus took away, stop challenging Denisio. He's very good with the sniper rifle. Giving away a little bit too much there, but there is a trade. 4 versus 4 now. Smoke should be enough to
Okay,
get
good
the bomb
positioning.
down, or at least get full map control for Nexus. No, what?
So cute.
Legacy from long with the pistol takes Sikurs down. Now the bomb down as well. Zantium have to retake, and well, Aspect is very far away from this play.
Little pocket SKS right there, seeing if you can find anything else. Zantium very slow on the retake, and that's a beauty of a
Good
shot out
ones
of
for
Forget right
good.
there. I believe saw HBC drop down below, and it's 3 straight kills, make it 4. They drop like flies. And
Holy
Zantium makes the best out of
macaronis.
a tough situation
Oh.
as Forget looking untouchable right now. 11 kills to his
Damn.
name, and that is 4 straight rounds on the board for Zantium.
I need to clip
I'm
that.
stunned. What did we just see? Up close and personal with a sniper rifle. Might as well be a shotgun in that situation. Forget 11 kills to his name now. Heck of a game. 4 rounds on the bounce now for Zantium. Nexus remain on the offense. This time, though, things going better, more smoothly. Ryu and Bouchon already out of the play. Trophy system and the smoke going to be down here to try and get the stretch plant through. Denisio
Damn.
versus Forget.
Hi, Johnny boy.
Got a feeling that's going to be a story that we keep on talking about through the remainder
Oh,
of this
cause
search and
I
destroy.
have
Also
one
through
in
blowout
the
to
in the
Kurtz. If you can
oven
pick
right
up skill
now.
versus Legacy, it might offer them a chance.
I'm thinking about it.
Aspect goes down as well. All around the grounds here, Nexus are finding every
Ooh,
single kill that they possibly need, and it's
nice.
over just like that.
Okay,
Nice little flawless
impressive.
round for Nexus to bounce back. Make some adjustments. They do get aggressive early right there, and especially getting players pushed up through the smoke across mid. Zantium did not have a response. This
I
time
like
looking
that
like they're gonna
emote.
throw a
It's
very
so
similar
funny.
look. 2 players going to make their way through the trailer. What does
Hi,
Zantium throw
Danix.
on the opposite side? Looks like one player waiting. He's going to go ahead and exit. Trades back and forth. 2 players dropped already. And Forget able to find a couple right there. A 2v2.
Oh,
What are they working with right here? Forget.
Come on, Forget. I want to
continues
see
lock
that
down American. I think
sniper
had
shot.
eyes on
Come
at
on,
least
peek.
one player, and Aspect's going to shut down Denicio. The question is, do they realize that that final player is still on the inside of trailer?
I think they know. Or at least I have to imagine they should do. Given the amount of information they got from that map push earlier on. But maybe
How
I
do
don't
they
think
know?
It's quite as certain as you would like. Regardless, though, the map coverage is actually pretty good from Xantium. They should have almost all of their lanes covered, unless Feints gets some good timing. Did
Aspect.
Forget just see him on the jump up?
I think
don't
Aspect gonna
think
get him.
So Feints has got through
Check,
here.
check,
The
check,
problem
check,
is he's going to get cut by Aspect.
No!
Oh, he's been tagged. Feints survives the initial encounter, though. Aspect for the jump up, and he will finish things off there.
Good one.
Feints
Good
just
jump
like,
out.
"Someone just tickle me."
Aspect.
I figured he would take a little bit more of a safe position off that initial shot, but you know, just go prone, hope that they can't see him. If I don't move, then they can't see me. Fortunately, that does not work very well in COD Mobile. Once again, a different approach right here. They're going to full send, but this is toward the sandbag side, so it's one player to defend. Bouchon's got to at least find one, but Sakur's the crossfire right there. They drop like flies, and once again, Nexus finds themselves in a disastrous position as it's all down to Kree. 1v5 opportunity for him. He's going to find one to open things up. But that'll give away the information.
Okay.
2 players down right now. And he continues to work for a third.
Come
One
on,
player
you got this.
here on the B site. Gonna come down
He
to
still
time
has
very
time, too.
heavily, and kind of surprised that Xantium are still as spread as they are.
Oh,
Dench
Aspect
cut
nested.
short, though, is Kree. Good effort from him. Took the first couple of kills. I thought you were about to see a phenomenal 1 versus 5, but it is not to be. These last 7 rounds from Xantium have been superb. Just honestly insane. They've given only 1 away to Nexus in that period of time. They seem to have gotten all the adaptations correct, everything that they need to do, and now they just need 1 more to close out this search and destroy. Aspect on the jump up here, looking over towards the back alley. Nobody going to challenge just yet. Nexus are much more preoccupied with somebody coming through the middle of the map, and that was a good call because Curse gets caught out right around there. So Xantium already 1 man down here. Nexus now, though.
What
still
are
haven't
these
actually got that much
Dragon
map control for it.
Castle? What the
They
flop?
get 2 players down. Another pick. Believe that one for Denicio, and with that, can
Thank
get
you
with a
for the
little bit
taste,
more
Diana. I
confidence toward
appreciate
their
it. I
side of
appreciate you
choice.
too, Diana. You're the best. Thank you,
Trying to
Diana.
Find information in the sneakiest of ways.
I'm gonna put my
Once again,
glass
there's only
on.
1 player
eyes
making his
open.
way up toward A. That's going to be Kree. They continue to sit back, and at this point,
Okay,
you don't
Xantium
need
doing
the
a great
5
job,
picks. You need
actually.
to just commit
Proud.
to a play. And it looks like they are going to head over toward the B side. Information checks right there, and
Ooh.
your cautiousness has cost you as Denicio is going to get picked by Aspect. So some of that man advantage has now disappeared. And once again, 2 players heavily pushed up toward the B side. Question is, do you want to commit? They'll go ahead, peek past boxes right there. 1 player on the inside of Cubby should have made the read, and it ends up backfiring. Fortunately, trades do go through. They do maintain man advantage.
And crucially, I think sight control. All they got to do is get past Rai, or Aspect, excuse me, which I know sounds like an easy thing to ask for. Yep, there it is.
Ooh.
Aspect sent away. So his reaction now has to be a retake, as long as Nexus actually get the bomb down. I don't think Feints just wants to do it just yet. Needs a little bit of help from Kree, and now that he has it, maybe? Does he have it? Not enough to
Hi, Drake.
get the bomb down just yet. It's going to be rotation away from Nexus here. This is a big play call. They're going to be able to touch the bomb in time. Kree goes down on B site. So yeah, this bomb will now go down over on the other
touch
side.
cross.
I think he just about has time. Legacy going to take one down towards
Yeah, that
Aspect
was
as
a
well.
good one.
And he didn't have the time. Hell, what?
Oh, what?
I was convinced
What?
he had the time.
Okay,
That's what I
Xantium.
was-
Okay,
Must have been like
okay.
0.1 seconds.
Wasn't expecting that.
That's rough.
Like, maybe he just like hit the
I
wrong
really-
button just at the wrong time as he...
Very nice, Xantium.
Sometimes
Proud of
when
you
go to
guys.
play,
You
you
did
hit
good.
and it like cancels itself, and you just come up a little bit short. That is an anticlimactic way to end the game right there, but
We are
the
now.
one mode that we
I told you,
Nexus was
Diana.
going to be able to bank on, not looking quite as reliable as we had anticipated, and Xantium bounced back off of a slow start to, I believe, take 7 of the final 8
They did good.
rounds. Had one aggressive offense for Nexus, but it was the forget show the rest of the way through.
Indeed, forget it, very
just
good.
really started to pick things up there, didn't he, after the first 3 rounds, and just real peace in Nexus. And it's funny because
Yeah, don't say
Nexus
that.
in Search and
Don't
Destroy,
tell
we've been
people that I
discussing how good
don't.
at Search and Destroy they were, that it was really the only game mode where we felt like they'd had a real success. And part of that was down to a sniper duo of Denicio and Kree,
Don't tell them.
who, beyond a couple of great shots, felt like they'd been muted. The second half of that game, almost in the entirety,
I dared
mostly
you
by
to
Forget,
tell
who
him.
was being so domineering with the sniper rifle, 12 kills at the end of that game. A very impressive performance. And on the whole as well, from Xantium, that was an impressive performance from map, in terms of map control, in terms of team play, something we haven't really seen from Xantium.
Yeah, I think a lot of it, as far as mistakes that Nexus were making, was just pure indecision. They were so set on staying in spawn and finding outside of the ones where they really wanted to get aggressive, and a lot of it was solid retakes out of Xantium that we really hadn't seen them display before. But there were a lot of situations where they
Oh, hi Chris.
second-guessed
Hi
themselves
Free.
constantly, and it
GG.
allowed Xantium to capitalize and retake a lot of the map that they shouldn't have been able to give up in the first place. So now we head into the control, which neither of these teams have won so far this season. So we're going to see a first one way or another.
It's
And it looks like that initial
this
push
one.
over toward the B side once again. It is going to be Kree overwatching mid. And
Don't
a big
like
opening
this map.
for HBC as he picks up 2.
Yeah, on the whole, the defense from Nexus here has been brilliant. And now, even better potentially, as they try to put the spawn trap in. It's not going to work just yet. They're being a little bit more patient with it, perhaps wanting a second wave of gunfights before they go for it. On the other side towards the pool, though, I could see it on the mini-map. You could see Legacy and Faint just waiting for this push to happen. Once again, Faint with this pistol is insane. Switches over to the R9 for the 3rd kill and will indeed
Oh,
get
thank you
it.
for the
This has
sword.
been a stellar start for Nexus, and now they have players very deep in towards the spawn. You can see HBC ready for that spawn trap to be set up. For Xantium, your only hope is that you get these kills and you get something over towards A. Legacy goes down, as does Faint. Now it is just effectively down towards Kree. And hold on for a second here, folks. They might be 6 kills down. They might only have 37 seconds on the
Nice.
clock. But now they're starting to get that progress on A.
Uh-oh, spawn trap has been set up. 2 players on the inside of Garage. One's going to spawn toward that opposite side, but with the block going through, now is the opportunity that they can wipe all these lives off the table, and HBC is absolutely farming right now. Every single turn doesn't even matter for the players on the opposite side of the map.
Ooh.
They are getting torn to pieces as all the kills go through.
I
for
think
Nexus right
this
here.
one's
They
gonna
sit
be
up
win
now 11
by
lives, and they continue to pick up even
Nexus. Because I
Finally
think
get a
they
break
do
spawn
good
trap,
in
but too little, too
respawns.
late. You have to imagine at this point, if you can walk away with some tick progression, well, that'll be nice and dandy. Legacy's going to get shut down. 2-piece for Bouchon. But you are walking on thin ice at the moment.
Aspect.
If you're a Nexus,
Damn.
HBC going to clear out things over towards B side. That is one player
Oh,
down. Make it
really?
number 2 as HBC finds the double. See you in the next round. Forget and Ryu. Still 10 seconds on the clock, and if it occurs in that position, you have no choice but to just jump on towards the point to try and extend the round as much as humanly possible. You are fighting for literally anything you could possibly get at this point, and you get nothing if you're Xantium beyond a couple of ticks in that round. Nexus, that spawn trap was great. When you set it up, it's a fun time.
And as you can see,
Hi,
the 2 players that
Carols.
enacted it got 2/3 of the entire team's kills. Denicio and HBC combined for 21, and I believe HBC still on a streak. I think at least 11.
Oh,
He's got an operator that he can call in whenever he wants it as well.
nice
And Legacy
Legacy.
just putting it straight through the middle of the map. R9.
This Grau is
absurd
just
range
too
right
OP.
there. And they continue to farm, but nice little response right here for Xantium as they're able to pick up a couple and at least keep that B site clear.
It hasn't
Oh,
been the
don't
dominant
forget.
start they wanted just yet, especially as Nexus have a lot of pressure over towards A. Big gunfight inside the basketball court, though. Faints, can he score a 3-pointer against Aspect? Yes, he can. Big gunfight win there for Faints. Does it with a melee. And now Nexus.
I like this
just a moment
Grau.
away here from capturing A. Couple of
I'm
players
glad
on,
that,
so it's a bit of a mini
you know,
start
I
coming
was
out
about
from
to say I
Nexus,
don't
and there's
see
not
many
really anybody
DRH,
for
but they
Xantium
are
to
just
stop this one.
DRH as
I think they're
ARs.
looking for the reaction for the post-capture coming out from Nexus with 3 kills going down.
Wait,
I like
is
the
Grau
positioning from
AR or
Xantium
SMG?
here.
I
Not only do
lost
they have
count,
kills,
to
but
be
they've also
honest.
got map positioning, got 3 players towards that art side.
I think off the start of that one, Nexus were basically in a 4v5 because HBC was so hyper-focused on keeping his streak alive. that he was pretty much out of the play completely, but Legacy has gotten all the way through their spawn. He's going to be able to take down one before he gets traded. Obviously, you've given yourself that little bit of extra time by locking in that
I think Grau is
make your way over toward A. Not a great place for a sniper to be, though. He's going to be able to take him down right there. And for the time being, as long as they can maintain that top-heady control, Xantium should be in a position where they can ward off any pushes toward B. Nobody watching through mid-pillars, so that might be
oh my god, my nose. But wait, let me see.
We'll see if they can spot it.
I think Grau is actually an SMG. I think, I don't know.
Vishon just chilling in the corner, waiting. He will strike. He's not done yet as well. They haven't managed to find him. HBC surely's got some idea as to where he is, and yeah, doubles up with Legacy to take that player down.
So let me see.
I think Legacy now pulling back through the mid instead of going for the flank to try and assist his team, being a little bit more honest with it. But here we go, Xantium on the other side.
No, Grau is an assault. Okay, I did go. I said it.
Got behind enemy lines. It's going to be Legacy.
It's nice that I don't see that's just the RH.
Legacy blows the play wide open, and that is what they needed.
They get on the objective. There are 10 operators charged right now, and all of a sudden, Nexus are very happy to call in as many as they possibly can to try to get this objective locked in. Players gonna look to push through pillars. Nobody finding kills, though.
Why so many operators?
As well. And Xantium have that utility to invest if they want to. They're going to be able to find the gunfight wins anyway, but trades back and forth, and now down to 4 lives apiece. 30 seconds remain. Zakur's going to pop his Annihilator right here.
Zakur,
team has found a ton of value out of those operators so far. Every individual gunfight going to mean that much more.
Nexus have no choice but to be honest about this. They have to go straight forward on towards the point. There is not really time anymore for a flanking play. If anything, it will come from the middle of the map, and that's by way of Kree. What can they do? 8 seconds, you've got to go now. Here we go, Aspect gonna open things up with the first blood. Secures finds another one as well. It's just down to Legacy and Kree. Legacy's shots are not perfect. And now Kree hadn't even really moved from the middle of the map. We'll get a nice snipe on towards one, but I don't think he even has time to touch the point. And Nexus, they wait right at the end of strike, and that wait.
Thank you for the bitter shower.
That's something that we've seen. I feel like we see it in every mode. Like they don't want to give up that life. And so they take their time being as cautious as possible, but it, to a degree, gives an advantage to the opposition because you put yourself in a position where you've got to now force it onto the objective rather than giving yourself the advantage in the gunfight. Crazy chaos on the objective right now. Rue's going to be able to slip through. It will find one to open things up. Nearly turns on to Kree. Not going to be able to make it happen, but once again, chaos across the map. That is going to be a wave completely wiped off the board by Nexus.
Right?
Xantium only
thank you for Stacey. Thank you for the world's best e-girl drink. Yeah, I am the world's best e-girl.
Starting to get that spawn trap into effect. Look at him, Denicio going to get cut short by Ryu. I haven't taken out the second player. Didn't quite think that somebody else was there. So Nexus doing exactly what they did in that very first defensive round. HBC following up with a double. Kree for number 3 as well. All the kills still going in Nexus's favor, but they haven't been able to get that second player in towards the spawn trap just yet. Now Kree going to be approached here by a player in the backline. No!
Oh, Aspect!
Aspect wins that fight, but that was a little bit janky, a little bit shaky. Yet still, even with 30 seconds left though, Nexus very much in the driver's seat here in this round.
Oh, really?
Cheeky angle right there to pick up 1, make it 2, turns on to boost.
Oh,
and forget is the third. Nexus across the map, at least on the defensive
that was a good position there.
So
thank you for the spot.
Gunfights. It's earned them an 8 life advantage as Xantium finally hop onto B right here, but there's Denicio watching the cross. And now 2 more players take him down. Yeah, Xantium, you'd like to get B captured right here, but you've got to be so careful with these remaining lives.
It definitely does feel a little bit.
Aspect, nice.
It's going to be 3 kills there for Xantium as Nexus get aggressive here. They're going to
good fit for Xantium
towards Laundry side, and you want to be careful because you do want to send a couple of players at the very least over towards A right about now, to be honest with you. But they're ready instead for this initial push.
Okay.
Trade's definitely in favor of Xantium slowly but surely, maybe not slowly at all here. They are closing the kill deficit, and I said that Nexus need to send players towards a
I like how the game slowed down a little bit.
Because now Xantium are getting those close spawns.
Yo,
They're being
Ryu!
gifted them for free, and HBC
Ryu just hugged that grenade. He's like, I'm gonna hug it, don't worry.
So much more than they need to. Fortunately, Faint's able to catch one off guard and keeps control of Kitchen. which is going to be prime for
Damn,
them to be able to close
that
this
DRH
out.
is
We're
nasty.
gonna call in the equalizer in a 2v7 right here.
Oh.
That is a ballsy move, but not one that's going to pay off, as now it's all down to Aspect. 1v7 for him. And the main priority is just not giving up any more utility than you need to. He gets taken down, Feint steals with business, and Nexus retake the lead, but ended up being way closer than it needed to be.
The only reason they won that round was the start. That was literally, if Zantium had more lives, I got a feeling
I
they would
don't
have done
know.
that. But fair play. Nexus now 2-1 up here in this control. Zantium have a couple of streaks to work with, as does HBC
Oh my,
for Nexus.
I'm back.
Off the start, Nexus is going to be the
Yes.
team to get control of the middle of the map. Now
Oh,
across
I got
towards the
tea.
B
I
side.
got some
Denisio
tea.
starting to put a couple of kills together here. Rai was
still
the next
need to
target.
try it,
They're going to have
like,
to switch over towards Forget if he wants to
So
get the kills. Not gonna
apparently you
come
can
through
drink
here.
it with cold
HBC very quickly, the last
water.
one
You can
in
make
an
it with
advanced
cold
position at this
water
point.
and
He finds a
also
couple of
with
kills
the
as
worm.
help from Kree across
Water.
the way as well. And now
Is
Nexus
this one? I
starting
need to
get
try
some
it.
progress on this B point.
This is
Kills
with
still coming in for
strawberry
Zantium,
and
Nexus not challenged all
raspberry.
that much.
4 operators for Nexus.
one is
Denisio's
with,
gonna pop as Annihilator.
apple and
Not a whole lot of
pineapple.
value to be
I'm gonna
gained
try
from
this one tomorrow.
position, but does know that Zakurs is in that top side. He's going to be able to take him down, and that should guarantee the B capture. Feint's going to be able to read one across mid
Hi.
steps. Does get traded out by Aspect. Bad timing for Denisio, but it doesn't matter. The hip fire
Like in a
connects.
tournament, you mean?
Nexus going to be able
I
to
don't know.
get B completely locked in, and it looked like they may have the opportunity to take some kitchen control. One player does get taken down, but Legacy has crept all the way forward. And
What
if he
that
can
means,
find one kill to
HIB.
open things up right
How
here,
you,
that should be the avenue that
how
Nexus
you,
need to get onto A.
BB,
Predator
how
missile
you,
coming down from HBC, so Nexus know where these
Thank
players
you,
are
we won.
located. Off the back of this
Yes.
information now,
How
they
you,
wanna try and eliminate them.
How have you, how
Get
you
them in the spawn
been?
trap and
How
once
you been?
again,
I think.
get some kills in
I've
their
been
favor.
alright.
Not going perfectly just yet. Aspect now going to bring his Predator missile down
How
as
you been?
well.
Okay, okay.
Again, that
My
is
brain was
information to them
like,
as to how many players are coming on the defense here. Utilization of the
306
operators, though.
error,
Legacy's
you
gonna
know,
bring his
or
core
what's
out on
the
other side.
error?
We're seeing a claw
Oh, yeah,
and an
well,
annihilator for Zantium,
I've been
so this is a big investment.
in
Coming
the
down for
past couple of
defense, gotta make
months.
sure
But
that
I'm
Nexus do not
alright.
get
How are
in.
you?
Legacy's gonna
Timmy?
get shut
So
down,
nice to see you.
They've shut down one, and there
Timmy
goes
on
Feint
a
too.
hammer
Zucker's
skin.
now the only one across the board with an annihilator in
You
play,
guys know that
and will go to
cartoon?
waste. Zantium
Timmy and
just
they're
one
like
kill behind at the moment with just
godfathers
60 seconds
and
left on the clock.
godmothers.
It's
HBC,
time
okay?
to bring the equalizers out.
Thank you.
He's going to be comfortable tucking away right here, maintaining kitchen control.
Then
Should be able to
how
zone
you
this
booing,
off for the
right?
time
Right.
being. The question is, can he get any assistance? And that's a lot
Timmy
of trades
is an
both
average
ways.
kid.
Nothing
Dun,
too
dun, dun,
decisive.
dun,
An
dun.
angle for Denisio to work with. And the flash does connect right
Oh,
there,
oh,
so
oh,
should
oh,
be
oh.
able to pick up the kill. But Bouchon turns on him right there.
Yes.
And Zantium have been able to hold on.
I've been
this
like
push
sick for
completely.
2 weeks now. Almost
Finally,
3.
Legacy slips through. Aspect has an angle, and I believe he's got a sniper in hand. But Legacy picks up another, and just like that, they've made their way onto A. Aspect does not get hunted.
This
right
is so
there.
close.
They do have
Big for a glory
reinforcements,
flag.
and some
Highlight.
streaks have been earned.
I like that fox.
Yeah, one in the back pocket for
Big
Aspect.
first save.
Might need to use it here as well. They're in a 5 versus 6 scenario. I would use it pretty quickly.
Yeah, it tastes like death with mint.
Straight away. Bouchon gonna trade things out. 4 versus 4 now. Nexus
Why you're
now
not
pushing
singing with
forward,
me,
but he's trying to
Timmy?
double up. He can't get it done. 2 versus 2 after
Tim,
that
Tim,
4
Tim.
kills.
Timmy
On towards
is
the
an
TQ.
average kid.
HBC
Na
trying to
na
take
na na
Ray
na.
down, and Aspect's gonna bring the Predator missile down. Big investment. He knew he needed to do it, and now he knows where Korea's located too for the 1v2.
You said what?
Kree
Why you're
definitely
not
saw that
singing? You know the
sniper. He's got a
scene,
flash.
that song,
Should have that
Timmy is an
information.
average
Knows where
kid.
the other
Dun
is, but
dun dun
Aspect
dun dun.
strikes first.
Dun dun. You know,
And
with
we're going to
the
round
cartoon
5
with the
between these two,
Godfathers. You know?
searching for their first control wins. Definitely feeling like the swing mode in the series. Unfortunately for Zantium, they saved up 3 operators on the back end of that one. They have not looked great on the offensive side, but that may be the chip that they need.
I remember this
to
because
find
I
an
saw on
opening
TikTok.
advantage and
There
have a
was
chance
like
here on the
this
offense.
woman, and she's like, "Look at the godfathers of the kid. They come to see him for the first time," and they were like cosplaying the godfathers of Timmy, and it was so cute. Oh.
It's going to invest the War Machine pretty much straight away, and it doesn't actually produce that much. It does, granted, give them the space that they require. And Nexus do feel pretty static in terms of not actually doing much about B.
Oh,
I
thank
think
you for
they
the
might
4
have just fully
unicorns.
acquiesced B to Zantium here. They're going to send
Thank
a
you
couple
for
of
the
players.
6
As Lucio
unicorns.
picks up
Holy
one, maybe
macaroni.
that'll
What
rally the
is
troops
that?
to do
That's
something about
that's
this, but
you.
they've only got 2 ticks free.
Chucker, that's you.
Yeah, and that's something that we've seen a number of teams be fairly comfortable with, but unfortunately for Nexus, they were not able to find those opening
Timmy
lives.
is an average
so they're
kid.
now giving it up. And they're at the life disadvantage. Legacy going to be able to shut down one. They keep control of Art right there. And lurking across the mid-map is going to be Forget. He's going to
Okay,
get
this
shut
is
down.
very
So for the
close.
time being,
Zentium,
Nexus
guys,
have the
proud of
map
you.
control. 2 players to watch mid, 1
Ooh,
player
ooh,
on the
Aspect.
objective, but he's going to get shut down. Aspect with the sniper in hand may have just found that opening.
Forget.
And if
Yeah,
you're
I'm
HBC, you've got to play your
impressed.
life as much as humanly possible. You are the only player pushed past that defensive line at the moment. You are the only one that could do something because Zanteam are picking up kills over by A. You've got to come and help. To be honest with you, Zanteam are putting numbers on
Damn,
this point.
is
You have
the
to start to make a
Zantium
move
win?
now, and I think Zanteam
Is
might be
there a
ready for it.
chance
They're pushing
Zantium
players
will
through
win
towards Elbow
against
side. Ryan,
Nexus?
He's got the equalizers out and he's finding the kills necessary, and HBC has now been taken down. And all of a sudden, for Zantium, they are dealing with a one-dimensional defense here, where Nexus are now going to be on the run.
Nexus, you got to get closer to the point and take players off right here. Finally, Fane's able to open up one, but they're not
You
getting
trained
aggressive
that.
enough, and that means they're all peeking the
Ah.
same doorway, and they get mowed down. Not a whole lot of time to work with, and the lives are
Holy
disappearing one by one.
macaronis.
Nexus, 6 lives left to work with, and only 1 tick of progression needed for Zantium. They left the door open, and they walk right through as the pred falls from above. 3v13, Bouchon has got to get dealt with. Denisio goes for 3, making 4 right
Okay,
there,
Denisio
and
with
it's
4
not over
kills.
yet.
Denisio might have just saved
It's
Nexus.
kind of over,
But he
to
still
be
needs
honest.
to do more. They still need to pull off a miracle. The Predator missile coming right away down. And it is going to pick up Ryu, so there is some value to be found and some information off the back of it, but they still need individual epics here from Nexus. Everybody needs to go big. Kree opens up with the first kill. Aspect with a sniper rifle, looking to take these players
Ryu.
down. The set nades are so good, and it's all down to Denisio. Can he pull off the impossible? Absolutely not.
He
And
could
Zantium, their control
not.
woes are over. They find one, the first victory for them this season in that mode.
Damn.
And what a mess that was.
Took you 2 minutes, Zantium, but you got them in the control
was a
map.
straight
Proud of you
chaos
guys.
for every single round. And it's not until they're in a 3v13 that they're able to find any operator utility. Denisio instantly goes for 4, maybe 5. But what a regain out of Zantium to have a decisive
I'm
multiple
impressed,
spawn trap
actually.
rounds where you're getting absolutely peace, but you make the adjustments, you lock things down
Joker
on
right now
defense, and you
is-
take an offense, and all of a sudden you found yourself in
Is
the lead
happy.
in this series.
Just so weird. And again, a reminder, folks, that coming into this game, these guys were number 7 and number 8 respectively. It's Antium number 7 and Nexus number 8 at control in terms of raw differential. So just, you know, not just in terms of how many differential or how many controls they were losing, but the way in which they were losing them, 3-0s and 3-1s at best. And I think we can see somewhat why, to be honest. I think we still do see glaring issues in the gameplay for both of these two teams when it comes down to control, in terms of maybe the way that you're transitioning from point A to point B, or vice versa on the defense, or even on the offense, in terms of knowing when to give up. There are certain elements there I think still do need to be worked on for these two squads. But yeah, you talked about it, mate. Fair play to Zantium to making the adaptations when they needed to, for having the balls to just run straight at these guys in a full 5-man way in the way that they did there in that final round, because they were hyper aggressive and didn't give a damn, basically, that they hadn't fully cleared the middle of the map, and that was absolutely the correct decision.
Painful stat lines for HBC and Denisio, 38 and 29, 37 and 19, and you give it up anyway. Obviously, a lot of that just coming down to the way that you play the objective, and unfortunately for Nexus, they looked very, very lost on the offensive side pretty much every time.
Yeah, I will say, I mean,
They
to be fair,
did,
those stats
though.
are boosted by the fact that we did have that spawn trap from Denisio and HBC, which I don't think we saw from anybody else in the game. They were the only ones to put that specific spawn trap together, and that's why those stats are so high. But fair play to Aspect at 33 and 19. He's had a stellar series so far, and he needs to continue that, because that was the big one that they wanted to win. Next up, we have the second hard point in this best of 5. I believe it's going to be Takeoff. And what did I say, Bobby, at the start of the show here? One
The
hard
only
point
one.
victory.
Yep, for Zantium.
Take you further.
Opportunity for them. They've definitely got the momentum. Didn't expect them to take the S&D. Control seemed like a toss-up, and if that does end up being the swing mode, this may be where they have an opportunity to take the series. See what they're bringing to the table. Is we can absolutely expect chaos here on P1. Aspect first to enter, and he's just going to look to play his life for as long as humanly possible. Teammates with those ARs going to be able to lock in a couple kills to open things up. But that will be Nexus finding, I believe, a full 5-man wipe, and that's the opening they're looking for.
Good start coming up from Nexus here. They want to have a good start. They want to have a good hard point to send us to a game number 5 between these two teams for one of them to get their first win on the board here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. Aspect now moving forward for a couple of kills, looking for more. Ryu and Forget going to combine with him for 4.
Yeah, I'm actually
Nexus, and it's this kind of
invested because
from them. They've stayed competitive with Nexus.
They look pretty solid right now.
They want to get control of P2 as well. This is a flurry of kills coming through for them.
Very slow start for Kree. You need your ARs to be able to lock down those top positions, so he's got to get going if Nexus want to be able to build any type of a lead off of this. Obviously,
Chucker right now.
Those close angles. Aspect on a 3, trying to build some streaks for himself. He's been able to play his life, but just like that, does get taken down by Legacy. Now eyes toward P2 is Xantium, already with 2 players on the inside of Stadium. HBC should be cut off right there. Communication was certainly not there for Nexus. And just like that, it is a flurry of kills, and it's all blue in the feed.
Yeah, absolutely is. Xantium doing a stellar job at the moment. Aspect is going to earn a streak. We've already got 1 in the back pocket for Secures as well. Aspect continuing, by the way. 4 in a row now for him. Gravity Vortex gun time. And again, this is probably the most effective hill in the game, where the Gravity Vortex gun can come out and be super effective. Predator missile coming down as well. It is investment central from Xantium to start this game.
Xantium, what did they eat today? Yo, you need to, you see?
Nexus haven't really even had a look at this hard point so far.
Yeah, I think just because of how many kills they're getting, they're preventing Nexus from earning any of those operators, and obviously any streaks as well.
What did you feed
Priority is definitely
Xantium today, Choker?
Hopefully, because they're investing so much early on, they should have a lot of operators starting to charge up around P3 time anyway, but they have blown this lead wide open as they now set up 60 points.
In the break, I'm gonna go get some soup because I'm kind of hungry.
Position right here, but it's a bit of a 50-50 on the hard point.
Hi, Trevor. How are you, Trevor?
Able to find 1 to open things up right
no,
there.
No, I want to eat the same. I want to have the same diet.
Legacy, though, claw in hand, able to take down 3. And that's the opening that Nexus are looking for here on P3.
To be frank, though, Nexus should even been in a position where they needed to use that claw, at least like that, because they did have control of the rotation, and they allowed Zukurs to come through to pick it up. And
a protein shake for them. The power chocolate special. Wait, do all players from Xantium are French? No, right? Like Aspect is German. Yo, Trevor.
Technically speaking, still in favor of Nexus.
I kind of remember you, but I'm not sure.
Xantium, though, have just given up the ghost somewhat. They've moved over towards
I think you.
There is a couple of players
you were one of my early followers.
That's a hill that you wanted. If you're a Nexus, now you've got some utility to work with as well.
Yeah, about as close to a full 60 as you're going to get on P3 with the way
you're getting closer, though. You should not.
But Xantium should be able to
oh yeah, how is Vampiro?
They've got P4 locked down, so
hi,
no chain opportunity for Nexus, and especially with that equalizer and a war machine locking down the front side. They're going to be forced to flank, but it looks like Xantium are going to make the read. They won't find a ton of value off the equalizer right
I think Ryu is, because I heard him. Bushon sound French, right? I think Zorky is Spanish, if it's the same Zorky that I know. Aspect, I think he's German one. And forget it's Italian.
Kree's going to be able to do just that.
Yeah, the impression I get from Xantium is that they are throwing everything at this.
I think just Bushon and Ryu are French.
They are desperately trying to keep Nexus out.
Aspect, I think, is German. Forget is Italian. And Zorky is Spanish. Imagine the comms. I'm gonna ask them to let me be invisible with them when they are screaming.
Good looks at these hard points, but not convincing enough. The rest of the squad really does need to step things up if they want a chance of getting to the second set, and that is just not what you want whatsoever. Bushon comes through with 3. 2 as well from Zukurs. Xantium having a hell of a start to this next rotation.
Oh, really?
Okay. Operators. Not sure what the exact objective of those is. I wouldn't recommend saving it for a full 60 seconds all the way through P1. That's a lot of charge time to give up. Faint's locking down the objective for the time being, and he's going to be able to take down 1, make it 2 right there. So Nexus remain in control here on P1 as the trades continue to go their way. And despite the fact that we're not seeing any operator investment, they're still locking in hard point time. But with that, Nice little feed for Xantium as they break on through.
That's so much. Can you prepare
Time and
that
time
for
again,
me
they're just
too?
giving away any advantage they could find from those operators, leaving them in their pockets for long periods of time. Feints off to a slow start right here, but obviously eyes toward P2.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is a really important P2 hill for Nexus, as they're going to be the first one to touch it. We talked about it. Got the operators in the back pocket, so they should be able to hold for a full 60, much in the same manner that Xantium did previously, but you can't afford to lose the first gunfights like this. We're already seeing a big investment coming out from Xantium. They're investing everything that they actually have here. Gravity Vortex gun to both sides of the entrance points here for Xantium, but Denisio...
Zorkier? I thought it's Zorky. Okay. It's French, okay, I didn't know.
Inside. If there was ever a time to need an Annihilator to come out to play, it is absolutely now. Nexus need every single second
Yeah,
from this.
yes.
Two of those operators invested. Aspect able to find one. With that window opening, that's the opportunity to at least find contest time, but HBC has an equalizer, should be able to find some value, but only one kill goes through. And in that position, you would love to find a lot more value than you do, but fortunately, Denisio...
I thought this is Zorkier. I don't know. I'm blind.
Courtesy of that big Annihilator play that we already saw, and Nexus continue to have a crucial P2. Feints already on rotation, not his best game so far, but in position to once again set Nexus up for success.
That was a big hill though. We talked about it, right? Nexus now just 10 points or so away from Xantium, but they invested quite a lot into it. They've only got one operator now, comparatively to the 4 of Xantium, and you've got to imagine Xantium will probably invest at least 1 or 2 of them here to make sure that they do get this time, just like the last set of rotations. Denisio trying to do some damage though to those spawns. That is a nice nade coming out from Aspect that isn't actually going to tag him. Denisio looks away for a second, another player spawns in, but it's okay. These kills are mostly going in favor of Xantium.
Okay, they're getting closer though.
Forget utilize the War Machine. Ryu is bringing out the operator as well. The equalizers for him. Forget they takes himself down with the War Machine, but nonetheless, I think the end result looking pretty good here for Xantium. This first hole has been excellent.
Equalizer still alive on the point as well, so he can continue to zone. We see the Annihilator coming out for Zakors. One goes through for him. And not going to be easy to break through that front side. Aspect absolutely farming from above. Not your typical SMG position, but he's making it work, and Forget is pushing out across the map. They're setting up for a really solid chain toward P4 right here. It's going to force Nexus to wrap all the way around the back side. They are going to be able to win a couple of those opening gunfights.
Nah, Xantium is winning. Okay, I'm very surprised with Xantium.
Opens that lead back up to 60.
Xantium now break this pretty quickly. In comes Ryu from the other side. You can't double up like that. You cannot let him get the kills like that. Aspect gonna land the Hunter Killer drone as well. And all of a sudden it takes 10 seconds, but Xantium are through. And now Nexus, those close spawns, they're gonna have to face down the Gravity Vortex gun of Aspect. He's just gonna fire these away.
Oh, the smoke. Yes, so Zork.
Slide out towards the players. He's gonna get shut down. Xantium
really?
Starting to earn all of this time. Nexus trying to come
I thought it's Zorky, the one that used to be in Panic.
He finds 2 kills. Can he find number 3? No. And Xantium still hold on.
Only 30 more points needed, and they have been near perfect here on P4. Nexus finally break on through. Bouchon not going to be able to find anything right there. Looking for players on the flank. It's Feint shutting him down. Finding a little bit more success now is Nexus.
Zookers. Holy macaroni.
Disaster here and trying to not be the last remaining no-win team. But Xantium have set up really well right now. Players in those high ground positions. You got Aspect locking down these mids. Not gonna be able to win the gunfight though. Only one player.
They need good position for P1.
Shut down as Feints takes him out. And Nexus on P1 doing everything they can to stay in this one.
Yeah, they've got one streak in the back pocket by way of Feints, who has absolutely picked things up for the first set of rotations for sure. Kills now starting to come in across the board as well for Nexus. This is good, but it's a big ask. Xantium are just 29 points shy of victory here if my maths doesn't fail.
Joker, yeah.
And Nexus needs a
hold. First time when I pronounce your name, holy macaroni.
The first bit of resistance for the first time in a very long time, to be honest. When we look at the kill feed, Nexus has been controlling it for the last 20 to 30 seconds or so. And in doing so, they've been getting control of the kill as well. But you can't even afford to give this 20 seconds up if you're Nexus. You have to spend resources here. And you also need to split yourselves by making yourselves over towards P2 too. These are
okay. Nexus is getting closer, guys.
They are forced to use a Pred missile right there, but they've saved all of their operators. Legacy trying to see what he can find with the claw. No kills
I like
right
this
there.
Fennec.
That cannot happen if you're trying to close this gap. Rue's going to be able to lock down the backside. Denisio up above, able to find one, but traded out immediately. That's been the Annihilator wiped off the board. Kree, equalizer, or War Machine in hand, and the equalizer shut down for HBC. The operators are finding absolutely nothing for Nexus, but
this seems locked to Nexus, so
anyway, and just like that, they're only down 15 points. One more operator charged and ready to go whenever they want it, but the War Machine is able to do a little bit more. Xanthium break through the top side. They can still win it here if they find these opening gunfights.
And Nexus now spawning away as well. Ryo now coming out from behind here. He can do a lot of damage with his equalizers. Here goes. Bye by HBC and bye by Fates as well. And see you later, Kree and Legacy 2. Every single player from Nexus is down for the count. These equalizers are so strong in the hands of Ryu. He's going to throw these guys away. And Xanthium now just need 5 seconds. Time for Zakurs to come out with the Annihilator and the melee.
Another clip.
This is utterly insane from Xanthium. They are going to get it done here. Nobody from Nexus will touch in time. Xanthium on the final kill here towards
really.
and it feels like the second or third time we saw it in that game where the operators, they're able to just take complete dominance over P2.
Yeah, and the difference was really the operators on that last point, because we had 5 charged ready to go for Nexus, and we saw maybe 3-4 total operator kills out of that entire investment. 100% the difference down the final stretch of that game. And I came into this one feeling like Xanthium were absolutely the
yo, Choker, you need to start selling that diet because it works. Holistic persisting.
And they take down Nexus 3-1.
Man, that is wild. It is the exact
it's
same way
wild,
that they
guys,
beat,
actually.
I think it was at the start of the season. Ricey, I think, on this
It's
match. The exact
holy
same way it happened,
macaroni.
where it's P2 control. I don't know what's going on with P2. I think it might be the Gravity Vortex gun. Honestly, it's such a peculiar pick because it's something we never see. If I was to look at the
peculiar, I hear peculiar again.
It would be like less than 5% of the time in any given game, in any given series. But right there is when it is so useful for heroes like P2, when it can give Xanthium full control over it. Just
tell Ryu that I'm proud of him.
It is unusual, I would say, because typically, I feel like in just about any other region, it's P3, P4 that you focus on chaining together, and that's usually where the majority of the investment goes. But for these guys, for some reason, it works. Just throw everything that you can at P2, and maybe that's something that you don't do on the first set of rotations. Maybe you wait toward the second, depending on when you get your charges. But man, a lot of value found off the back end of that one, and Xanthium come out on top.
We knew it was going to be a close one, too. Back and forth between these two squads, but 3-1 has to feel good for Xanthium, getting that win in their column, their ton, and improving their chances, moving up the leaderboard, getting some more prize pool in their money, in their pockets.
I mean, look, it was such a topsy-turvy game, though. It ebbed and flowed, it felt like, all the way through it. I think especially when I was looking at Nexus, like starting to come back in the session, like it was all over the place, and it just kind of felt like a strange game where you still didn't really know who was going to win really at any stage during that one. So a really entertaining game. Yeah, big game for Aspect over towards that last side of things. And I think for XTN, especially with the way that Nexus would potentially bring it back in map number 4 to close that out, was very, very important, because I think, you know, you lose that lead, you head to a map number 5, there's one team who are probably feeling a little bit better about that than the other. But ultimately, it will be a win on the board there for this side of Xanthium. There you go.
Thank you.
Done.
We can take a look here at the leaderboard. I don't think it's been updated yet there for Xanthium, but don't worry. They did come out on top in this match. And now that we've got half of our matches done, we move into... This one is going to be
3 hours for 2 games.
Close, depending on what has happened between last week and now, or we will start to see a little bit more of the cohesion and really.
I'm going to get something to eat. Okay.
Is our third match of the
day. To get my soup.
This is
I'm actually hungry.
Been looking forward to. This is between Mont and Omniscient. Bobby, what do you expect out of this matchup?
I think
you initially probably give the edge to Omniscient, just as a more well-rounded team. We've seen they're super solid in hardpoint search and destroy and control, whereas Mont are a really good hardpoint team, but definitely have a lot of room for improvement, both in their search and destroy and in their control. So they've definitely got a lot to prove, but I think a lot of it is going to come down to the picks, just because there are some maps that Mont do feel a lot more comfortable on. If they can find a way to take the control and get 2 hardpoint maps in there that they really want to play, they've got a chance in the series.
And we've been seeing close series all day, so I wouldn't be surprised if this is just the trend that now carries on through into our third match of the day. But of course, before we do that, we have to send it to another short break. Give everybody at home a little bit of time to reset after that one. Stretch your legs, maybe take a walk and get yourself ready, because when we return, it will be Mont versus Omniscient for match number 3 of the day. We'll be right back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
All right, everyone, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. It is week 3 here in EU for Call of Duty Mobile. We're halfway through day 1 of this week, and we're now turning our attention towards match number 3 on the day between Mont and Omniscient. This is going to be an exciting matchup to get into. We heard Bobby talk about it a little bit before the break. But Ton, give me your thoughts on this one.
It's an interesting one. It's one that we kind of are understanding that Omniscient came in and upset the status quo, so to speak, with these top 2 teams, and now it's a case of are Mont a part of that party? For the most part, we're not too sure on that, but this is where we will get our answers in this series. It should still be a very good one.
Yeah, we've had close series all day. If you guys are just joining us, you can go back and check those out on the VOD. But really, really good performances across the board so far. We're now down to 1 undefeated team, and now this should be another close back and forth match. Let's start talking about the teams here, Brody. We'll start with Mont.
Yeah, Mont have been a really good team. I think this season so far, they've been really impressive, I think, just across the board. You've looked at the kind of the additions to the roster like Etsy and Fahim, who have been excellent additions to the team. Lydia as well has been brilliant. And I would say they've been inconsistent, though, against mid-table rosters. Like, we've seen some matches where they'll come out and they play really well, others where maybe the Search and Destroy doesn't look up to scratch. One thing they have been good at, pretty consistently, is Hardpoint. They are one of the best Hardpoint teams we have here in the European Snapdragon Pro Series.
You have a number. Tell me the number.
They are currently number 2, I want to say, overall, and maybe number 3 off the top of my head. But yeah, they are currently pretty good. We'll say that much.
You would have a stat somewhere in your brain. I thought you were going to have like a differential ready.
I'll give it to you in a minute
something.
when we send it.
Okay, save it for over there. And then on the flip side of things, obviously Omniscient. Bobby, talk to me about their roster.
I mean, you look at the players on the roster and you see a lot of players that were on top teams last season, but unfortunately not many players that made it through, with the exception of Balance, but was not on that Stage 5 roster. So a lot of these guys with a chip on their shoulder with something to prove. We've seen a lot of different looks out of the roster as well, and it seems like the one that they've landed on is Saturn, Scathilla, Lucky, Balance, and Rasmo as their starting 5. That has definitely looked to be the most effective roster that they've tried out yet.
And we've actually gotten a chance to speak with Omni just once this season so far. Got the chance to talk to Gathilla, and you know he had mentioned at the very beginning that they haven't had as much time as a roster as maybe some of the other teams have, and now they've started to really kind of settle into their own, starting to look a little bit better. So, like you said, Ton, this will be a good test for what's going on in that top 4, kind of who sits where, even within that. Looking forward to challenge.
Yeah, and just to allude to your point, you know, if that is the case, then they can only get better as time has kind of gone on, which makes me more excited for playoffs to see how they do against who we do now think is the best team in Kings after that previous game today. But I think realistically, you know, this is still going to be a relatively tight game. I think it's Omniscient will look at and think to themselves they should be able to win this. I don't want to say it'll necessarily be comfortable, but Mont will be looking at this and will go into this as the
Lydia.
I don't think anybody can kind of question that.
Lydia and Brickstar, right? 2 girls who are like T1, one of the best in Europe, right? Yeah, I don't know if Brickstar is still playing.
But you know, it's potential that could happen if you do go on to lose this game. You definitely want to solidify that top 3, and this is their opportunity to do so.
Yeah, and you know, you guys also did point out that part of either team's success could hinge on their picks and bans.
I got my
I believe those are ready, so we'll pull those up and see what our teams are starting on. It looks like we're kicking things off on Hacienda here, Brody.
Yeah, this is a good pick for Mont. They have been pretty successful here. They're currently 2-1 on it. I can't remember who the loss is to, but they are still pretty good on this map, so I think that will be their pick for sure. Takeoff is more of an unknown from me. The one thing I'm kind of glad that we're not seeing here is that Apocalypse, because we know that Omni are good at that Apocalypse. So happy that that's off the board from Mont. The Hacienda, I think, will be a good start of the series for them.
Yeah, the one Hacienda loss was to Kings, so I don't think...
That explains it. Oh yeah, it was the 50-point one, right?
It was. So obviously they played it really close. And to be honest, I really like this setup for Mont in general for the hardpoint, because Takeoff has been one of their other go-to hardpoint maps. I'm assuming that's probably an Omniscient ban on Arsenal, as that's the 3rd map that we saw Mont look super good on. And then you get the firing range and the Express. The Express has been... actually, the firing range has been really shaky, because we saw Mont win 7-3, but then they lost 7-0. That was up against Kings, but 7-0 I think in any scenario is cause for concern.
Damn.
But at the same time, I think we're ramming all these stats off. Mont are losing heavily to good teams, whereas Omniscient are very much running Kings very closely and dealing with the opposition they should do. I think that the gap between Mont and everybody else below them is there, but it's whether or not they can close that gap to Omniscient. Yeah, this is the big story, I would say.
And when we got the control as well, the big thing for me is Omniscient haven't lost a control yet. They are completely flawless in control, and 3 out of the 4 controls they've played have been 3-0s. So for me, I think we're kind of setting up a storyline here where they have to win on the hard point. That control, I think, is just very unlikely for them.
All right. Well, we'll have to see how they manage now that this is all settled. I believe the game is about ready to get underway, so I can send you 2 off to get prepared on the other half of the studio. Go ahead. You may see yourselves out while we get Brody's final thoughts on the matchup.
Yeah, you asked for that hard point stat earlier on, so I can actually give you the specific number. I believe it's.
I knew you had it. You were holding out on me.
Yeah, I do have it. A plus 83.83. Point differential here, which is the number 2 in the region. Again, though, that same asterisk that we had earlier on.
Tomorrow is going to be the last day. No, next week.
Exclusive. They haven't yet played Omni.
We have tomorrow and
so when those matches happen, when this match happens and that match versus exclusive happens, things will be looking different. But I still think they are probably one of the better hardpoint teams we have here because they smashed everybody else in the middle of the table, and they only had that 50-point loss against Hacienda or against Kings on Hacienda. Speak of so. They have to win the hard points. That's the bottom line for me.
Yeah,
all right.
I think this is going to be a good one
both
too.
Our teams are able to do in just a moment because match number 3 is about ready to get underway. So Bobby, Ton, let's get it.
Thank you very much, Lauren. Very excited to get into this one. It is going to be a close game. It's kind of been the running theme of the day. It has been all these teams very closely matched up in terms of the leaderboard, and who would have thought that we'd get some good games out
is so good.
We've got another good one here with Mont against Omniscient, but I think I agree with the story and kind of the aim of where we're going with this game. Mont need to win some hard points here, which is still going to be difficult.
Yeah, and one thing that they've definitely got going is that we've seen one of the struggles for Omniscient be the fact that they have struggled to close out hardpoint games. I think we saw, especially up against that Kings roster first week, 2 hardpoints that were both absolutely winnable, but were not able to close it out.
Why is always
In multiple scenarios up against the lower tier teams that they still didn't really show those strong finishes to the hardpoint. So you got 2 maps that more than likely, Mont should at the bare minimum feel confident heading into. Whether or not they'll be able
Kelly,
to handle business is a very different question. Fahim in the top side trying to take down
How are you?
But it's on the objective for the time being Omniscient, as Lydia looks to make a flank right here and no positioning to find the kill to open things up.
I'm happy to see you on my stream, as always.
And I think a battle I'm really looking forward to here as we do start to ease ourselves slowly into this game. Lydia going up against Sans. I think, we've seen some really good games in between both of them in terms of these close range battles. I know Sans obviously AR right now, and you're thinking of Lucky with the SMGs, etc. as well. But I'm looking forward to seeing all these close range fights between these two teams.
I think
some crazy players,
the games will be close, but not as close. I think obviously Omni will
a bit of a better start in terms of the points on the board, and they will have control of P2, if not for a rogue spawn out. A little bit of a split for both teams, so they're going to be fighting and jostling over position.
I've been in an emotional roller coaster. I've been losing people left and right.
Good start from the
I've been also sick.
And Omniscient rotated like 25 seconds.
Buried alive with work.
Because they get cleared, they're now in a terrible spot.
And only
into P2 with which
good thing is that
maybe a little
I do this, right? And also that I am able to have some free time to talk with my friends. But yeah, it's been a roller coaster.
Through mid, it is going to be Lucky, and he shuts down one. Rasmo with another, but there's Lydia on the backside.
No, it's Lydia. Lydia
has been so crucial for this Mont squad. She's going to send out the Hunter Killer right there, and we'll find an angle to at least do the damage, and teammates are there to clean up the rest. So a beauty of a P2 so far for Mont.
Really good play from Lydia, dipping and diving in and out of the point, but Lucky finds his
Hi Omnium, but how have you been, Kelly? Always a pleasure to have you here.
Big plays coming in though, because Lydia was able
I'm just
to
eating my soup.
The game. There goes the missile to fly its way in. And that is pretty much an easy clear coming in from Mont. One push from the side. Oh, Lucky to just line them up and find 3 though. And all of a sudden, what was a very, very clean hard point from Mont converts itself into 10 or 15 seconds worth of scrap time over towards the side of Omniscient. But because of that, because of the push that came through over towards that scrap time, our Omniscient going to be a little bit late heading over towards the next hill.
Fortunately, they are going to have the high ground control entering this hard point. Fahim trying to keep things locked down with an
Thank you
LMG
for
in
the
hand
follow,
on the objective.
William.
Not the easiest spot to be, but he's able to find one.
By the way, Kelly,
Gonna hop down, push through barn, and see what they can find. We do see one operator coming through already. That's gonna be lucky with the Sparrow in hand. Not able to take down anything. Actually, just like that, completely gone to waste.
I'm gonna DM you later because I wanted to ask you something.
It's gonna be able to find two. So Mont,
I'm gonna DM you later.
a little bit of a shaky rotation, are gonna be able to find control of this hard point. Definitely anticipate that Omniscient are
It's like
gonna
a
be able to contest, but
chicken soup.
Lydia continuing to burn through this roster. 12 kills.
Do you guys
to
want
her
some
name.
chicken soup? It's actually very good, especially for you're sick.
Omniscient not quite able to keep pace at this moment in time with this Mont roster, who are slaying it out. I mean, look at the kills in the top left and top right corner. It's a very different story whether you look left or right. Omniscient really have not warmed into this game, but still, it is albeit a 60-point lead very early doors. There is more than enough time to catch this one back up, but if you look at that kill feed once again, Mont dominating.
That's nice. I'm so glad.
Point balance is here to try and do something about it.
So glad. I'm so glad when
nothing.
people that I know are good and they're like, alright, you know.
Nice spot for Razmo if he wants to use the claw, but he gets shut down by the War Machine in the hands of Jace. He's instantly traded, but Gathilla's
I have duck after this, but I'm gonna eat it later.
He's taken down as well, so no big value for either of the teams, but with Saturn pushed up this far, he's got
I don't know how to say to the noodles that are here. I know just in Hungarian.
Fahim as well, and this is the opening for Omniscient.
I used to make them, you know, from scratch.
Free for him. Daytel on the flank trying to see what he can find, but that is a bright flashbang. Daytel pushing on through, not going to be able to win the final gunfight, but Jace is there and they're able to keep things contested.
Really, really good job by Mont to actually fight through that. It was a really good play. I think it was coming out from Razmo, who's sitting himself up top in the office, looking down on the spawns coming in over towards the dock side and slowing Mont down. But I want to say it was Fahim over towards this point to stay alive for so long. Omniscient had the numbers, and yet they couldn't make it count. We head into a second rotation with a 50-point game in the favor of Mont, and now it feels like Omniscient are starting to warm into this game ever so slightly. That kill feed looking a little bit better if you are an Omniscient fan. But they need to make some of these kills count. They need to start getting rolling with things. It feels like Lydia has been a huge problem.
Okay, wait.
But really didn't deal with well. But Saturn's now starting to heat up. 19 kills to his name. Plenty of top control here for Omniscient. They want to try and push through and get some control over towards P2, but they've got some really valuable time over towards P1.
Yeah, and that was, I think, a mistake the first time through. They were so hyper-focused on locking in that early rotation of P2 that they gave up so much P1 time for free. Jace playing his life right there, but Balance pops the equalizer. He's going to be able to take down two. It is going to be early rotations once again, but Balance takes down one on his way from driveway. Still, they have the opportunity to push from rocks right here, and especially with Razmo with an AR in hand, should have an avenue to open things up. Lydia on the objective, and once again, Mont are going to be able to lock down water side, but split spawns will open the door. The question is, will Omniscient be able to march through it? So far, the answer has been no, and there's Jace to hold the line, but finally, Omniscient breaks through.
Okay, Omniscient, what is this?
From Omniscient, there was big flanks coming in through all of that play. They were able to lock down the spawns over towards the backside, and well, have immediately lost them as well. 45 seconds yet to go over towards P2. It feels like an important time for Omniscient, but it feels like also they've just closed that gap so fast.
Lydia is like so cracked with the PDW.
Absolutely nowhere comes Etsy. I think that's 4 or 5 now coming in with the Sparrow, but the rest of his team falling, unfortunately for him. They will eventually get themselves back into the point. Maybe the investment was worth it. Was the juice worth the squeeze? We'll get a hold of a few points now off the back of that Sparrow play coming in. And Omniscient, they were looking so solid over towards this hill. They will get the final 10 seconds. It looks like they have a rotation, but Mont limited the damage there with the investment.
Yeah, they've got to get a little bit more locked in on these rotations, though. One player already on P3. Gathilla's gonna
I wasn't expecting, like, right obviously, Mont is a solid team, but Omni almost won against Kings. Kings is unbeatable. They didn't lost a map. No, they didn't lost a series. It's
with Fahim, they've got it all to themselves, and they do that indeed. Two operators coming out for Lucky and Saturn. Just like that, Omniscient have taken their first lead on this map.
Saturn's is just spinning around.
Expectations and experience was good. It did. I don't know if you watched Scally, but the prior the prior series was actually unexpected. It was Nexus versus Zantium, and Zantium actually won, and I didn't expect that.
But can the push now start to come through? Gatilla will find two. Saturn's is here for the backup as well. As Omniscient starting to take a lead, it feels like they're
nothing is expecting right now.
Winning their way back into this game. It's mostly a full wipe. The spawns towards the back now for Amont, and now it's the rotation for Omniscient, who should be in the better place to go through that middle of the map. But it will be Mont first one's here. But for the first time, it feels like Omniscient have themselves a decent lead.
It just feels like the rotations are getting sloppier and sloppier for Mont early in the game.
I don't know what's happening.
So on point. Spawn control was good. They finally get a good rotation right here and are looking to set themselves up. But Rasmo's in a position to spoil. He's going to be able to take down one. War Machine's still alive. JC not able to connect, but he keeps the hard point for right now. And Rasmo not in a position to take him down, but there's Lucky for the pinch. Saturn.
I feel like the only way for Mons to win is if they take the hard point. Because we all know Omni is one of the best SMD team. You know, they always they do very good in SMD. So
it feels like the investment of those operators towards the previous hill really nailed down around 30 points or so to extend that lead. Whereas Mont have invested something over towards P4 and have got very, very little for it. We're heading into the third rotation of hills in a very, very different place than where we were when we were heading into the second one. It was a 50-point or so lead for the side of Mont, and now it is a 40-point lead for Omniscient. It's a big swing within the space of 4 hills.
There's no way they're gonna recover.
Managed to pick up some really, really decent time over towards P1. Mont have got to stop that from happening.
It feels like the big difference in this last set of rotations is the fact that the teamwork is not looking the same as what it was. A lot of one-by-one
Tears, are you still playing?
Them in a difficult position. It's forced them to not
I remember you were with that.
Out of those operators, and it's made
I think it was Russian team.
To find breaks. Jay on the bottom side, seeing how much time
was quite strong.
I think Rasmo taking himself down with an operator could be an opening once again as Mont try to close this gap a little bit. Saturn's nearly finds the turn, but Omniscient remain on the hard point regardless. Mont trying to make sure they have those spawns toward P2.
Yo, hi Joe!
Keep them locked in for now.
Through all of that, Mont actually picked up about
guys, if you joined while I was outside, I'm sorry.
They've closed the gap ever so slightly. They have P2 spawns. This is your biggest opportunity for a full 60 on this map. You won't get another one.
I remember your team because I was casting a lot of tournaments back then, and everyone was thinking that you guys are hacking just because you guys were playing iPad. I'm good, I'm good.
Etsy towards the backside with the Sparrow is really going to be a big equalizer, but speaking of that, Balance has popped his. Etsy still there with the Sparrow, but Balance is in and around the point. In which
I'm watching you, like always.
For both two teams as Gatilla will start to find two, but Balance still alive.
With
the equalizer gets the job done. Perfect break coming in from Omniscient.
How many times have we seen Lucky single-handedly break through that mid-angle? All the
Lucky is OP.
Just wiping the entire team. Speaking of wiping the team, Saturns. So much value off of that War Machine. It's a full yellow feed. The nade connects as well, and Omniscient can very well win it on this hard point. Only 3 players right outside the hard point. The last hope for Mont, but they get shut down. Saturn's the Pred missile earned one more opportunity as he calls it in at the worst time possible, but teammates are there to reinforce. They're not going to be able to hold the contest. Close out map 1.
Game number 1 from Omniscient. They were 50 points down after the first rotation and then hit the extra gear. Really did make it different when they just started turning things around. And for me, it really stemmed from a wonderful piece of play over towards the first hill on that second rotation. They just soaked that time and said, yeah, okay, you can have these P2 rotations, and just wiped Omniscient off the face of the planet. Fantastic work from Omniscient, wiped Mont off the face of the planet. Look, we'll get the team names mixed up. It's okay, it's map number 1. But irrelevant of that, Omniscient really with a fantastic comeback after what felt like such a good start from Mont. kind of fell apart from there, though, Bobby. First rotation was great. Next two, not so good.
It did feel like the lead.
Like the beginning was strong for Mons, but
largely on the back of a lot of individual plays, and plays that just are not going to be sustainable over a 250-point hardpoint game. And obviously, Omniscient showed the difference right there. So many talented players. Saw a lot of big-time plays out of a lot of these guys, and it was really I think the P2 control that was so dominant for Omniscient, because even when Mont had control of the early rotations, they still made sure that they had
guys, if you have stay safe or on fire, you know, you should actually
entry into the hard point, and at the end of the day allowed them to not only close the gap but build a pretty substantial lead given the start that we saw.
Looking over towards our leaderboard, Saturn's 41 and 25. He is very much up there as my favorite player to watch. I mean, Rasmus's nowhere near behind him. He's pretty much tied in terms of the positives and negatives there. But Saturn's, for me, it just feels like he brings up these kills at the most important moments for the team. Really good job from Omniscient. To take away a map that we said we really felt as if Mont, if they wanted a chance in this series, I don't want to say that they absolutely needed that, but it very much would have helped.
Yeah, you got to think that Omniscient have opened the door for an easy 3-0 if they're able to execute on these next couple of maps. So we'll head now into the Search and Destroy. I believe Firing Range is up first, and that's the map that we saw them go all the way into overtime against Kings on. Definitely many points on that map where they looked a little bit shaky, but were able to make adjustments and at least keep things close.
We see a good SND. If there is a better map than Fighting Mage for SND, nah. Here is where we saw that 1v3 clutch, amazing clutch from Lucky. You can check out my TikTok, obviously.
And I think one.
Thank you for the first CC. Lucky, strong.
Have Mon got it? Well, maybe not, but Omniscient definitely do. Lucky opens up proceedings just like that. Rasmo then follows up with one of his own, and that A bomb site is broken wide open. The bomb down. Etsy is able to answer, not once but twice. Fantastic play from Etsy. Balance now, managing to find the push forward. Etsy needs to find a 1 versus 3 in the ace to win the round.
Rasmo's got a crossbow in hand. Saturn's on the lurk right behind this truck, and he should have the audio cue right there. He's going to go ahead, do the damage. Closes out the round for Omniscient right there, and they take the opening round. So we've already seen the impact of those snipers. Obviously, Etsy able to do some damage with his own, but it's just such a difficult map to only be running one sniper against two very talented snipers in Omniscient.
Thank you for the fire. Thank you so much.
Lydia gets read by a book. Absolutely obliterated by Saturn's right there. One player on the inside of trailer. Gathilla's not going to make the opening read, but Lucky's going to do the damage anyway with the sniper in hand. One player on the flank. See what he can find, but they get picked apart, and now all down to Etsy. Can't find the angle through the smoke, and he's able to shut down Rasmo, but still two more to deal with.
It just feels like that previous game where Mont were in it. In terms of the Firing Range Search and Destroy, that it feels like they're going some rounds and they don't really have a plan, and well, there is no plan that will help Etsy here to win this 1 versus 2, or will this? Satins then turns himself around, makes this a little bit more doable. Is this going to be checked by Lucky now? As Etsy is going to go for it? Yeah, nice and easy.
Damn!
Made it a little bit scary because Satins had these, well, fists out.
This is going to be a 7-0. Look me, watch me, listen to me.
Going into the favor of Omniscient every single time, and I want to say because it just seems a little bit uncoordinated from Mont, maybe. I don't know. It's hard to say after 2 rounds, but it feels a little bit loose.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think a lot of it is coming down to the fact that the retakes have looked, and that's the thing. Like, your retakes have not looked bad, but because you're going into the retake down 2-3 lives off the start, it makes it so much more difficult for those remaining players. Do have a few kills going back and forth off the start of this one. But it will once again be Omniscient with the man advantage.
I believe in Omniscient, guys. You need to realize Omniscient is one of my favorite EU teams. I always supported the team. My favorite baguettes.
It is going to be Fahim watching the cross right there. They'll get the information off of that. And a lot of pressure onto that one player, or make it 2 wrapping up from tires.
In Omni we believe.
For all that they have complete control of the site, have given it up for the most part, apart from leaving Satins there Playing it on an island. Rasmo to find one through the middle of the map, but he will get traded out. Satin's behind the bomb, pops his head up, nicely done.
Look at this.
Yeah, I think for Omniscient there, they just kind of back. Yeah, it's one of those scenarios, isn't it? Do you either try and expand your territory around the site, or do you back it up and go for another retake? In the end, they don't have to do either because they find the kills in the middle of the map. Omniscient still looking so solid on these attacking rounds at this moment in time, and you can only imagine the defensive side will feel nice as well. Now for Omniscient, it's a big push over towards the B side. Balance has been slowed down.
Maybe 7-1.
Came in for his own team, but that shot from Balance
but not more than one round. Not more than one round in favor of Mont.
Does get shut down, but a glimmer of hope here for Mont in round number 3.
They get Balance super weak
Side
right there, so they get the information, but he's going to be able to like lurk back toward mid. And,
oh my god, you need to see Sky, high Euro EG. When it will not be rainy and a lot of mud. Okay, 1v1, Balance versus JC.
He's going to be able to hear any defuse, and he can very comfortably just sit behind sandbags right there and wait for JC to either push up or go for the
JC
defuse.
knows. Tell me, JC, you know that. No.
Beautifully played head glitch by JC, and the timing is perfect for Mott to find their first round.
Never mind.
From JC. To give
I'm not saying anything.
In this search
Hi,
and destroy.
boyki.
I mean, I think it's hard to blame Satins in that one because I think he just doesn't expect him to be all the way over there. They got control of the site completely, but it was the immediate flank that came in from JC that ends up being the catalyst. 4-1 versus 3. The snap from Rasmo, though. And well, maybe things are continuing where they left off in the previous rounds. It's once again all about Omniscient First Bloods.
You would have lost
so easily for Balance. He's just
Balance.
skating through the middle of the map. Is there going to be another one? It's absurd for Balance. Make it 3 in the round. It's now a 5 versus 2. As the ace on the cards as number 4 falls his way.
I have tiramisu, by the way.
And if you're
tiramisu,
like, there's got to be some communication there. There's no way somebody's lurked all the way toward wood and gets completely caught with
I said one round in their favor.
Turning and burning onto everyone in his path. Oh,
there's still a chance when we switch sides, but you can't. You can't when you see a Rasmo lucky. There's no way.
Completely decimated like that. They're able to find one off the start of this, but there's Lucky able to trade.
Oh, good shot.
Okay, Lydia with the double, that's good.
Right there. I think this is the first time we've seen Mont with a man advantage for the entire game.
Aggressive push comes through from Mont over towards the A side. Now, this would not be an issue necessarily for Omniscient had the bomb carrier been with them at B.
Thank you for stay safe. Thank you so much.
Gets caught out, but with Satins and Balance
yeah, this
still left alive here. For the side of Omniscient, this is more than doable. Now, for me in this scenario, Sans has just walked through B bomb site. It feels like this is free for Balance to push around. No, it feels like they've maybe overthunk. Overthinked? I don't know, you tell me which way it is. I'm sure Brody will correct me after this, but either way, maybe a little bit too much of the stuff going on in the brain here for the side of Omniscient, as they had a completely free B side, and Mont will say thank you very much.
Nice.
And around that, well, you've handed it to us.
Yep. Oh my god, you know what I want to eat? For the past couple of months, I've been texting my cousin,
traditionally where they've had a little bit more of a struggle, so we'll see what they've got.
I was keep telling my cousin that we need to get eclair. I want a good eclair.
A lot of utility going out. Obviously, Omniscient going to get the information off of that. Fahim, shotgun in hand. Timing is not there on his weapon swap, and unfortunately, 3 players dropping already. JC is going to be able to trade one, but he's all by his lonesome. And Gathilla cleans things up nice and quick for Omniscient as they now extend out the lead even further, looking to take the 2-0 lead in the series.
Eclair au chocolat? Oui, oui.
Of course, we did switch sides in the previous round. Omniscient now on the defensive side, and it feels like Mont will maybe a little bit disjointed on the defense. Well, you cannot do that on attack. You need to all be
and I want to get creme brulee. Oh my god, I love creme brulee.
Fahim is waiting on him. If he can find this kill, it may well just slow things down, but Gathilla just walks through and guns him. And the potential trade that was there is maybe not anymore. Lydia up top, but that is definitely going to be...
Lydia is such a talented player. Like, she was playing with Angels, if you remember. Like, Angels is the girl team from NA. With Eric, Chelsea, I think, Nicole. Very talented. How did you enjoy that? The last time I ate, that was, yeah. I ate in the summer.
Feels like a different class of game, this one.
When me and Heaps went to this restaurant,
is lurked all the way up toward
it was so good.
#1
But I was so full because I don't even remember what I had. I think I had pasta. No, I had chicken. It was so good. And then I got creme brulee.
And they do not do that. Fahim finally gets aggressive right there and finds a first blood. So an opportunity for them to make their way over toward that A site. One player still over in wood, trying to watch any flankers, but it's actually going to be a little bit of a mid-play right here for Omniscient. Jay shuts down Saturns, and that should be the opening for the bomb to go down.
Bomb was going down at one
Actually, I would eat some melons right now. Like a very cold melon, it would be so good. Ooh, Rasmo.
Lucky alongside of him.
It's so nice that Rasmo is so good with the DLQ and Lucky with the locals. They're just like matching so good.
You just don't peek these angles, do you? You just don't look after those two shots that rang out and your teammates are telling you he's got the sniper. It's such a hard position. Rasmo now going to check this. Throws a small shoulder, knows exactly where they're going to be, but Fahim will clean this one nice and easily. 20 seconds to go.
Lurch, how are you?
Hasn't hit a bullet, so that's not going to happen. 6-3 now to Omniscient. And that is around that. Well, they didn't necessarily let it get away from them, but it never felt like theirs either, did it?
No, it was definitely winnable.
Melons, yeah.
Into a 2v2,
yeah.
But like you said, Mont did a good job not overextending, not peeking those angles, especially when you know there's two snipers alive. This time they get aggressive, they blind balance and are going to be able to take him down. That's Fahim with the first blood. And when they've been able to find first bloods, Mont have had a very good chance at getting these rounds. It's just been a very large if so far. They're able to get things down right here. Now pressure on for 3v5. Retake Rasmo through the wall, finds the Colette, and just like that, the door has been opened.
I need to go ahead, do this. I'm gonna have so many clips, bro.
An opportunity to close things out right
Macaronis.
Fires back. Now into a 2v2, Lucky. He's got a sniper to work with as well, but he can't connect. They've been taken down, and Mont keep their hopes alive.
No way!
My word, we've seen some sniper gameplay there, didn't we? Etsy with two different jump shots to, well, stop the bomb being defused, but before...
How you call the watermelon that is yellow?
The collateral damage comes through. Something we do love to see. We don't see it often, but when we do, my word. Omniscient now. What was feeling like a very comfortable search and destroy.
Thank you.
Being made to feel, well, the opposite. Not very comfortable. Grenade's going to come on through. Lucky will find it onto Etsy. And all of a sudden, this bomb site is just not open whatsoever for Mont. They've lost the bomb. They've lost control. They've lost nearly everybody on the roster. And for all that, this comeback was starting to mount.
Oh no, they
lost. 1v4 is needed to keep themselves in the search and destroy.
With dark strips. Yeah, but like the one that is yellow, melon is yellow. Yes, I want the melons. I love melons. Like, oh,
they have a pretty
so
good idea where he is. Balance, not going to mess around. That's not an easy shot to hit over top of that bomb head either, but that's going to be Omniscient closing things out. Now the 2-0 lead in the series.
They're gonna have like a 3-0 because I think sadly like Mont will not be able to win against Omni.
They haven't. They've looked so good. And honestly, for Mont, it's back to the drawing board for Search and Destroy again. I think, you know what, we've seen a couple of really good rounds from them where, I mean, there was clutches, but to put to the point...
Yeah, but like, Watermelon is around through too, but it's like big.
Then, like, you know, these moments will sometimes offer themselves up to players and they'll be able to take them with both hands, but being in the position to have to find those clutches, where we've seen it from JSA, where we've seen Etsy find two crazy shots to win a round. Yeah, it's all very well and good, but you're putting yourselves in those positions.
Yeah, they just didn't seem to put themselves...
Never an advantage.
Yeah, no, never an advantage. And once again, ridiculous shots across the board for just about all the snipers on the map. like you said, like a lot of it is the way that they respond to the positions
I
that they're in.
defiant.
If you have Githilla outside
the
the front of wood,
defiant
you
one.
don't just let him sit there and lurk wherever he wants to. You deal with him immediately, and you look at the bottom of the
Wait, what
scoreboard,
are
and
the
things
maps
were
that are for
very,
comp?
very rough,
So
especially for the
Hacienda,
SMGs, Lydia
right?
and
For
Daytala were
Hardpoint
not able to get
Hacienda.
anything going. The only close range advantage they had was with Fahim with the
Guys,
shotgun in hand.
hi Lauren.
And I wanna
Hi
say
Lauren.
that
I
the
swear I'm not
majority of the
caster.
time where
So
we're
it's
talking
Hacienda,
positioning, at least
Steak
anyway, you can maybe, if I can't
Sami,
recall a couple
and
of the
that's
rounds,
all?
but
These three?
Lydia and Data were mostly making a push over towards the A side.
Which maps are for Hardpoint?
Through the site.
Just this three? The
you
map
see some of
pool.
the other SMGs on the side of Omniscient, you look at Githilla in that game specifically, was finding sneaky angles,
Okay,
was finding
so
themselves
then
through the
for
mid-map. Him
SND
and
we
Balance were
have fighting
causing
range,
havoc in that general area. Whereas
Meltdown,
we've seen Lydia and Daytel mostly concentrated
Meltdown,
on the A side,
and
but then when the snipers are so good on Omniscient,
and Slums.
you're getting
I
shot
think
down.
Meltdown
I
is
wanna
like
say
an
it was
old COD
at least 3 blokes that was
map.
given away by Lydia.
Okay.
Like, these are the kind of
And then
moments that, okay, you wanna
for
get aggressive as that
Control
SMG,
we
you need to
have
make sure you're
Raid.
picking the right
I
routes.
hate Raid.
It was absolutely not the case for Mont, but
You guys know,
absolutely
if you
was
watch
the case for
Wallaby,
Omniscient.
you guys know I hate
Yeah,
Raid.
I think a lot of
Okay.
it is the way
And
that you use
Crossroads
your utility, 'cause there weren't many
Streaks and
scenarios
Standoff.
where we saw players with those SMGs take any route that was not directly next to trailer. They didn't try to make a wrap through sandbags. That we didn't see any two-dimensional pushes. Nothing get aggressive on defense.
I don't like
It
this
just
map.
made it too easy for Omniscient to read. So now we head on over Omniscient, starting off on the defensive side right here, or rather on the offensive side. And typically we have seen that be the advantageous one is they get 2 players on the objective already. Githilla push all the way to the spawn, but beams out of J-Say. Definitely much needed in response, but they've still got a lot of players to deal with, and with Rasmo taking over basketball court is not going to be easy to find an avenue through.
Thank you for the follow. Hi.
The curveball, if anything, for Omniscient. An immediate 5-man over towards the A side. Mont are like, okay, well, everybody goes to B first. That's easier one to get. Wait a second, why aren't they here? Well, it's because 2 ticks are already in over towards A. The third is following. And Mont are absolutely nowhere to be seen. That is the hard job done for Omniscient now on this attacking round. The kills will start to flow though from Mont. They will have that advantage.
I don't like it.
But holding on to B is not the easiest thing in the world. A really, really good start for Omniscient.
Mont have been able to take some lives off of this. Lydia picks up another one right there, so +4, make it +5.
It's because I was playing Black Ops. No, Black Ops. Cold War. And I was playing MP, and it was so annoying that every time I was falling down the map, and I just don't like it.
To these next couple of waves, as you don't want to continue to give away lives. That is just not a chow that you need to take if you're balanced. Fortunately for him, the ARs are doing the damage right now as they pick up a couple more. Rasmo needs to deal with Lydia. He's not going to be able to do that.
You know,
so
besides
importantly, maintains that kitchen control.
laundry, right? You have that side in Cold War you fall down. And I fell so many time down when I started playing Cold War that I was like, nah, you know what? I don't like this map.
And things become a little bit more difficult.
How Verdict likes to say, Style, California and we shall get our glasses on. Alright, you don't like the map because emotional death, trauma.
Not going to do that. They're just going to send it into the point, and that may well hurt them. Satins is the only one who can answer back. The SMGs have really got their job done here. If you are Mont, it's now 5 versus 9. Make it 4 versus 9. Make it 3 versus 9. Mont have won this slaying battle so convincingly. Still doable though. If you can find a wipe if you're Omniscient, then maybe you've got an opportunity. Lalen's not going to be able to find it. It's a 1 versus 5 now on the cards for Sans.
I'll be honest, in round number 1, Omniscient have not really looked like a team that you would expect to be undefeated in control. So much time. They still have 47 seconds to work with, and they gave away every single one of those lives on one-dimensional pushes. They made maybe 1 attempt at a push through mid, 1 attempt at a flank, and it got shut down, and they said, you know what, we'll just take it straight on, head right into the head glitches, and get picked apart, and that's exactly what Mont did.
And I don't understand that, because if you're Omniscient, you make a heads-up play to say, right, okay, we'll head over towards this A side, we'll catch them off guard. Okay, smart play. And then, as you said, very linear, very 1-by-1. In terms of the rest of their attacking round, just doesn't work whatsoever. Lydia starting to heat up here. She found a couple of good kills over towards the kitchen side throughout the majority of that round. And is going to try and continue to do so. There's another one. Continuing her spree, which is small, but continuing nonetheless. The kill starting to come through from Omniscient now as they look for the retake. JC left all on his own. Not terrible start by Mont on this
I'm
attacking
happy to
side.
have you on my
Let's suppose Omnition, okay,
stream.
well, they got a couple of ticks
I'm
over
still
towards the
sad we
A
never
side,
get the
and
chance
over
to
towards B, so as
cast,
long as they can
you know,
defend
or
well,
to host for
they'll
you,
take that one on the
maybe in the
chin.
future, right? But it's happy
They're
to
gonna
have
be
you
able to
here.
wipe all the progress off of B right here. And Mont have made that
How
route
is,
back toward the A side. They get players stacked all the way up. 3 players
The
on
casting, you were
site.
casting in
One player up
like
top,
in the
that's
past couple of
Balance, who's
days,
gotta
right?
get
Because I
dealt
saw
with,
something, but I'm not sure if I saw it on Instagram. I think it was Instagram.
Trying to find an angle
Yeah.
through. Balance peaks over top, but that's a nasty heady to deal with. But Lucky is very content to do it. Lydia, now the only player remaining. She's got to be a little bit careful right here because she can earn streaks, but she overextends. Lucky shuts her down. And once again, full reset forced, and Rasmo very, very happy to tuck his way into garage right here. Obviously not going to be able to enact a one-man spawn trap, but can continue to be pesky, and Saturn's picks up another 2. Just like that, the life lead has been blown wide open.
Have to be careful though, it's still doable here for Mont. Find himself a couple of decent breaks, and all of a sudden this becomes an easier round. Rasmus still surviving towards the backside. They've actually sent people to hunt him. He's found another one onto Fahim. Eventually it did take 3 or 4 people to go back and take them down. Rasmo, really, really good job. Mont, there's plenty here available. I wouldn't like to see either one of these teams invest anything here as far as it goes with the operator side of things. A decent push here from Mont over towards the B side, but feels like maybe too little too late.
I'm gonna go to the doctor.
I mean, with only one operator used in the entire game so far,
Oh,
you gotta
nice.
anticipate
I'm gonna go
that
to the
opening of
doctor
this round
next week, not this
is
one, the
going to
next
be an
one.
all-out
Because I need to
brawl.
do like some
There's
checkups.
obviously
I
a
think
lot of
I need to
utility
do
in
my
the pockets of
periodical
both of
checkups
these
for something,
teams,
and then I'm
and a lot
gonna
of
just
score
like put
streaks
them
that have
all
been
in.
earned as well.
Because
So
it's not because I'm
anticipating
sick
an
now,
aggressive opening
but
for
most of the
Omniscient
people
right
that died
here.
in my family
A
died
little
because
bit
of a
more
heart
orthodox
attack.
push as they do
And
send 4
I
players over
think
toward
I
that B
might
side.
have, I
They
might,
do keep
I
them
think it might be
guessing with one
genetic, so I need to
steps,
check it.
but
I don't
that's
want
gonna
to
be Lydia.
have
They're shut
heart
down balance,
attacks,
and
so
it's actually going
I'm
to
gonna
be
do it
Jason with the war machine in hand to open things up, but
in
that's
2
gonna
weeks,
get
and I'm
shut
gonna
down.
flip from. I'm
Gathilla's
gonna
still
have
got
1
the
week off.
Annihilator. He's been able to find a couple, but he gets traded out as well. But fortunately, Saturn's
What I miss?
continuing to
A
keep
very
his
nice
squad
hard point
guessing,
and
that
a
has
very
opened up that
amazing
breathing room toward
SND from the
You
side
know,
of
the heads up
Omni.
play from Satins, he stays alive over towards the laundry side. Lucky as well, if anything, the opposite of his name. Unlucky in that instance. And Etsy's going to invest the Predator missile there, so really good play from Mont to actually bring this one back. It felt like Omniscient were really in the ascendancy there. Oh, and Fahim's going to get gunned out of his socks immediately to lose that claw. Trying to deal with the player in the spawn, they're going to manage to do so. Rasmo has really been on a test, sitting at 17. Satins just alongside him. And Lucky now can push up into Laundry, can try and stay alive. The shots are maybe a little shaky, but not from Jace. For all that B has been lost, Mont have not necessarily disgraced themselves by any stretch of the imagination here in this round so far. In a decent defensive spot, and I just want to point out there's a really important kill from Lydia there. She can now put herself over towards that bedroom side, hold that down. It's a good position to be in if you're a defensive player.
Yeah, and the players on the top side going to look to push down and see if they can create a little bit of breathing room toward the top of basketball, but obviously Mont going to have
How
things
is
locked
Mini
down
you,
from
by
right
the
there,
way,
more than
most
likely gonna
wanted?
request
How is
or
here?
require an investment of those operators, and there's Saturn's slipping on through, spots out Etsy as well, and that's the opening that they're looking for. He's going to be able to make his way into Sniper's Nest right here. Lydia beams across the map. That's an SMG, by the way. Just like that, Mont have retaken the life advantage. Gathilla slides and snaps, but not going to be able to find the kill. And once again, Omniscient getting very, very rushed here, despite the fact that they've still got a minute to work with. They've got to be really careful with these lives, balanced with an opportunity to make something out of this equalizer.
Sans finds 2. But the problem is, look where they're spawning. It's a close spawn come through because of how aggressive Omniscient has been with their push down this side. But here we go, it's do or die. Equalizer Alpha Bars is going to tear now, and Detail's going to get evaporated. Is that now going to be what opens things up, or are they just going to start to farm Detail and say, yeah, okay, well, bet, let's just keep him out of the game entirely. But you need to do something over towards the point. 30 seconds to go. Back to the DRH. Now if you're balanced, push starting to come through, the kills starting to flow the way of Omniscient. 9 versus 6, 25 seconds, Bobby. They're going to move here.
But they've completely taken over their spawn. One full wipe, and they could potentially take out the rest of the players.
No,
but
he's
they're not
besides
letting
me.
the gunfight centers
Ah,
pushes
that's
on
so
through.
cute.
He's able to
Sometimes,
find
you know,
one, but
when
he
I
needs to play
see
his
kids
life right
like,
here.
you
He
know,
cannot
like
afford
with
to
their
give away
parents and they're
anything.
being
But they
cute and
turn.
stuff,
It's
I'm like,
only a one-life advantage.
I need to find the
Right now,
husband. I need to get married. I need to do like, I need to make like 2 kids and be cute and stuff. And then I wake up and I'm like, yeah, Diana, just chill.
Saturn's goes huge with the War Machine in hand, and only one left to defend. Fahim, no HP. He has to regen. Sends out the Hunter Killer, and that should be enough to find the final kill. Is Saturn's alongside one other Omniscient
Everything
player
is so
able
close.
to clutch up.
Huge round from Omniscient. Towards the end, it felt like do or die, and they did. With so many different positions that Mont found themselves in that was so good defensively. They sat so tight, they were so patient. And a couple of gunfights don't go their way. There was a huge one towards
Oh yeah, I
Bedroom.
know what you mean.
Lydia lost
Like,
it.
even when I
She
go
wins that
to
gunfight,
like,
they've got a pinch on the site. They
to my
probably
friend,
don't
because like
lose
she
the
always
round.
call me, how are you?
So
Can you
unfortunate
come
'cause he played
to
that
me?
position so
We
well.
have a
She's played
coffee
this map
around,
so
and I
well.
end up staying with her
Middle of the map
kids.
has really
I'm
been her
like,
playground, and she
I love kids, but then
survived for so
I'm like,
long over towards that side
5
of the
more
map.
years added to the 5 that I had before.
Gunfight. Mondo will do a really good job here to kick things off. Push on up towards B. It's already nailed in as well. Kills on their side. Time very much on their side. Lydia has been beaming in this game.
That was a decisive opening to the game to take that B objective and to do it with a 7-8 life advantage. Daytel's gonna slide on through, gets the assist, and they said, you
Okay,
know what?
Monty's
We'll go ahead and
looking
invest all the
solid right
operators
now.
so we can have them charged up for the next time around. Omniscient have not had a response. Daytel is running through this team. They're up by 11 lives already. They're investing more operators. All right, now I feel
Hi,
like we're
Brando.
maybe getting slightly
4 more.
overzealous.
Tells me to go find someone else.
Earn streaks from it, then why not? Mont, now a 12 life
Oh my
lead.
god, my friend
You can't change my mind. That
has
was not the right move. You're up so many lives right here. And that is
2
a
boys,
potentially
right?
round-changing score
And
streak that you just
before
throw away for
like
free.
These are the kind of decisions that Etsy maybe needs.
you know, before she got pregnant, right? She's like, I'm gonna get pregnant until I'm gonna have a daughter, you know. So when she went to do the checkups for her 3rd child, right? They told her it's a boy.
On red and hope for the best.
And she was pregnant in the same time with her neighbor, and for her, like, she has a daughter and she wanted a boy. So when she went to the checkups, the doctor was like, oh, you have another daughter. So they're like joking that the dad should have gone, you know, to the neighbors to actually make the kid. It was a joke. So after like 7 months, she got that 3D fantasy thing, and they told her that, to my friend, that, oh well, you have a girl. And to the other, like her neighbor, they're like, oh, you have a boy.
But the damage has already been done, as now we head to round number 5. Will that heavy investment come back to bite Mont? That's the question. 3 operators are already ready to go for Omniscient.
Just to get
One for
my
the side of Mont. The opening break-off likely going to determine how the rest of this one goes. Omniscient get aggressive right here. What can they do? Gathilla top side. Annihilator comes out. Not going to be able to...
Like, even my brother, like, a bit, but my brother is like 20 now, so back then, you know, the technology was a little bit backwards, not like now, right? So my mom thought, and the doctor told him that you're gonna have a daughter, and then it was funny, because they had all these, like, clothes from, like, me, and, you know, people would bring, you know, presents, ticket for the t-shirt, and clothes, you know, pink, for a daughter, and when he came out, he was a boy. It was so funny. And I remember that my mom was like my neighbor, she was like old. She came to my mom and she's like, so what do you have? And my mom is like, a boy. Leave me alone.
As they continue to lock down this A side. If I'm on this shit, I'm chilling for now. I say that though. How is Gathilla found himself in this spot? It's 3 shots coming on through. Fahim will find it.
I want 5 boys and a girl. Holy macaronis. That's the commitment.
Would have been really nice to get more than 1 kill out of that, and unfortunately nobody in position to trade. The lives fairly even right here, but Lydia's gonna push on through, takes one down, and keeps a little bit of that pressure alleviated for Mont. Saturn's going to be content to sit on this heady. Balance has taken over money room, so solid map control, but just not enough players in position of reinforcement. The War Machine comes out right
Hi,
here.
Samara.
Saturn's able to do a little bit of opening damage. The second connects. And with the damage
Okay, I
done right
think
there,
Omni gonna win, and then
they can take their
if
sweet
Omni
time.
wins,
They're able to
it's
wipe another one
3-0,
off.
and
Here
we
it
are
comes.
moving towards the
War
last
Machine making a
matchup.
sparrow. No, both. Three invested right
It's
here.
4
Monk has done
hours.
everything they can at it
Dude.
to try to even out the lives, and they've done just that.
Very well played.
They have a lot of things invested. We have Jason with the War Machine, Fahim with the claw.
Lucky and Co, you maybe back them down. You got a minute and 10 seconds. You do not need to rush this. It's a step back. It's a reevaluate. For Omniscient now. Huge round.
Ah,
Of this
yes.
game.
Yes.
Cthulhu and Co now starting to make a push over towards money. Fahim has to be massive for his team here. Can find one, gets taken down.
Okay,
Investment
okay.
coming in from Lucky. Mont with nothing remaining. Omniscient, 7 lives to their name. Look at this though, he just lines them up straight away. 2 kills in there from Lucky. And all
That
of a
was
sudden
nasty.
Mont have got nothing left but chasing. The 1 versus 5, Omniscient. Clutch up time and time again. It might not have been pretty, but they get the job done anyway. Omniscient, we said that this will be a close game. 3-0 up against Mont. Not through some adversity in map number 3, to be said at least, but
Was a good one. I
still,
told
will
you.
take that performance all day
Omni
long, 3-0.
taking this win.
Yeah, you absolutely will. And definitely shakiness at multiple points in there.
Oh,
I
thank you
think
for the
especially on
sword.
the offensive side, just a lack of patience where they felt the need to really rush things rather than utilizing the lives that they had. And especially the time
Thank you
that
for
they
the
had,
11
given that
stars. Thank you so
neither
much.
team put up much of defense over
Yo,
on that
Dark
B
Killer.
side.
Long time no see.
I think
How
they
are
made
you?
some adjustments. And I think especially in that last round, Mont got so hung up on how close the lives were, especially over on A, that they invested 3 operators at the same time rather than
Hello.
spacing
Oh,
them
thank you for
out.
the 29.
And I think with that
And
heavy
goes.
investment, I think that kind of closed the door on the opportunity that they had.
And we said at the time, we were like, right, is that going to cost them though? Because, I mean, look, they started the next round brilliantly, but when initially
Thank you for
Omniscient
the
had so much to
44.
offer in terms of everything they had and in terms of their operators, anything that they could bring to the table,
50.
Mont didn't have too
You're
much
doing
of an
good?
answer to it at that stage.
I'm doing
in the final
alright. How
round, and
about
then
you?
all of a sudden, you're
Long
taken
time no
back, you're in
see.
trouble.
Thank you for the
It's a
cover.
tough one.
Ah,
It's
so
trouble
many.
40 again, man. I mean, he might be up there as the best player in Europe for me. I know that's maybe a stretch, but this guy is different. Did you say the same,
I'll
Brody?
vouch for Brody. While we were watching this matchup, Brody was saying that in the green room. So
Thank you for the stab with the swords. Ah,
See, just sort of certain minds and culture.
You know, I think
align.
it's the British mindset, isn't it? You know, you're just always right. You know, what can we
thank you
say?
for stay safe.
No, not always right, but most of the time.
No, I want it. You can. You can.
Yeah,
Oh
Sans
my
is
God,
incredible.
it's
He is such a good player,
adorable.
and I think
Ooh.
we've seen his clutch potential in previous series, so especially the one versus Kings. So I'm not really surprised to see him top on the leaderboard here. He is one of the best players in Europe, if not the best player in Europe for sure. I think that series went more or less as we expected. When Mont started
Mini
strong,
man.
right? You know, they were, what, 50, 60 points up in the very first hard point. I was like, yep, the series is going to go exactly as we expect.
So
They're going to
cute.
take the hard point, and then we're going to get to maybe a 3-1 victory for Omniscient in the series, and then it all went downhill for like the second half of the hard point where Omniscient just started getting control. And I think as soon as that hard point went the way of Omniscient, then I think at least I kind of
Yeah,
knew
I was
that it was
sure.
gonna be a
Now
three
we're gonna have
at that
the
point, because
I mean, yeah, but
The last game of Slide is gonna be exclusive versus Mon.
One, though. Honestly, and me, Bobby, were just speaking about it.
That's
on
gonna be
podcast
quite
in terms
fast,
of
in my opinion.
how they attack, and I don't know if that's the case of you are 2-0 up and you're cruising, and it's one of them just we'll do it in the end, which they did, admittedly. But
I
at the
did
same
not
time,
try it actually,
you
but
can't play like that up against the top teams. If you do that
I shall do it. But the
Kings,
thing
if
is
you
that
do that against anybody other than the teams below you right now, you will get.
the servers,
for me, it's the same thing as, you know, we're looking at this now, we're looking at Mont, where they are actually starting to be competitive against these teams now. We have some idea of where they're stacked up against the likes of Omniscient, Kings. So
the only
that's what we're
servers
looking
I
for.
think available in EU
We
are in
absolutely
Germany,
did.
and
Put up a good
I'm not
fight.
gonna get the
In
VPN
each
to
of the
play.
series, there were moments
When
where it
they're
looked like they
gonna,
were able
when
to
it's
kind
gonna
of
be
level
the
playing field just a
global
little
launch,
bit,
I'm
but it
gonna
is
play it. But
Omni
until
in
now,
the end, who comes out on top. And 3-0 padding their stats. You saw that on leaderboard. Now 4-1 in third place, looking good heading into our 4th week of the challenge season. But we also have our 4th match on the day here, so make sure you stick around because we're going to send it to a short break before we dive into it between Big and Ricey. So don't go anywhere. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Mini maybe more. So cute. Ooh. Yes, I want to go. I don't understand why is not a land event. Please, Call of Duty, make it in Europe to actually be able to travel it, not to Sao Paulo. How am I supposed to go to Sao Paulo? He does look very strong. It's so cute.
The Snapdragon Pro
Hi,
Series powered by
Kelly.
Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon.
I
Elite
wish there
Gaming.
would be a land in
Samsung
EU because I
Galaxy
want to meet
S23
these
Ultra,
people. I want to
Monster
meet like
Energy,
Omni. I want to meet
DHL.
exclusive. I want to meet Kings players. You know, I want to meet players from NA. You know, like Rihan Poo, right? I hope. So cute. That's adorable. And other people, yeah. Need to team up. Yeah, we need, yeah, indeed, yes. I don't play BR anymore. I stopped playing when I stopped dating hips. I stopped playing BR. I don't play BR. The only time I play BR is when I play with Lurch and some of our friends. But that's very rare. I just dislike BR so much that I don't even wanna open BR. If you have ice rice, you better go. My mom cooked the other day rice, so he can come over. I like to babysit kids. They are cute. Yeah, but BR is boring for me. I left someone to play on my account for MP, and then I never changed my settings. So then I got used to my settings in MP, and now I'm too lazy to actually adjust my settings on BR. You know, my sensitivity. I don't play even MP rank. I don't play anything. That's a good thing. Oh, shut up, Urge. Shut up. Don't bully me. Yeah. Yeah, like, yes, no, a couple of days ago, I found a picture. It was a screenshot from your conversation with you know who. You know who. From a couple, like, last year. You know who. Tokyo. Remember? I also need to dye my hair. To dye. You know, it was a conversation between you and not.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true.
I like the song.
Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if
I wanted to send it, but then I was like,
you're willing
eh.
to work for 'em. You're willing to hurt for 'em. But most of all, you're willing to be
Oh
first for
god,
'em.
that piece of banana.
Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane.
Do I
All
need
right,
to?
everybody, welcome back to
Last
the
time I
Snapdragon
played.
Pro Series, where we are preparing to get into the final match
Uh-huh.
of the day here in EU for Call of Duty Mobile. We
God,
mentioned
she's
it
so
before
pretty.
the break very quickly. Now we're going to be looking towards Big and Ricey to close things out for
Okay,
the
guys,
day.
all the rice that you have,
I
we
heard
need.
you
We need
joking
sushi
back
to
and forth.
win.
What can we expect out of this matchup?
I mean, this is the final opportunity for the underdogs. These are the last two remaining teams that can potentially make it into playoffs. They have a very difficult path to doing it, but it's not over quite yet for these guys. And I, for one, am all aboard Team Ricey.
I'm here for it, Bobby. I'm here for. We'll take a look at the rosters. We'll start with Big. Brody, where are your thoughts?
I'm with Big all
What
the way
do you
here. This
mean?
Big roster
Sushi is
looks a
doing
lot better
good.
last week, and you know, I very briefly spoke to Mirajlior, which apparently, you know, it is pronounced Mirajlior. He wants the entirety of that pronounced.
Is he actually serious?
Yeah, apparently.
I was right.
Apparently
I was
so.
right the first time.
And you said that too.
I like that they're all wearing legs there like this. I should have. Oh, you can see my pants there with like
yeah,
bears.
this roster has got a lot better, I think, since making the decision to put both Rondo and Slayer on the roster at the same time. That decision instead of Starricker, I think, has significantly improved the slaying power of
Zaka
this
is
team.
good. Bat is good
And,
too.
you know,
Got
again, that very brief
destroyed by
conversation
him
I
in
had with
Rangman.
He said that they are making vast improvements. We saw that last week. I think the bummer for them is, you know, when we talk about kind of any...
Yes, obviously I wear like this is a normal top. I wear it outside, but like these are like my pajamas.
So it's difficult for sure. They've still got a path ahead of them, but as I said, they're making improvements. They're looking good now.
All right. Well, now that Tun is apparently the only person that knows how to read, we'll also take a look at Ricey's roster. I mean, I'm proud of you, Tun.
Again, guys.
But talk to me a little bit about this squad.
I mean, look, it's a squad that we talked about at the beginning of the season.
It's who this? I don't remember I saw this from before.
Essentially, I don't want to say upset the odds, but you know, we had like some expectations, and they haven't quite hit those yet. I want to say. I think for us, you know, the really big game was against Mon. You know, you just mentioned
Callum.
in terms of losing these matchups.
And Torso, I remember
you really
them.
did need to win, but still in the cards potentially.
Rush is actually having my friend is never plays with me.
Sushi, but Sushi having a good game usually results in Ricey performing better. If he can do that, then of course this is going to be a decent series. But it has kind of been an up and down challenger point for the side of Ricey at this stage. And I'm not sure
thank
where
you.
we'll kind of sit with them in this one. It's a difficult game.
You could be the tiebreaker here, okay?
How do you win, Art?
Just stew on it.
Thanks so much, Kelly.
Bands. You know you can never side with Brody. We're starting off with the Hacienda Hardpoint.
I mean, last week it was not
No,
very pretty on Hacienda Hardpoint for Ricey.
Can't be want
so
something
doesn't make me feel good.
else
if I'm being
than
honest,
Hacienda,
I think
guys.
that Big
I
will
am
win, but
getting
my heart
enough
says
of
Ricey.
Hacienda.
That's kind of where I'm landing in this scenario. I think if they can get to the Summit Hardpoint, they can find a way to take a map. I think that's definitely got to be a must-win for them because they've looked very, very solid there. But yeah, Hacienda Hardpoint is not a great way to get things started, given the way that
We
they
need new
looked
maps.
up against Mont last week.
Yeah, Hacienda Hardpoint is a good pick for Ricey. I think it's one of the maps that
I
they
didn't
played
straighten my
Byzantium
hair today.
in the very
Looks
first series. I think
decent.
it might have been like map number 4, maybe.
Need
Summit,
me,
though, is a very
please.
good pick for Big. You know, not only did they manage to beat Nexus on this, it was
I
a
like it
250 to
too.
227 scoreline.
Don't worry.
This is the map in which they got 50 points against Exclusive. It was a 203 to 250 scoreline. Yes, they lost the map.
Shut
but,
up.
You know, it was pretty close.
Need-
So I think for them, this is actually okay if they get to a map number 4, as you said, but it's an if they get there kind of situation.
I don't play BR,
Yeah,
guys.
looking towards the Search and Destroy, Tunisia and Slums.
But I
coming up,
like
so
you
it is
too.
gonna be
Don't
dependent,
worry,
at least
cutie.
Tunisia
I
on
like
those
you
sides has
too.
been proficient for both these two teams, whereas Slums very different story, of course, a more passive side of
I
things
don't
on the defensive side to see if a team can break that down. So yeah, interesting.
Yeah,
to see
it
which way
has
that one's
different
gonna go, but
layers.
I think for me, especially, those hard points are going to be influential. Such as Destroy's not too sure yet, but raid control is what we're going to get, which is never a bad thing to see.
Yeah, 1 and 3, raid control for Ricey. I think this is actually the only control map Ricey have played the entire season. I think they've played it every single series. So, you know what? They'll be feeling pretty comfortable here. If they haven't got it down now, don't know when they will.
All right, well, I'll send you two off to the other half of the studio to get yourselves set up for the final match. And Bobby, we'll get your thoughts here on the map picks.
I don't really hate it for Ricey. I think it was standoff that Big especially looked strong on in some of their earlier matchups. So the fact that Ricey are able to avoid that one to get their go-to map pick. That being said, not necessarily one they've had a lot of success on. But I think the key factor going to be whether or not they can have Kahlo and Sushi playing at the top of their game. Obviously, you don't prefer for your game plan to be dependent on two players, but that's kind of been the key to success for them so far this season. So if they can find some momentum early in the game,
But you have takeoff, that kind of seems like that. Thank you so much. Thank you, Choker. Thank you, Kelly.
Match of the day. So Brody and Tun, let's get into it.
Well, we are going to get into it, and I am curious to which way this technical bit of a mid-off goes.
That Ilulu means that he got the treasure box.
These two teams are kind of sitting in a tough spot, and they absolutely need to stop being mid, and they need to stop being good if they do want to go to playoffs. That's unfortunately the side of it. They both have potential. I think that's what annoys us with both these teams. We do sit here and watch them on occasion and sort of think to ourselves,
oh,
right,
Hacienda
okay,
again. Is the
so
third Hacienda?
maybe you are challenging, maybe you are then starting to push things to maybe change what is now looking like a cemented top 4. One of you needs to take the ball by the proverbial horns and maybe do something about it.
Yeah, as I said, look, Big, they've been making market improvements in the past. Ricey, we expected big things out of them versus Mont last week, and we did not get it, especially on the hard point.
You
so
won the treasure box.
Excited to get into it, though. See who starts off strong. Again, it's that big duo for me, Slayer and Rondo.
When you finish, when this is done, when Ricey and Big decide to finish.
Not too sure if that's down to maybe Zaka not being available, or they just wanted to switch things up a little bit, but that is a conscious decision being made by Big here to switch things up a little bit.
I cannot join when I'm like, the need, when this is done, I guess.
I was like, oh, 2 weeks ago.
But I'm kind of busy tonight, so maybe we can watch it tomorrow. I don't know.
We just need to blame Bobby here because he was setting the example as the one that should know.
Exactly, he is the one that should know. Mr. COD Mobile himself. Anyway, here we are. Looking over towards the PT side. Ricey with a decent lead of this P1 push. Big with a little bit of a spawn out here as well, so there is maybe opportunity for Ricey to find some sort of look over towards this second hill. Shots over towards this side are going to have to be important. Rush will eventually get himself over the wall, and the push will start to come through. 2 finds 2, one off the back of something. I'm not even quite sure what happened. And all of a sudden, this break just comes to them so easily.
Why is their name Big?
Numbers, but Ricey have control.
I have no idea.
Yeah,
I never
because they know exactly where Big are coming from. There isn't really no pinch play
with any of the players from that team. I think I played a couple of times with Rondo and Starik, but never like talk.
From the side of Big.
And neither with Ricey.
In for a Big smokes galore, so bit of obscurity in terms of being able to see anything here. Starker, he
Hi Dokia. Hi Kelly.
Still a little bit of work to be done here, but every single time that Big are hitting this hard point, Ricey.
Yeah, and Sushi is nice. Sushi, yo, Earth, remember when you were playing in that team? Were you playing in that team with oh my god, I forgot. Remember Karma Sushi? Remember Karma Earth?
Nothing.
That woman that was doing tournaments.
It's a saying. Don't look at me like that.
I've never heard that saying in my life. That is the most northern thing you've ever said. Say some northern thing.
I have had this conversation with people.
I know, but Big is not doing big things right now.
No, probably not.
So maybe it's just wherever the hell you live.
Yeah,
kind of thing. Anyway, here we are.
Guys, all the rice should come into my chat because that's gonna help Ricey to get more power.
60-point lead in a hard point can mean very,
and if you add some cheese, gonna help them too. Trust.
Does get taken down, and a bit of
telling you, after this, I'm going to get my cards, guys, because I send them power with my rice.
Find yourself back in the game. Good points going on here. Over towards the side for Big. Can they continue to do so?
Yeah, Slayer's going to invest the Annihilator here. This is a big investment coming out from Big. I've got to stop saying Big, man.
It's difficult.
It's difficult, isn't it? We use the term quite often. So
it's
when
hard to say a large investment from Big, though, isn't it? It doesn't quite flow the same.
A hefty investment from Big is what we see there. Slayer's going to use the Annihilator to, well, pretty good utilization, and that's going to give Big basically the entirety of time over by Offensive a really necessary hard point coming out from them because they wouldn't want to find themselves out of
okay, so
Brink's going to lose, unfortunately, a key gunfight.
This could be a solid 1 hour and a half game.
And all of a sudden, we're in a situation here where Big, not only do they get the time offenses, but they've already got control of New by Rock, an investment coming out from
Ricey don't need rice, they need my power chocolate, indeed.
Yeah, a bit of info as well, isn't it?
Oh, I saw this TikTok with this woman who had like a big power chocolate, like this big. This big, right? And she was like cutting every day and eating.
Rush. Here with the equalizer for Ricey, gonna make this count. Has to make this count. Finds absolutely nothing but a Toots. He's just got a normal gun. He's getting the job done. Slayer's left alone, and a Toots finds the third. Starrick and Co now here as well.
It looked amazing
from both these two teams, and ultimately, as I was kind of saying after the second hill, you know, these hardpoint games can change very, very quickly, and Big all of a sudden find themselves within 5 points as we're about to head into a second rotation. Still 10 seconds or so here for Ricey to potentially clean up Bit of a
She ate it
50-50.
by herself. Nah, she
But
just
I don't
like
know
cut a
what's ever
piece
happened
of it
in
and
this
ate it.
First roll of hills and the rotation.
Right.
It's been down to a big hold over towards P2 and a big hold over towards P3, and then kind of split the difference across the other 2 hills. So both these 2 teams holding well. It's all going to be about these rotations.
Yeah, for sure.
A lot invested there, by the way.
Yeah, I was going to say, again, this
She
is the second
ate
gravity
it?
vortex gun we've seen today, and you don't very often
Silly.
see those on Hacienda. It is not a
You know
map
that song? I have it
many
always on TikTok.
choke points
No,
in which that is a super
silly.
useful operator. So to see it come out from Sushi is a bit of a weird one. I'd be curious to see what the thinking is behind that. But regardless, Ricey want to use that to good effect later on in the hard point when he gets a chance to earn it once again. Big now. Looking for the back 35 seconds, not spawning currently on the better side of the map for the rotation towards P2. Ricey will keep that in mind, but Vat finds the double here. An opportunity perhaps for Big to try and flip a player past behind enemy lines. They're doing that with player number 3. Mirage Lior is trying to get those spawns here, Ton. 20 seconds left in this hill, though. Ricey getting a bit of time.
That too is just firing at thin air, unfortunately. But yeah, I think any time you get over towards P1 on Hacienda, you take it as a small bonus. Last time around, though, this rotation looked a lot different. Ricey were able to lock it down very, very quickly after Big were the first ones there. But Big will find a couple of kills off the initial break. So that is definitely going to help them out. The spawns over towards the back. The car park push will start to come on through. Are Ricey going to be able to make this one where this will be a big kill if Mirage can get it? Does find it, but gets traded. It's used now through the front door as well. It's just
I
not
don't know
enough
about
fight.
what the...
Take, but it's a gunfight. You're
Oh,
apparently gonna
okay.
win. How on earth is Ricey managed to find the breakthrough here? Carlo now finds his way in. Slayer is doing what he's been doing the entire game, but it may well not be enough for the side of Big. Ricey now trying to find a way through. They cannot quite get there. Big just about hold on.
Man, for that crazy play from Etudes, it all just falls apart right after that. A flurry of kills come through for Big. It's been a dominant kill feed for them the past 10 seconds or so, but they still do have to hold it. This is where Ricey got a lot of time last time around. Maybe Big can respond by doing the exact same thing here again. Rondo and Miragidor combine for 3. I think Miragidor actually finds a 2-piece of his own, but regardless, Big off the back of that, arguably considering Ricey actually managed to find the entry into the hard point, they should have got themselves in for the back 15 seconds. That doesn't happen, and now all that's left for this time is one more push coming out from Sushi. He gets shut down, sent back towards the respawn point, and Big full 60 on the McLaren hard point. Now we move to fences, and Ricey here first.
Managing to find these kills. It's so important they do so, because last time around, Big found a lot over towards the fences. Slayer's just popping off right now, having a crazy game, sitting at 29. Potential 50 bomb on the cards. Don't want to jinx it, but maybe I will. Here we go from Starrick. War Machine up top finds absolutely nothing. Barely even gets a hit marker before being shot in the back. You just kind of got to know the moments of when to use that. Rondo just using the gunny.
So cute.
Make it 4 in a row now for Rondo. Make it 8 in a row, sorry. His 4 come through very, very quickly. Big start to extend.
Come on, Rondo. Are we seeing a good equalizer?
I'm confused at how Vat just spawned at the back there, right next to 2 players. He gets 2 easy kills for free. And to be honest with you, I think if Vat doesn't get that 2-piece, I don't think Ricey lose control of this hard point. Big now. Be feeling pretty happy with themselves. Rogue spawn now coming into effect for Ricey as well. Brings around the back line. Do they recognize it's the question? I think this Briggs is taking shots. I think they might sooner rather than later. Starrick not bothered by it just yet. Wants to get some kills for himself. Finally, there you go. Brinks goes off, and it means that that scrap time will go the way of Ricey. Honestly, at the moment, maybe I'm incorrect here, Tom, but I feel like there is a slaying discrepancy between these two teams, with the likes of Vat and Slayer hitting 30 bombs now, and Rondo also at 24. And I don't think Big have actually seen much for that.
In this case, you know, like Ricey is a good team as we see them win, obviously. But I feel like Big has more
maybe they're just getting to grips with how you really do need to play it at the highest level.
experienced players, right? Because you have Slayer. Slayer used to be in Nova, right? Nova used to do pretty good, but Nova was a team. Mirage Lior is also very strong. Starrick as well.
And then maybe find themselves a break, which they managed to get. 30 seconds here at P4.
Now we're seeing the R9 coming out from Rushes as well. We've seen this before again. We've talked about these players with the R9s and what they're capable of. EMP now coming out from Big though, so Rush is going to be affected by that. And well, these skills going to come through. Carlo's going to bring out the operator, as is a 2s. This is a big investment coming out from Ricey for really what is the last 15 and 20 seconds of time. They really want to keep themselves level with Big, or at least as level as they possibly can. They will still be behind regardless of what happens here as we get into the second set. So that is actually a massive investment for really not all that much from Ricey, to be honest.
No, I agree, and I think if you can transition that into keeping a hold of these P2 spawns, if you can keep a hold of up top, then fantastic. But right now, that is in the balance as well, and they haven't really managed to lock down the area of the maps that they need to. Starwrecker is able to find at least one. Looking towards these spawns, Ricey's still in the better position, but 45 seconds left here. Over towards P1. Mirage, they're going to find his way onto the point as well. If they can find this kill, then this is some good, positive time from Big. They're going to be able to soak up a good chunk of it. At this moment in time, this will make them go past the 200 point mark, as Ricey are going to be a solid 50 or 60 behind by the time we head over towards P2 if they can't do anything about it, which they have managed to do so here, Brody. 20 seconds at P1. It's all about this fight for over towards P2.
Yeah, still a path into this game for Ricey, especially considering they've been hot on the heels with Big basically the entirety of the game so far, but there are still key gunfights to be won. Mirage Dior was one of those. So that's a big one to win for A2. And going back towards that very first set, Ricey had gotten a full 60. They can still do it again here, especially when Sushi's really starting to heat up, has had maybe an average game so far at 25 kills. Now needs the rest of the squad to also join him in that effort. Ricey. Could be a couple of players all alone on the hill for the moment. Callow and Rushes being approached here by a couple from Big. Fat's gonna find one Slayer on the outside. Actually manages to outgo Rushes at close range,
nice
despite the R9. But even still, I don't necessarily think the numbers are here to overwhelm. Star here, not in behind with the War Machine, just trying to take these guys out. And yeah, that was the spawn for Starwrecker that he got, and now those spawns are being followed up with spawns from Big as well.
Oh, it's all over the place at the moment, Birdie. Nobody has control. Nobody really knows where the other opposition are coming from. Carlo's able to find two, and we can see Big now starting to find maybe a little bit more of an extension. 30 seconds to go. They see
hey, hi.
Really, really good job from Big, and now with 24
I'm
seconds
fine,
remaining on this hill, they
how about you? How are you?
Concentrate on this transition over. They're getting some good time. Ricey and Co all just gonna have to concentrate on stopping this scrap time going over towards Big, but then have to think about the rotation.
Look at him. He's the only one I see with crossbow.
Numbers as well. Oh, we're shooting bodies now as well. Don't let the Juju man come out for you because he will.
Yeah, we can cast a curse, you guys. Let's not be shooting bodies just yet. Big is now 28 points away from victory. They've got a fair bit of utility on side. 2 operators to speak of, and the Hunter-Killer drone from Slayer. That Hunter-Killer
yeah, I was thinking about that.
Point here for Big. Got to be careful about a potential flank coming through from A2. He's already found the first kill, now starting to find the second as well. Rondo's going to win that initial 1v1, but Ricey, 3 players from the fence's side, and the kill's starting to go in favor of Big here. One just laying down on the contest spot, but he's going to get dealt with immediately, and those are the kills that Big required now to clear the point. Ricey going to get the flip through. Slayer is completely clearing the other side. He has read this perfectly, and now Ricey need a pinch to stop this win.
One final push from Ricey to try and stop themselves going 1-0 down. Big now 5 points away. They're holding it down. Ricey have got to move in. They've got to move really quickly, and they've got to go through the fire and the literal flames to get there. 3 seconds away now from Big. The congestion is there.
Big.
Of Big. That will be map
No?
number 1 going over towards Big. 250 to 178. I didn't see that necessarily.
What do you mean you didn't see that?
I didn't see that from Big in that comfortable kind of fashion. With the way that the game started, with the way that Ricey started over towards P2, P3, time and time again, was there for Big. I don't think I've ever seen a team have so much success over towards P3 specifically, if anything. I mean, it's not, when you think about this map particularly, you don't think, oh yeah, Money Hill. Like, it's not even remotely yet. Every single, we were over there 3 times, and I want to say they probably picked up around 120 of the 180 on offer. That's crazy.
Yeah, I think admittedly, the attempts at breaking into the hill from Ricey were a bit messy, I think is the way I would describe it, right? I think especially considering it's very often that
What's
you
your
will get
favorite
spawns coming through, you'll get players spawning over by World, you'll get players spawning out all the way towards the right side of your minimap.
I don't know, I don't really eat at like fast food. It's very rare,
hits,
but
or at the very least,
usually when I go, I get McChicken. I like McChicken.
And Rondo, the names that we have come to know from this roster that have really started to pick things up over the course of the last couple of weeks, it's just really difficult. And honestly, I think that is a point that we should probably mention here. The slaying on Big side. Honestly, I do believe that the scoreline probably should have been more in favor of Big, considering how much they were actually outslaying Ricey by. I think the efficiency wasn't as good as you would like on the whole.
I mean, how often in Call of Duty esports, how long we've both been around in it, that we try not to lean towards the kills too much, don't we? I think but it's hard not to in certain instances when it's so different. You know, you can talk about KDs, you can talk about the Nelly 50 different times. that VAT and Slayer have got. But let's just paint the picture for the viewers at home.
How much I paid last time? Last time when I went
but that kill feed
to McDonald's was with my brother when he went to enlist in the army.
Quickly work out what the difference is. It may not be right, but it's a lot.
Hi, Overhaul.
I want to hear the ton maths now.
20, 40,
I think I was when it was like 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago.
That's insane. That's a very large.
I don't know how much I paid. I paid like
that's a large deficit.
That's a
€5 on like a
to be outslaying
five,
that much and
five
still only lose by 7. I think stays a lot more
€6, yeah. €6, but it was like the big
feels like we're maybe bashing them, but
menu.
But if you're finding that many kills, there is
Obviously, I couldn't eat the fries.
You win it by 70. You should 100 points.
Yeah, I think it was just
too
slow.
much.
It was just slow for the middle of the game, and obviously that big full 60 hold from.
But I don't really go because the only place where I can get like fast food is like fast foodish things like this is in the town, and because I don't go in the town like very often, or when I go, I do a lot of things and I don't have time. I usually don't get the chance to, go and eat.
We know from the varied amount of maps that
Why
we
not?
played here.
There were too much. I can't eat that much.
This is very difficult to crack these sites.
Like even the McChicken, I eat like 70% of it. Like half, almost half. I couldn't eat.
Slayer more towards the middle of the map though, and just tempting fate by throwing a couple of shoulders. Maybe
€11. Nah. I think I paid around 12 or €13 on both menus.
Really good shots coming in from Mirage there, and Slayer all of a sudden will find one and rushes.
I tried the one with like the crispy chicken or something. But it wasn't good.
Kill was enough, but Calo will find a kill on a Mirage Layer, and all of a sudden, what does that make Ricey do? Do you stick with it while you found the kill, or do you go for the twist over towards the B side? But a lot of real estate gained by Big over towards that side.
Yeah,
so
high view. I think that one, it's like it was something new. I think, but it was on my favorite. Peter, thank you for the follow.
Might well come and help out that in the situation.
I'm sorry.
But they have a free bomb site. This is not good from Big at all. They should be.
How are you, Pew? I hope you're good, and I hope you had a wonderful day.
On a late hit coming through from Slayer, it has been read from Carlo, who should snipe him out. And there you go, Slayer down for the count. Big Rondo on the other side, going to trade for one.
Oh my God! Don't hit it! Long time no see.
All they've got to do.
Wait, you are the NA Ohide. I'm not gonna say Ohide. Ohide.
Cannot find the final kill versus that. Oh boy, that was a lot closer than it
I can't.
Look, I don't want to like.
So it is the NA Ohide.
No, I'm not just doing it for the sake of it, but just to play devil's advocate, right? In the sense of maybe knowing that the aggression is going to come through, so happy for the retake with the numbers with them is kind of, I suppose, the theory. I'm not saying that it's necessarily right, but I suppose there is method in the madness, so to speak. I don't hate it too much. In the end, it does work, but just
yeah, body shooting. You loves body shooting.
I promise I'm not just arguing.
It's just difficult. It's very difficult to get on the site once you've lost control of it. I think, especially around A. So it's a big risk to take for sure. But regardless, as you say, mate, it works out. Big now 1-0 up. Ricey now.
What I tried a couple of weeks ago.
Moving itself over towards B, but I think at the moment this is kind of disturbing the land, right? They don't want to move anywhere.
Put the feelers out.
Yeah, exactly.
Basically, I told myself every time when I go to the town, I need to like get something that I really want, or I'm gonna go for like Starbucks. I usually don't go because like it's very expensive. Like the coffee is expensive and it's not that good, but I like it. Or I go to eat somewhere like KFC. McDonald's is fine, right? So there was this thing opened in the mall, right? And it's called Friday, and basically all the food is actually fried in peanut oil. So I wanted to try it because I never tried that, right? It was so not good.
The trigger discipline for him is
terrible, actually.
Never mind. Doesn't matter if you got the SFG in that situation. Brinkus is.
Anyways, coming back to these guys.
To stop this bomb.
Slayer got the lineups, has he? Well, let's find out.
And it was expensive. It was just like a waste of like €10 actually.
It's going to be so difficult to deal with.
Yeah, it's Friday now. It's called like this.
Very weak. Slayer says thank you very much. I'll have a free one there as well. Have they got any idea where a 2's is? Apparently they do. Big just walk back onto the site and wipe Ricey off the face of the planet.
Yes, it is. They had such a weird like color as well, and the texture, like the
I mean, the first one's the big difference, right? I suppose he picks up.
burger
I mean,
was
he
with like
spat on Brinks
mac and
just
cheese.
died, but at the same
Terrible,
time, it's the
never
first
again.
gunfight.
Insane.
It's a very weird
Huge one
combination.
to win.
I don't know if you have a
Gonna
combat.
feel like Rush has got to maybe do a little bit better with the armor in that situation. Though if he finds that kill, it's probably around the Ricey.
Okay, so I think there's a chance we're gonna have a 3-0.
Same kind of situation. as
Just
last time,
because
Hitter.
Big started very
Ricey just
big in
getting
that
an
hard
idea
point,
for where
and
Big
right now
are.
they
I
are
imagine
having
from
a
the
good
information they
control
gave
in
last
the
round, they probably know where some of these players
S&D.
are located at the very least. This is aggression coming out from Rajlior. He's been looking for these first blood kills.
Sushi,
With the crossbow
sushi,
time and time
sushi.
again. Oh, and he hits it again. What is going on with the
Sushi.
sushi?
Oh man, when we were talking up, Sushi is maybe being for right. No shot.
That's really no shot. There we go. Finally.
Mirage there, causing all kinds of havoc. I'm glad we're calling him out, doing some good things with his correct name this week at least anyway. So Big now looking to go 3-0 up.
If I would
from
had,
V1.
if I would have
Something special
casted
from Brinks in this situation. I tell you what, he does have the bomb.
this, I would been dead. That's insane, right?
By the looks of things, Mirage, they're chasing him down. Is it another crossbow kill heading our way? It's not,
What?
because Vat manages to
Nice.
find him first. Big 3-0 to
Okay.
be good. Make the defense
What
look
are
very,
with these
very solid here.
S&Ds? They were all
I think Ricey, you know,
3
it's not
7-1,
necessarily
7-2.
over yet by any stretch. I would say the defense
Bro, I
definitely
miss
feels like the stronger on
Verdi.
this map. As a seasoned
One of the
Cosmo
best
caster, you can correct me if I'm wrong
casters,
here, but it definitely feels
telling
so.
you.
I
And
would say
today,
at the
oh my
moment,
god,
Big are
I miss
playing this
those
very
days with the
unconventional
day and
defense.
Verdi.
So much of this, generally speaking, goes down to a team on the offense will push into the side, they'll have a tough time getting into it, and then it will go wrong from there. But Big are playing so aggressively. This round, though, things might be a little bit more traditional, and Slayer's going to be the one in wait.
Bro,
Guys on the side, they
how
almost
took
line
2
up.
people?
Brinks is going to have something to say. Mirage,
Oh, okay.
you're getting a little bit cocky now, buddy. Oh, tries to get that kill down with a crossbow. It's not going to happen. But Big are over here now in the 3 versus 2. And Brinks
Is
in
a
the team to kinda
2v3.
stuff.
Okay.
Rando's managed to find himself a way out here as well.
Abyss Mobile Mayhem
Horrible place to
days.
be on that B bomb site, I would imagine, when there is 2 players up top plant. They're going to have to
Biggest
smoke their way
question.
out here. Starricker is going to get that
Oh, I'm
information.
sorry.
They'll find
I
the
didn't
flick of
catch
the
that.
shots. But ultimately, that means that Ricey have given up the little control they had over towards this B site.
Oh,
Normally,
thank you for
can
the
just
fur
leave
blushies.
Starricker
Thank
over
you.
towards that site, and now all of a sudden, Ricey can
Hi, tears.
converge themselves back over
Bumbleclass.
towards
Where
A,
is
because we know
Ryu?
that
Tell
this is
him to
inevitably
come
where
to
the
my
push has to come
stream.
from. Oh, does it? Is it the old switcheroo?
Or I'm gonna sound him
Even
a
if it is, you're gonna run right
chocolatey.
into Rondo here. Rondo should be able to piece him up.
I don't know.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Yeah, okay, Rondo gets the kills. Nicely done from Rondo. Good reaction.
I
And,
have no
yeah,
idea.
That was a much more traditional round. I was talking
I
about at
think
the very
there are
start, right?
there
Generally
are
speaking,
already
teams
like
on the
people
defense just
signing
chill
up
on the bomb
for
sites. They don't get
ENA,
hyper-aggressive
but
if
I'm
they've
not
got
sure
no reason
about
to.
you.
First 3 rounds have been very different, but that one was much more normal from Big. And you
As
see there kind of
I
what happens when you
stopped
just aren't able to
casting
get those
last
opening gun fights
season.
inside.
Looking like
Oh.
Ricey are going to try their hand over towards the B side again. Slay with a crossbow in this situation. I think the SMG will do just fine.
Nice.
Oh, great shots
Good
coming through
trade
from
there,
both
good
players,
trade
to be
there.
honest with you. Slayer deletes Brinks and rushes, returns the favor.
It's gotta be a 7-1, I
He's
think.
about to get some
Or
backup, but that
7-2.
site
There's no
really
way
has
it's
been
7-0, I'm telling you.
completely lost. Shots from Callow onto Rondo, who was finding
Bro,
his way in.
Mirage
Managing
is
to hit with the
so
crossbow, not quite being as
cheeky
accurate as he
with
once
that
was. Starricker was able to find one
crossbow.
back though. 3 versus 3, buddy.
What do I tell him?
From
You
the
wanna
donut
talk to him?
onto a
Yes.
spread stick for Starricker. Mirage Lior up to 8 now. Looking for the last one. Sushi on site. He's dead to right, surely. Vat will take him down. Oh, Vat, buddy. Almost. Almost. 5-0 now for Big. Again, standard affairs here on defense.
Yeah, I think, look, if you're an attacking team going over towards the defensive side with a deficit is okay. 5-0 is maybe a bit egregious, though. Might be a little bit difficult to bring this one back, and now both these
Okay,
two
go
teams
tell him.
seemingly matched
Tell him
each
the
other
coach
well.
is requesting
Towards
his
their side,
presence
oh,
on my
we'll find
stream.
what feels like probably one of the only first bloods I've seen coming in from Ricey. Slayer going to get dealt with, so Sushi has had enough of being killed in and around Elbow here.
Sushi.
find a kill.
Okay, this could be a round in favor of
Notice
Ricey,
now,
actually.
eventually be around for Ricey. Been a couple of clutches coming in from Big. Vat now in the position to do
Okay,
something about
Vat,
this here,
nice.
and he's a great position.
The
Shut this
double
push
what?
down all on its
What?
own. Now a 2 versus 2 in the blink of an eye.
And I love that from Vat. It's a bit of an off position because that's not where he's been positioned previously. He was just on the outside, right? And he's got in a position where he can catch Ricey off guard before. This time he goes in towards barrels.
Big moment.
Catches those players off guard, brings down on the flank, takes Starricker down, and of course,
Remember
now
in
we
the
do
team
know
one.
where Vat's located here in this 1 versus 2.
Godlike, right? Was it godlike? It was godlike.
Player made over.
Godlike. I was so happy when I saw godlike winning. Like,
immediately.
I think it's the first time when
Is a horrible retake for that to try and do. The damage
it was
may
the
have already
first
been done on this defensive side.
championship
Big saving
when
at
we
5-0.
saw
They would love 6.
we didn't see
But now starting to find the push, knows the typical
NA
spots that these players
supremacy.
will be
I was so
playing.
happy
Bridge
when
should be fodder here. Or did he hear
godlike won,
Vat
like
couldn't quite get the
absolutely
jump up, but he knows
amazing.
he's there, the shots are
Ooh,
good. It makes
Vat,
it a 1 versus 1.
absolutely beautiful. Come on, 1-1, sniper versus SMG. If he can push 60 seconds. Okay, come on. He knows where is he. Yes, what? Absolutely, absolutely amazing. Oh, look at Mix. And also, like, Wolves won, or Q9, I forgot. The team that won. Wolves, right?
Up top in wine. The second one at the side.
So I was actually quite happy. I was sad when Tribe got eliminated. Okay, because of Rihan, as he's my friend. But yeah, it was very nice. It was quite satisfying.
Story, isn't it?
Yeah, you'd be in trouble. I think it would be a bit dodgy considering you do 6 rounds of offense.
Oh, for sure, for sure. That's why we don't.
Did he say he's coming?
Ricey looking for a full start of this one. Slayer, he's been here before. On the
Is our first LG'd SND?
Bullets. Carlo elsewhere is going to pick that first one up against Rondo. And this is a bit of a weird
Starik
one.
down.
Going to trade things out at the very least,
Starik got the kill. Okay, smoke. Slayer. Okay, 7-0. There's no way they are losing. Okay, maybe.
Still got a little bit more control to get.
And I just feel like Ricey have dropped the ball there. Why on earth have they not got a sniper over towards this side? Miragely running around, finding kills like that on the Carlo, and all of a sudden I love this pivot from Big. It looks so certain that it was a push over towards the B side. Ricey really had nobody there. Everybody converges over to B.
Ooh, Starik.
Change it right. Starricker playing on an island, just waiting for everybody to find the push through. Miragely has been absolutely fantastic in this game. Can he find the last one? He's whiffed every single bullet. And it's now Vat to kill this game off Big.
Holy macaronis! 7-0, LG. Get LG.
I know you said not to that extent.
With Rice.
On defense here on Tunisia.
I will not say anything because last time when I said this on stream, people jumped on me saying that I'm disrespectful, but Big kind of played with their food there, to be honest.
Because it's very difficult to entry into the site as long as
Ricey food
right? Because that's the only other entry point that you can actually get to, and they just didn't do that. And I like unconventional search and destroy setups. Okay, I don't like it when your backs are up against the wall, and I don't like it when it's your first round.
Yeah, I think it is sometimes tough for teams on this map with the way that it's lined up, and the reason I say this for anybody who's not aware, in traditional Call of Duty is typically more so of a round switch every side, so you have a balanced side of things, I suppose. So I can sympathize with some players at this sort of stage, but you can't find yourself 6-0 down. I don't care how defensively sided the map is. You've got to find something. And what I will say, though, that there was opportunity there to find some on the attacking rounds, right? There was a couple of occasions where, in fairness, they really
That's
did
a good
one. But for Ricey,
you
should have probably been heading into your attacking rounds, I want to say maybe 4-2 down, not 6-0.
I think it was the first 3 rounds for me where you see Big getting over aggressive.
No, but I watched it though.
Like Miragely or just pushing through with a
every time.
And it's like,
no way.
Well, yeah, when he does it the first time, it's like, okay, we should be a little bit more cautious about this right now.
Yeah.
And then the second round is almost the exact same look with Miragely or doing the exact same thing. And then the third round is a little bit different, granted, but Miragely does the exact same thing once again. And I think the second time is probably where you should catch what's going on here and actually have a response to it, and they just didn't. That's probably where they should have maybe got a round or 2. But yeah.
Bro, when I was a kid, I wouldn't tell.
Over really on the whole. Yeah, I really like that search and story. And again, this is one of the bigger points that we were talking about here. Big are improving, and I think it's very, very clear. It was clear from last week, and yes, they got cooked up by exclusive in every other game mode besides the hard point, but that hard point was important. It showed that they could be competitive with the roster. Again, though, the thing is, if they even win this series, if they 3-0 this series, right, it's still that Mont series that's going to because that was when they weren't looking like this.
It became a bit early for them in the season, did it? That very, very important game. but look, doesn't necessarily mean that their time is over by any stretch. They've shown
Well,
that they
I'm
can
waiting
hide,
for it.
they've shown that they can find results. A 3-0, yes, would go a long way in terms of confidence. Let's see if they can find it. Or can Ricey somehow find a bounce back? Mirage is just continuing, and Brinks' ankles have just been blown into next week. And all of a sudden, it's a very, very good defensive hold from Big. As Ricey will be forced away.
Oh, you're welcome, Anki. Thank you so much for being always on my stream. It really makes my day, guys, when you come and talk with me. You know, it's like usually when I have people with who to talk and, you know, have a conversation, it's more easier to actually have a stream than when I'm alone. That's why I will always appreciate your time spent on my stream, because, you know, without you, I would not be right now here. Probably I would cry myself to sleep. Nah, I'm joking. I would do other things that would, like, fill my time, but being here with you and, you know, connect with you, it actually makes my day a little bit easier.
What on earth is going on? Ricey not facing much pressure.
I don't care.
Away of the front. It's all coming around the back line here. They have to start winning some of these gunfights though. Starika, Vat, what can they get done? They're going to lose the objective. Starika now kind of looking for some post-mortem kills, and, well, yeah, Starika not going to get it.
The quick one,
I want to see a good spawn trap here.
It's a weird looking map in the bottom left corner, right? You can see that players are spread across the board. Ricey on the attacking side. We'll start spawning over towards bedrooms, so they know somebody's around, and there you go. Sushi will hunt him down. Big now. Backs against the wall ever so slightly, I want to say here, Brody. Not necessarily in the best of spots. Starrick trying to survive.
What are you doing, Starrick?
Does help Carlo find that one, and for Mirage there in this position, still using the crossbow, and, well, still making it work. He's got 4 kills to his name. Every single one of them has been stupid.
I feel like he's doing it for show. I know it's a very powerful weapon, clearly, but there's a point at which you're like, well, how on earth is he still doing this? Regardless, like, Pricey now have almost got themselves back into the ascendancy here.
Yo, it's so weird. Every single time I don't have, you know, my headphones on, because my voice, hi Tristan, sounds actually so weird. Not gonna lie, but I am like down with like what?
Make their way back on towards the point through the open steps, and rushes was the last threat. Sushi actually, excuse me,
like actually, you know, listening to myself talking
in the conversation here for this offense.
Lives are in their favor. They've got time on their side. Now, the thing is for Big here,
it's a full bonus, it's really good, right? I think he's the only one who's actually using
pretty much
crossbow.
usually always lose the round. Push now gonna start coming through.
Like, I did not see any other, you know, player who has a crossbow as their secondary. And it's understandable, most of them have, like, the pistol. But, yeah.
Big are pegged back. Nicely win that one.
Okay, we have the first win in favor of Ricey.
Yes.
Is this the beginning of rising for Ricey?
To make it happen.
You know,
they did the best that they could with the situation. They outplayed Big certainly on that initial push over towards B, or rather, I guess, the second push over towards B, where they only sent a couple of players towards A as kind of a facade.
I don't know which color should I dye my hair now. I'm thinking to go full dark, like black, you know, like a bluish black, but I don't think so. After I, like, you know, bleach my ends, I think I'm gonna go back to like the ginger one that I had, because I really do usually enjoy it. I'm not gonna let my brother to do my hair this time though. I'm gonna do it so that was like a very impulsive thing. I think I do so many impulsive things, you know, especially when I want to do a change, like when I cut my hair, or like I dye my hair, you know, just a lot of color, you know, just like, it's funny.
Starting to get something going over towards the A side. A lot of kills going over towards A side. All of a sudden, would you rather have the Predator missile right now when there's 2 players pushed over towards A? Hindsight is indeed a wonderful thing.
This is good, but I do see a lot of investment from the side of Big. Now, with the equalizer, Rondo could actually get a couple of nice kills in this spawn trap. I would love to see this spawn trap from the side of, you know, jungle.
Spawns over towards the basketball side is going to benefit Big. Over towards B.
Why? Because it's just like, it's hair, you cut it off, the color goes out, it's just like gonna grow back. I don't know.
Yeah, big
It's
here
boring,
in
like
great
my
position.
hair
Ricey
naturally
have
color
kind of
is just
messily
it's
fought
quite
back.
boring.
They've at the very least stopped
It's
the
just
catch
like
shot
that.
towards
I don't know.
able
But
to
coming
kind of
back
walk
to
straight through
this
the ball
one, I
line.
think there's gonna be a
Just doing the
big
front stroke,
round
having a good time.
just because they have
Already
6
picked up a
lives
double kill,
advantage.
now looking for number
And
3
it's
from
more
Rafat, has
easier
just
to
sorted out
actually
that player on the
talk
top
when I
left
don't
as
have the
well.
headphones
So
because like
big here in
I
a
don't
great
want to talk
position. They haven't
over
even got
them,
rid of all the
but
progression.
yeah.
You have Ricey, and now as more kills start to come through, I mean,
I could
you've got
I
nothing to do, we just need to
could
stack the
use
point.
a
You can get the
clean
kills
feed
from there on out because it definitely raises the pressure for Ricey
for
now.
this stream,
They are
but then
even
it
deal
would be
with it.
so
That
much
was
to
really
talk that I would
messy
not
on the
be able to
defense for
talk.
Ricey, to
No
be honest
guys,
with
I
you.
can
didn't really feel
like
like there was any kind of
the
effort for a
times when I would
unified push
cast
to
for
get big
6
out
hours
either
are
at points.
over. It is
Again,
better,
I'm
but
not
it's
gonna
just like
say
here.
to go back to that, but those moments
And
when
they
you have
get
such a good
bored
start
of
to the round, it's
the
like
color,
bang,
it's like
put a missile straight in.
dark.
You want it, right?
You would want it laid
Um,
out at that stage. You can
I like
maybe
when
use
it's
it
like
to help break the
colorful.
setup that big had apparently found with some kills over
Like
towards both
not
sides to
crazy
find the
colors,
shots.
but when it's like a
One, two,
blonde
this
or
is
where it's like
solid enough
darker,
now
you
after
know.
Mirage Lee once again
Or when I do a change, sometimes
still
I need that.
sitting on only the 7 kills. It's actually impressive that big managed to find around with him just running snipe side.
Okay, another equalizer. Rush is trying to do the spawn trap. Watch him.
In hard now for rushes. There's a lot of progress being made today and very, very quickly. Got players in the right positions. It's a snipe off over towards the top side. The Dudes will eventually win it.
Because I don't know. Don't you get? I don't know how to explain it to you. I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah, Ricey doing a really good job at the moment. They've got
I
3
have
players on
urges
point
of like
break.
dyeing my
Swift,
hair.
the Sparrow finally runs out of bows. Or arrows.
Okay, so both
Now
teams,
Big
if
wanna
both
try and hold on to that point.
teams
I don't think they're gonna be able to,
invested
be honest,
good
and
in
Ricey
their
got the players on the
operators
point.
right
Somebody's
in
gotta
this
stop
round and the
rushes
previous
right
one.
now, and
But right
Ricey
now,
already
I
said
think the
goes
upper
for the
hand is
pre-aim,
in
so
hands
that
of
is
Big.
A gone, and very
Unfortunately,
early on the
they
round.
do
Now there's
have
2 minutes on the
4
clock here
lives
for Ricey to get
less
some
than
movement on. The
Ricey.
easier the 2 points to take.
It feels like Big are very
Rondo is doing
disjointed,
quite
I want
good.
to say, on the defensive side at least. I mean, both teams
Trying
are,
to
if I'm
push, you know, to
very frank.
the side. We have a
Down to
couple
push
of
up
kills
after they
from Mirage
find a
Lior.
couple of kills through the middle of the map.
But
Mirage Lior, who's now sitting at 10.
I don't know if it's gonna be enough. Oh, Rondo, good spot, double, make it quite even. Now he jumped into like caves to the Lions. Bobby starting to build up on operators, so even if they lose this round, the next one could be actually in their favor, or they could farm more kills. Oh, or never mind, you can just use it now, Steric, I guess. So yeah. He might try to actually go back. Oh, the G1, that was nasty. Another spawn trap attempt here. But all of the focus from the side of Ricey is actually pushing towards like the I think it's on A side. Maybe they're trying to backstab them at this point. Yeah, what was I saying? Because like, you know, Sushi is like, they are rotated to pull to actually go behind them, you know, at laundry to actually get some kills. That is smart, you know, but it's very dangerous as well because all of the players from the side of Big are actually holding this kind of spawn trap around like, you know, P3. So you see what I'm saying? If they die while pushing towards like the B side, you know, from the back, there's a big chance the players who are already here, you see, they're gonna get him. Right now Kello has an Annihilator. I don't know if it's the best investment or is the best choice for them right now, but maybe High Guilder.
The trade is good from Sushi though. 3 versus 3, 12 seconds on the clock. Trying to get this done with a capture. Staraka gonna find one more on the outside.
I don't know, it's just like dyeing your hair. It's like, I don't know why the guys, I don't know. Oh, nice. This is how Big one. That's a good one. Okay, so it's 2-1. If they're gonna take this round, where I guess they're gonna do, because look at their like operators. We have 3 operators. That's actually big. We might have Slayers, you know, working on his, and Steric as well. Depends where they're gonna spawn. Okay, they need to get, so this could still be big for Big, I guess. Like, they're pushing already towards A. They can just try to play by capping, you know. Oh, look at Mirai Sushi. He got sushied. Oh, my nose is itchy. Oh, we have a claw. I think that's an early claw. Yeah, it was a waste, but I hope he got the com that's got the comms that someone is heaven. Okay, but taking, so this could be potentially the last round. That's why I'm like,
as he comes in on the flank for a
Looking
kill,
into it. Oh, Mirage, you missed. Oh, you missed with that too. Ooh. How do you get killed by that marksman? Okay, player. Okay, this could be a spawn trap. Okay, if he doesn't get healed from the beginning, got saved there. We have a smoke annihilator gonna work very, very hard. We have 2, 3, make it 3 operators in the same time. They've been working very, very hard, but at this rate, they have a 10 life advantage and they will not get close to it actually. So this is a win for the side of being, I guess.
The laundry side. Another dent into Ricey's, well, what was a very, very hopeful push over towards that top 4 has now been eviscerated. 24-7 to 6, this game is done. Big, embarrassed Ricey. It's a 3-0.
Yeah, that was so fast. That was so fast.
Comfortable map number 1, a whitewash in maps 2 and 3. That is a disappointment from me in the sense of that where was big at the start of the season against Ricey. It looks so good. They have so much potential. They do things like this. I just needed to see more in other games. It's so frustrating. They still do have an opportunity, but have they left it too late? Is my problem.
I want to say no.
Boo.
I want to say no.
Yeah, I'm scared, you guys, right? Boo.
You know, as somebody, you know me, you know I'm always looking at kind of the permutations of any given playoff situation to try and figure out whether or not it's still possible for teams. And I think theoretically it will be for Big, but it's still a massive, massive ask for them because of what happened against Mont at the very start of the season.
I mean, where is Ryu?
That will haunt them. Now, let's not get ahead of ourselves here, because I don't think Big were perfect by any means throughout that series.
Oh my god.
When we talk about the hard point to kick off the series, we talked about how much they outslayed Ricey by, and I don't think the score necessarily matched it. We talked about the search and destroy,
Nice Nokia.
where, again, not as convincing as you would like, I guess,
They're getting
situations, but the 7-0 was incredible, and then this control, which was just, again, it's just minuscule things, which I'm thinking if Big got them right, they could well be a top team.
They're getting through games through
I don't know what he's doing. Is he streaming? Maybe he's streaming on TikTok. He does that. I sometimes watch it, but it's a lot of baguettes, so I don't understand.
No, I think he would have done worse, honestly. The MK2 is a speciality.
Maybe. But and again, I don't want to be talking about Big in any sort of negative aspect here, but they have so much potential in this team that I just think that if they could, you know, just catch up on a couple of different things here and there. I mean, I would love to. I know we'll get to see this scoreboard, which is, well, okay, once again, Slay has
Let me
the
see.
big side. I'd love to see the hard point.
Hi,
just to
Taron.
actually work out what the difference was in terms of those kills and how it didn't translate into such a stronger win. I think it genuinely was about 40 or 50, which is a ridiculous honestly to only win by like 70. Like, it's kind of crazy.
I think it
That's
was more
funny.
than 50. Yeah, I think it was like 60s at least.
She hasn't.
Wow.
I was literally saying the same thing when we were backstage. I was looking at the numbers. I was like, why do they have like twice as many?
I'm gonna go and say
it's like a tie game.
Chocolatine.
It was like 80 to 80. I was like, what is going on?
I
right
like
now?
French accent. It's hot.
And I think maybe part of it is that Big are almost like too focused on what they can do individually, and because of it, maybe the teamwork isn't there in the aspect of their ability to play around the objective more.
Yeah, definitely. It's one of those weird things. It's just like, if they got the opportunity to play Mont today, what would they be like? Would they still be able to win? Right? It's a quite big question because.
Let me see next week what
again,
was gonna
look
be.
back to
Tomorrow. Wait.
and that was a very convincing victory from them.
Okay,
It was the start of the season where I think they
tomorrow.
played differently. They didn't have Rondo, I think, was the sub at the start.
Okay, tomorrow's gonna be interesting. We're gonna have Zantium versus Mont.
I honestly do believe
Okay.
it would look different.
Omni versus Exclusive. That's gonna be a good one.
Search?
Nexus versus Ricey.
They took the control.
Control. Yeah.
Hi Royal, welcome.
I think it would look different.
And
I don't know if it
Kings
would, but I
versus
think it would be a lot
Big.
more competitive.
I agree.
100%.
All right, well, it was a good way to close out the day for sure. We'll take a look back now at our schedule, this time with the updated scores. If you're somehow just catching in right at the end here of the day, you can see a little recap of everything that went down. We started off the day.
Okay,
with
1
an
3
intense
3
back
1
and forth
0
with
3
Kings
3
and
0.
Exclusive. Even Marvel thought it might go the full 3-2, but Kings just looked so strong. They were able to shut down exclusive. We still have another good match tomorrow as well, so don't worry, this wasn't the only intense day of the week, because we have quite a few back-to-back games that are going to be exciting. But now this is the final leaderboard after today. It's getting progressively top heavier, but after that big win, they've moved up, and depending on, you know, the rest of the schedule, which kind of also favors Mont for who they have to play against, because they already got the big ones out of the way, it's going to be real difficult to kind of oust this top four now, Brody.
Yeah, I actually don't recall who Big have to face left. It's going to be difficult for sure.
Oh, you're welcome.
It's just the fact that when it comes down to a head-to-head scenario, obviously it is just a case of, you know, who won. If they both go like 3 and 4, for example, you know, who won that matchup, and it would be Mont in that situation. So, yeah, I don't know. For me, Big have just got to do what they can at this point. If they can win their last couple of matches,
all right.
But
It is. It is.
Their own hands to a certain extent.
I mean, it also puts them in a better place on that leaderboard to get a higher prize.
Maybe not. I'll take it back.
This is the schedule for tomorrow. I said we had some interesting matches.
Zantium versus Mont. Mont's gonna win. Omni versus exclusive. 5 games, 5 rounds. Nexus versus Ricey. Nexus gonna win, I think. And Kings versus Bing. Big. I work a lot with Bing at work. Big.
I think it's still
Being
very much a toss
like the publisher.
Who the number 2 team in Europe is going to be. I think whoever ends up losing that one is still definitively number 3. I think there's still a sizable margin ahead of Mont, but I think it's going to be a very, very tight one.
And then at least you got your answer there, Brody.
Yeah.
For who Big was going to see. I didn't realize they've forgotten to play. They haven't gotten to play.
I was trying to think about it.
Yeah, well, I'm sure that when we looked through it, it was a case of like they're doing the business against the players, the teams around them. But it's that game against Mont that's going to kill them, because Mont aren't going to beat any of the top 3 teams. It's not going to happen. They haven't. Full stop.
Yeah.
And Big are also not going to do that either. But it does seem as if those 2 teams are way better than the teams below them. But with Mont finding that result, that will be the difference in the end. Unfortunately for Big. I mean, look, things sometimes do go a little bit crazy in Call of Duty, whichever which way you put it. But I really do believe that is going to sting bad.
Maybe Zantium can beat Mont tomorrow. Maybe. I'm just trying to find it here, guys.
We'll see how it goes. We'll see what happens. Either way, before we close out the show, give me some final thoughts on the day. Was it what you expected in terms of the matchups?
I thought we would get at least one map 5, given the fact that everybody playing against each other had the same record. A little bit surprising that we didn't see that. I think that maybe there were some scenarios where that could have happened. Like, I think that Zantium versus Nexus could have potentially gone to map 5, but overall, the total outcome of it, I don't think was super surprising at all. I think Kings feel like the definitive number 1 team right now, and I think they proved that.
I don't know if that's true. I'll be honest. I think they might well have beaten Exclusive today, but they also played really closely to Omniscient, and Omniscient could have won that series going back to... They should have won that series going back to the very first series of the tournament. I mean, and like tomorrow, when that was
a different Kings roster. That was a much weaker Kings roster.
I guess that's true to us. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and I think as well that ultimately, you know, we can talk about Omniscient being close to them, but they did still lose, and I think that is ultimately what really matters. I think Omniscient though are going to get better as the seasons went on. I think Kings are also going to get better. I am excited for the game tomorrow because I actually. Early predictions.
Okay.
I actually think Omniscient might win that game tomorrow.
Yes, same.
So I genuinely think that could be another different top 2 than what we expected, and it makes playoffs very, very spicy. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to that game tomorrow.
Yeah, and just very quickly as well, worth saying that Omniscient have also changed their roster.
Sorry, I was just like daydreaming.
Back onto the mainline roster, and I think they've improved as well. So things are still spicy here. That's all I'm saying. I think still things are still not 100%
money on it though.
I'm down.
We'll have to see who is right tomorrow. So just make sure you tune in to watch all of these 3 bicker amongst themselves. As far as today is concerned, we were wondering who the top
I'm gonna prepare the push over point later.
prove that for now they are going to remain undefeated at the top
Have
of our
fun.
leaderboard.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Heading
go in a
into
bit as well.
Week number 4 of our challenge season, but there are important matches tomorrow, so you have to make sure you tune in to see how all of it plays
Are you
out.
coming tomorrow,
Thank
Chocker?
you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, and DHL for helping us make this whole thing possible. And of course, thank you you to all of you at home for hanging out with us and watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, let me put something. Okay, guys. Well, we'll see you tomorrow. Obviously, same hours. Actually, it's gonna start with 30 minutes earlier. So it's 6:30, 6:10 CT. Yeah, that's how it starts. But thank you so much for being here with me. Okay, you guys are awesome. You know, makes my day easier when you guys are here. So I hope you're gonna be here. If not, trust me, Zantium is not winning. Tell Ryu I don't like him because he ghosted. Right now, he didn't come. But I'm gonna see you tomorrow. Good night. Bye.